The Secrets of a Charismatic Duke. Written by Abby Ailes and published by Starfall Publications. Save more with our offers and bundles on our website, starfallpublicationsbooks.com. Subscribe for more audiobooks. Enjoy. Chapter 1. Sorry to be a bother, but can you remind me which colours Lady Roberts requested for the Empire morning gowns? Lizzie asked as she held up a bolt of fabric against her tall, skinny frame. Olivia looked up from her ledger at the older woman. The baby pink and the cerulean blue, both in the same design, she explained, and 2 chemisettes in ivory. Ah, yes, Lizzie mumbled. I remember now. Lizzie disappeared back through the door, entering the front room of the modiste shop to begin cutting the fabric, while keeping an eye out for customers. Olivia chuckled as she watched her leave. Lizzie, her assistant seamstress, had simply the worst memory. Lady Roberts had left the shop not more than 10 minutes ago, and already she had forgotten. Still, she was a wonderful seamstress and an excellent assistant for her. Olivia Dickens, daughter of the Earl of Essex, sat back in her chair with her quill tickling her lips as she smiled. At 28 years old, life had not quite turned out as she had expected, but she enjoyed her work as a modiste. She was a short woman, and though slim, she could never be accused of being skinny. Her skin was as pale as snow, though her cheeks flushed bright and often, and her deep brown eyes sparkled often. Her hair was always pinned back and out of the way, but when allowed, it would cascade around her face in a mass of golden curls. She was sensitive and kind, a woman brought up surrounded by love. Olivia devoted her life to her family in return. Music and art were her first loves, though she adored watching children at play whenever she visited the park. The notion of marriage and having children of her own had crossed her mind often, though, for most of the time, she tucked that very notion away, for she knew that couldn't be for her. I couldn't possibly ever find the time. Sorry, me again, Lizzie called out, popping her head around the doorframe. Your friend's here, the one with all the children. Sarah. Oh, goody! Olivia leapt up from her seat, excited by the visit. Lizzie, now getting on in years and not afraid to say what she thought, didn't approve of Sarah bringing all those children into the shop. It meant sticky fingers touching delicate fabrics and prying eyes leafing through pattern books. Olivia, though, loved it. Mind you, Lizzie did not mind young William, Olivia's young brother, hanging around. He might only have 10 years behind him, but he was well behaved. It was true the children were a touch manic and perhaps not under as much control as they should be. But Olivia adored the life and energy they brought to the shop. She and Sarah had not been friends long, a few months at most, but in that time they'd become as close as sisters. Olivia dashed into the front of the shop. She passed by the low podium in the middle of the room, where they kept bolts of fabric in every colour imaginable running down one wall. Against the other wall, a fireplace always roared, even in the middle of summer, and on it a kettle boiled away with water, forever readying the tea for guests. What a lovely surprise, Olivia crooned as she floated into the room. The youngest of the 3 children was propped up on the couch next to the fire. The older 2 wandered around, fingers into everything. An observant Lizzie followed them around, shooing them away from everything they dared to touch. I was just popping to the market for some groceries and thought we'd call in, Sarah announced, brushing her hair from her face and sighing as she sat down, rubbing at her tummy bump. Olivia joined her on the couch, little Lucy balancing between them, and reached over to squeeze her friend's hand. Sarah looked tired and full of woes, which Olivia wished she could eradicate. Her poor friend struggled with so many children, that much was certain. Well, Jenny, Amy, Sarah called, rounding up her wandering flock. Aren't you going to give your Aunt Olivia a hug? The children giggled and ran over to their new aunt, throwing themselves into her open arms in the most affectionate and improper way. Olivia laughed, burying her nose in silky locks of hair and inhaling their fresh scents. Rowdy they may have been, but they were the most adorable little beings. "Where's William?" they asked in unison, for they loved to play with him. "Running errands, I'm afraid. Now off you go," she declared, patting their backs. "Mind that you behave yourselves, and listen to Aunt Lizzie when she tells you not to touch things." Lizzie had her back to them, sorting through fabrics. She snorted in derision. "Chance would be a fine thing," she remarked. "They never listen to a word I say." Now, Lizzie, they're only children," Olivia reminded her assistant. "Animals, more like." Sarah mumbled sardonically. Lizzie turned to face the girls at play. Her lips pursed as she thought. "It's a terrible shame you never married and had children of your own, Miss Olivia," she said. "You would have made a wonderful mother." "She's not dead yet," Sarah retorted, glaring at Lizzie, though the seamstress seemed not to notice. Olivia bit her lip, the physical pain masking the stirring emotions she felt. Of course, Lizzie was right. Terrible shame, Lizzie repeated, shaking her head sadly. "If only you were a few years younger, I would know just the man for you. The nephew of my friend, Mary. He's a handsome one, he is, and has a good business head on him too, as well as being a decent Christian man, but what with you being past your prime and all, I simply can't spare the time for dilly-dallying with courting and marriage," Olivia said, interrupting Lizzie's unintentionally hurtful words. "As well you know, I have enough on with caring for my poor parents, after all that happened. That's not even accounting my little brother William. He needs my attentions too. Whilst I'm not past my prime yet, perhaps one day I will have time to think about marriage. So, please, Lizzie, my dear, let's not discuss the matter again." "You know perfectly well that Olivia has been a faithful daughter, Lizzie," Sarah intervened, her tiredness adding to her biting words. "She has been looking after her parents ever since the fire. It's the only income the family have now. And then William popped along, rather unexpectedly. It can't be easy with such a large year gap between you and your brother, Olivia." Olivia sat back on the couch and sighed, letting Lizzie and Sarah battle it out between them. She hated any mention of the fire that had, many years ago, destroyed their manor house, and along with it, her family's entire wealth. All but the modiste shop was gone, a shop her father had once silently invested in for her mother's entertainment, but it was now an integral part of their lives. The family resided in the apartment above, living off the money Olivia made in the making of gowns for the rich and the powerful. Her father, an earl, had sunk into deep distemper, though he did his best to be jolly, whilst her mother did all she could to cook and clean and keep house, even after a lifetime of being waited upon by servants of her own, though, thankfully, the shop did well enough, especially with older ladies wishing to teach their young daughters how to behave. Despite the misfortunes that had befallen them, Olivia and William were still of noble birth, and raised as such. Even now she upheld the mannerisms and proprieties of a lady, and she taught William likewise. "A good man is sure to come along for Olivia," Sarah's voice echoed in the air. "Regardless of her age, she will make an excellent wife for any suitor." "Can we stop now, please?" Olivia snapped with discomfort. While Sarah meant to be kind, her words stabbed at Olivia's heart. She wished she could be as certain as Sarah was, that one day she might marry. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Olivia. I never—" Sarah's apology was interrupted by the bell above the door. A maidservant came rushing in, pulling at the dark cloak around her neck. "Can I help you?" Lizzie asked, looking the girl up and down. She couldn't have been more than 15 years old, and already she looked tired of life. Please, Olivia said, standing up. Won't you take a seat? Perhaps join us for a cup of tea? Lizzie shot her mistress a horrified look, but Olivia paid her no attention. She could not send the flustered young girl back onto the streets without at least a little sweet tea inside her. I can't stop, the girl spoke. I'm here to make an appointment for my lady. Of course. Olivia nodded as she crossed her hands demurely to her front. Once again, she attempted to offer the girl a seat while she fetched the diary. This is my cue to leave, Sarah said, getting up from the couch and picking up the seated youngster in a single, fluid movement. Amy, come along. Jenny, get your face out of that fabric. Olivia turned to watch with the diary clutched to her chest as her friend left the shop. Sympathy pinched at her heart. Motherhood did not suit Sarah, as sure as she was certain it would suit her. Olivia knew her friend struggled to find the energy to guide her flock along. Now then, she said brightly, turning to the girl who had, despite her protestations, removed her cloak and settled onto the couch. Let's get this sorted, shall we? Lady Lydia would like you to come to Northampton Manor to fit her for a new gown. Very well. Do you know which day best suits your lady? She said as soon as possible, miss. Let me see, she said, flicking through the pages. Olivia sat herself next to the girl as she opened the large book on her lap, running her finger down all the engagements she had the following day. Oh, you're in luck. I have a spot tomorrow afternoon. I can be there for around 3 p.m. You will join us for tea, won't you? Lady Lydia asked, once her fitting was complete. Olivia rolled up her tape measure and slipped it neatly back into her case. Only if you're certain, my lady, she replied, feeling at odds to be joining a marchioness for tea. Most of the time she was sent away with the servants, despite her birthright. I'm absolutely certain, Lady Lydia replied. Why wouldn't I be? She said with confidence, checking her reflection in the looking-glass. Her slender fingers moved to repin rogue strands of hair that had escaped around her face. You are a delight, Miss Olivia. Besides, my husband and his friend Logan should have returned from their horse ride by now. What is tea with only 3? No, it really must be a foursome. I insist upon it. Olivia smiled shyly, but she couldn't deny the thrill of excitement that shivered through her. That morning, she'd walked to the appointment. As she had wound her way through the grounds, she had been in awe of the beautiful landscape, the gardens, so perfectly manicured, and the huge house reminded Olivia of Strawberry Hall, where she had grown up, so called for its rolling fields of English strawberries. It was a bittersweet thought, though Olivia had grown used to her new life, learning to love every day, not only for her parents, but for herself too. But there was no denying the pinch of grief that still presented itself on occasion, like today. In another life, it would have been herself and her mother doing the invite to the dressmaker for tea. You'll have to excuse the mess in the drawing room, Lady Lydia warned. It's being decorated, but in my opinion, it's still the best room in the house. The sun that pours through the large windows is just magnificent. Olivia looked around the drawing room as she entered. It was pristine, not a single thing out of place. She pushed away the chuckle that Lady Lydia thought it a mess, certain she was merely being polite. It's a perfect room, my lady, Olivia dared to say. Please, do not fret on my account. In the centre of the room was a large, round, dark mahogany table covered with a delicate white lace cloth. The tea was already in place, a silver pot upon a silver tray, along with a matching milk jug. Next to that was a small pot containing uneven lumps of sugar and the sweetest little tongs. As they took their seats, the maid stepped forward to pour tea. Sugar, Miss Olivia? The maid asked, and Olivia realised it was the same girl she had met in her shop. please." "She's a darling, my Tessa." Lady Lydia smiled, putting a hand on the girl's arm proprietorially. "She is my right-hand woman, isn't that so?" "Yes, my lady." Tessa bowed before stepping back out of sight. Olivia picked up her delicate china teacup. It was then that she spotted the pianoforte at the far end of the room. She paused, the cup halfway to her lips. Inside her was a yearning so strong that she almost rose from her seat to go and play. How dearly she missed playing the pianoforte. But she pushed the desire away. "I see you have started without us, my dear." Olivia jumped at the sound of a man's voice. She spun around to see the Marquis himself. "Of course we have, Gilbert," Lady Lydia replied. "Tea waits for no man." Olivia smiled, but the truth was, she struggled to focus upon the man of the house. It was the man behind him who captured her attention. She could not pull her eyes away from him. He was quite possibly the most handsome man she had ever seen in her life. At the sight of him, she bit her bottom lip, ever so slightly. "Are you well, Miss Olivia?" "What?" Olivia spun back around to Lady Lydia's voice, her eyes wide at the realization she was staring. "Oh, yes, I'm fine. Thank you." Lady Lydia threw her a knowing smile. "Have you met the Duke of Charlington before, dear?" No," Olivia stuttered, eyeing the Duke shyly. "I can't say I've had the pleasure." "Logan, do come forward," Lydia instructed. "This is Miss Olivia, my modiste." Olivia closed her eyes, wishing she could vanish after hearing her title. The occasion was so perfect that she had all but forgotten her place in life, and it most definitely was not taking tea with a duke, not any longer. Upon opening her eyes again, she simply had to get another look at the handsome Duke. His fiery hair shone red in the sunlight, and curled as any woman would love to own, but it suited him well. She even managed a glimpse at his sky-blue eyes. That was when she realized that beneath their tender gentleness, she sensed pain. He stared back at her, his eyes intense and unrelenting, causing Olivia to shift in her seat. He seemed amused by her, though she supposed that was not unreasonable. Before her stood a duke, a handsome one at that, while she was a mere modiste with a pale complexion and tired eyes. "Miss Olivia," the Duke said with a deep monotone to his voice, "how nice of you to join us." A cold breath caught in her throat. His looks were attractive enough, but his voice was silky smooth as it sang to her heart. She could have listened to that voice all day long. The woman he married would be a very lucky one indeed, if he was not already taken. "For goodness' sake, Olivia!" She reprimanded herself, forcing her thoughts away. She must focus on work, on raising funds for the medical treatments her aging parents increasingly needed. "I dot." She trailed off, her jaw working without sound or reason as she looked at the others around the table. Lady Lydia was clearly bemused, though the Marquis seemed entirely oblivious. Olivia stood up, her chair scraping noisily across the wooden floor. I'm awfully sorry," she spluttered, now unable to meet anyone's gaze. "I had quite forgotten, but I have another engagement. Please, do excuse me." With that, she ran from the room, from the house, from the grounds, not once daring to look back. Chapter 2. "Don't you think Lady Charlotte looks simply adorable tonight?" Emily states as she and Logan take their second turn around the dance floor. The Duke looked in the direction of Lady Charlotte. "I can't say I really noticed," he admitted. "I suppose she does, but she'll never be as adorable as you." Logan Edenwood, Duke of Charlington, knew exactly what he was supposed to say, even if he didn't mean it. But Emily, his fiancée, smiled in that smug way she sometimes had, a habit he found somewhat irritating, especially when she wasn't being nice. Still, She was a pretty young thing, and he knew he had to remarry sooner or later. Emily, he supposed, was his usual type, if such a thing existed. Born of noble birth and decent wealth, as the daughter of Baron Beckingsdale. Her bright blue eyes stood out against her dark, almost caramel-toned skin. She was, it had to be said, a little on the plump side. But he didn't mind so much. The thick waves of black hair that hung around her shoulders more than made up for it. It was just her smugness he didn't care for. Sometimes she acted as if he were some prize she had won. For some reason, his mind thought back to the demure modiste that he had met at Gilbert's only a few days before. Now that young lady was very different from his fiancée, both in looks and comportment. Yet he could not stop himself thinking of her these past days. Sadly, she is a mere modiste, he reminded himself, and Emily is my chance at producing a respectable family. In truth, it was children he wanted more than anything else, even more than he wanted Emily herself. His parents had died when he was a boy, and he was brought up in the care of his aunt. She had been a cold, harsh woman. For this reason, Logan had promised himself he would raise his own children in a warm and loving environment. If only things didn't fall apart every time I come close to achieving it. You're awfully quiet this evening, Logan. Emily's voice interrupted his thoughts. Am I? He said, blinking at her. I suppose it's because I am so overwhelmed by your beauty, my darling. He smiled weakly, pushing away all negative thoughts. What he had with Emily was a chance to start afresh, something he desperately needed now that he had turned 30. He had to focus on that, on her, and not on what had gone wrong in his past. How he wished he had his lute with him. It was his most treasured possession, and he rarely let it out of sight. He could play for hours, no matter who was around. The music always lifted him out of the doldrums when he felt down, and when he felt good, the music helped him celebrate life. Alas, Emily had made him swear not to bring it. She didn't want him making a spectacle of himself. He'd never looked at it like that before, but he supposed he did always garner a crowd whenever he played in public. Logan wondered idly whether the modiste would like to hear him play. Probably not. It's finished, Emily announced. He looked at her sharply, as if only realizing where he was. I'm sorry. What was that? She stepped back from him, her head tilted in question, and shot him one of her smug looks. The music, Logan. Please do concentrate. The set has ended. We can no longer dance. Oh, I see. Of course. He chuckled, though through discomfort rather than humour. How had he not noticed the music had ended? Had he been that consumed by his thoughts? Emily sighed. Shall we take a walk? She suggested. It is, after all, a beautiful night. Yes, all right, he agreed, thinking the fresh air might help refocus his mind. Out of the house, they strolled into the main body of the garden. It wasn't long before Logan noticed how fast they were walking. It was hardly a pleasant evening stroll. Is everything well, Emily? He asked. She spun around, stopping still. Her face burned with fury, and he instinctively stepped back. What is it? He inquired. You think I don't know why you've been so quiet? She demanded in a fitful state. Heavens, Emily. Words failed him. Even he didn't know why he was being so quiet that evening. You're thinking of her, aren't you? She took a menacing step closer to him, her eyes alight with anger. The modiste? Her? He asked. Who are you talking about? She let out a bark of laughter, throwing her head back in disbelief. I saw you looking at Lady Charlotte. You even said it yourself that she looks adorable this evening. That's not what Emily, this is ridiculous. Logan scoffed at the incredulous accusation. Yes, he had agreed on Emily's comments on Lady Charlotte, but only out of politeness. You would say that, she snarled. You have a wandering eye, Logan Edenwood. You think I can't see it, but I can. I most certainly do not, Logan insisted. Please, Emily, it's not like that at all. I'm not interested in anyone but you. I have eyes only for my love. And you really expect me to believe that? Yes, But before Logan could reply, Emily had turned and stormed away. Logan climbed out of the coach at Regent's Park, sighing with weariness. Ever since his argument with Emily, the night before, he had been dreading this day, the day they were to have a picnic, he and Emily, along with several other friends. It had been in the planning for weeks, and now he wasn't sure Emily would even turn up. Charlington. Logan looked up to see his old friend, Christopher Mountstuart, waving at him with a big grin across his face, his own fiancée hovering behind him. Nice to see you've made an effort, Mountstuart, Logan teased. I'd go as far as to say that you have even got yourself a new tailcoat. Yes. Dashing, isn't it? Christopher smirked, looking over himself. Say your sweetheart has arrived, though I'd wager she doesn't look as though she feels very sweet. Logan's heart sank. Whether it was at Emily's mood or at her very presence, he could not be certain. We had words last night, he admitted. Though, what about, I'm not entirely sure. Christopher guffawed, a hand to his belly. That's ladyfolk for you, old man, he said. Always an enigma. Come, everything's already set up. You should see the spread we've got. Logan followed obediently. Christopher was right. The picnic was a generous one, with all the foods one could possibly need for such an event. Seated at the far end of the picnic blanket, legs tucked in as her skirts spread out around her, was Emily. She hadn't noticed him yet as she admired the birds in the trees with a slight smile on her face. Logan smiled, thinking how beautiful and calm she looked, if only she were always that way. Good morning, Lady Emily, he said with a soft voice. She turned to face him, and her smile slipped. Good morning, she replied, though rather coldly as she looked away. I see, he said. That's how it is, then. Sitting down to the side of the picnic blanket, he placed himself as far away from her as he could. She was still within his sights as other guests began to arrive. Soon the air was filled with chatter and gentle laughter, everyone tucked into sandwiches and salads and cold meats. Wine flowed freely, and Logan enjoyed himself, despite the frost that was hitting him from across the blanket. Once the eating was done, everyone went to do their own thing. Some strolled around the park, while others played tennis on the lawn. As Logan looked around, he realized with surprise that he was the only one left on the blanket. He looked around for Emily, though he had no intentions of approaching her. From her attitude toward him that morning, he had decided she needed space. He didn't wish to argue again, though he was curious as to what she was doing. He should know such things as she was his fiancée after all. He spotted her standing near some trees with another woman, talking animatedly. Watching curiously, he wondered at what their topic of conversation could be. Though he couldn't hear their words, not even a mumble, he noted that Emily was fast becoming more and more fervent by the second. Anxiety twisted its way up his spine. Something wasn't right. He could sense it. Getting to his feet, he thought he should intervene, especially as Emily was now all but shouting. Even worse, the woman she was shouting at was Lady Charlotte. What on earth has got into her? Emily had not noticed that her fiancé watched her. Taking a few steps forward gingerly, he hoped to hear what it was that she was making such a fuss over. Before he could get to her, Emily Roundhouse raised her hand and slapped Lady Charlotte across the cheek, then turned and marched away. Logan's mouth dropped open in horror. He'd never before seen Emily behave in such an unladylike and malicious manner. Poor Lady Charlotte cradled her cheek in her hand as her friends rushed to her to pull her into their embrace. After a moment of shocked pause, Logan took off after Emily. Whatever was said must have been terrible to make her act in such a way. "Emily, wait!" he called after her as she marched between the trees, quite alone and most obviously upset. "Please, Emily, stop." "I don't want to talk to you," she snapped, her voice high-pitched and tears wetting her pink cheeks. Logan broke into a jog to catch up to her. He grasped hold of her arm and she stopped walking, though she did not turn to look at him. "What happened, Emily?" he pleaded. "You know you can tell me." Slowly she turned to him, her tear-filled eyes lowered to the ground. Emily's chest rose and fell rapidly as she tried to push away the sobs. Logan's heart broke at the sight of her plight. Whatever had happened, it had affected her terribly. "My darling Emily." He spoke softly, ducking his head to catch her eye. "Please tell me what happened. Maybe I can help." "I don't." She took in a deep breath and swallowed hard, before raising her gaze to meet his. Looking up at him through dampened lashes, she spoke with a trembling voice. "You will think me silly." Logan chuckled good-naturedly. "Try me," he said. "If I'm to be your husband, I should be your confidant too." Emily licked her lips, considering her words before she spoke them. "It was about you, actually," she reported. "Lady Charlotte thinks you very handsome." "She said actually that?" he asked, trying to keep the secret delight from his voice. It wasn't that he wanted Lady Charlotte to think him handsome, but compliments always made him feel good about himself. "She did!" Emily barked, sighing as she looked down at her hands. Her fingers twisted around each other as she continued. "She also said that she wished she could find a man like yourself, wealthy and handsome." "I see," Logan replied, a little humbled. He rubbed his chin in consternation, uncertain where this was going. "Is that it?" Emily's head shot up. "What do you mean? What more do you want?" Logan blinked. There had to be more because Emily had slapped her. The whole situation made no sense, and he was awash with confusion. "You struck the poor woman, Emily. Why would you do that?" "Well, because she—" Emily took in a deep, gulping breath and began to sob once again. Stiff with uncertainty, Logan put his arm around her to share some small comfort. There, he hummed. "Why don't you explain it all to me?" Emily looked up at him. "You're my fiancé, Logan, not hers." "Yes, exactly," he agreed, eyebrows raised in surprise. He'd always known she had a jealous streak, but this was a step too far. "I am engaged to you and only you. Why is that not good enough for you?" "I'm sorry," she whimpered. "I feel so paranoid because—" "Because what?" he questioned. "You are paranoid for no good reason." "No," she said quickly. "It's my father. He has always had mistresses and—" "I beg to differ. I am not your father," Logan cried, incredulous. "And," she said, putting emphasis on the word to show her displeasure at his interruption, "it broke my mother's heart. She endured it, Logan. Never saying a word, I hated watching it. Because of my father's indiscretions, I find it hard to trust men now." Logan sighed, feeling himself soften at her tale. She seemed genuinely distraught by what had happened in her parents' marriage, not that it could justify her behaviour. "I'm sorry you experienced such a thing," he said. "I truly am. Though you must understand, I am nothing like your father, Emily. You cannot behave like this. It's unseemly and unkind." "I know. You're right," she muttered, her eyes lowering in shame. "I fear I will suffer as my mother did. It has such a grip on me that I overreact sometimes. I know it's wrong of me." Logan closed his eyes and sighed. He allowed his hand to rest on her shoulder in an attempt to comfort her. Although he wanted her to feel better, naturally, his heart was heavy. A feeling of dread grew inside. As much as he wanted a family, he was no longer certain that Emily was the right woman to be his future wife. "All right," he said, pulling her into a friendly embrace. There now. Everything will be well, I'm sure of it." Chapter 3. Olivia blew through her mouth on the beginnings of the fire. A cold fog formed in the air from her breath, but at least it gently encouraged a small flame in the crumpled-up newspaper sitting under the coals. She had a black smudge across the bridge of her nose, and her pale cream apron was grubby with soot. Every morning, this was her first job of the day, lighting the fire in the small apartment above the modiste shop. There was a time when she would remain in bed as a maid lit the fire in the huge hearth of her bedroom chamber, one of many in the mansion they once called home. "Good morning, darling," her mother's voice called out as she hobbled out of the single bedroom in the apartment. Olivia herself slept on a pallet in the sitting room, and William slept on the chaise. "Morning, mother," she replied with a tired brightness as she clambered to her feet. Her second job of the day was to make breakfast. Making her way to a small but practical kitchen, she slipped a half loaf of bread from its wax paper wrapping. "Bread and butter again?" Angelina asked. "I'm afraid we don't have much butter left," Olivia replied with a sigh. "There should be enough for today. We'll worry about tomorrow when it comes. Is father up yet?" "He's on his way. His hip is playing up again." "Does he need any help?" Olivia asked, concern etched on her face over her father's health. His leg had been broken in the fire that had burned away their wealth, and some days he struggled to walk. "Oh no," Angelina said, waving away her daughter's concern. "He's quite all right, hobbling. You already do more than enough for us, my darling, and we can do nothing for you. Is William awake yet?" "No, I'm letting him sleep, as he was restless during the night." "And you talk nonsense, mother," Olivia said, taking the knife and slicing cleanly through the dry loaf. "I consider it my duty to care for my loving family. One slice or two?" "Just one, please," Angelina answered. "Oh, what I wouldn't do for a scrape of marmalade right now." Angelina chuckled and Olivia laughed along with her, though the joke pained her. She would love to be able to provide her mother with marmalade, as much as her mother yearned for it. But the medical bills for her father ate up any spare money she earned. "I'll take 3 boiled eggs this morning, please, cook," her father requested as he limped into the kitchen with a cheerful brightness, despite the evident pain he suffered. "You'll have bread and butter, and you'll like it," Olivia said as she placed an empty plate in front of him. "Ah, but the best bread and butter this side of the Tower of London," he said with a cheery grin. "And where is that son of mine?" he asked, just as a sleepy-eyed William appeared, rubbing at his face. Olivia chuckled. "You are so easy to please, father." "And after all we have endured," Angelina added. "All the more reason to be cheerful," the Earl protested, his mouth now half full of bread as he buttered a piece for William, who sat at the small table with him. "We will have lost everything if we lose our humours too." "Eat up, William," Olivia spoke to her brother, "for I won't be back until this evening. I have appointments right up until 6 o'clock. "You work far too hard, my darling," the Earl said with knitted brows, his jolly demeanour gone. "I work as hard as I need to, in order to support my family. Now, eat." Before another word could be spoken, Olivia slipped from the kitchen and through to her parents' bedroom. She stripped the bed ready to launder the sheets that evening, then replaced them with fresh ones, dusting down the surfaces to rid the spiders of their webs, and continued on to mop the floor, finishing off with a clean cloth to the windows. Olivia sprinted back into the living room and folded up hers and William's blankets, hiding them in a cupboard. Dancing through the entire apartment in the same manner, she did so every morning. Once finished with their lodgings, she'd go out to their small garden situated across the street from their building, with William in tow, where once she had played in her mother's rose garden and admired her father's topiary obsession. Now she weeded the vegetable patch and pulled up potatoes and carrots for their evening meal. When she had finished, she stood up to admire her handiwork, wiping her muddy hands on a dirty apron. Every day was hard work, but it was rewarding. She didn't mind at all, not if it meant her parents could live out their lives with contentment in their hearts, especially after what she had done to change their lives. Guilt had consumed her ever since her 12th year of life, on that fateful day when she had fallen asleep with a candle still burning. She had placed the brightness of the candle as close to her bed as she could, to enable her to read a book. As she dozed off, her arm had knocked the candle to the floor, leading to the blaze that had changed their lives forever. They had told her over and again that she had been but a child, that none of it was her fault, that a maid should have checked in on her, but she could never accept such explanations. Overnight, they had become destitute. The luxurious comfort of her first 12 years of life was gone. From there on, she was required to work and put food on her family's table. Olivia had accepted her lot. She would do whatever it took to make up for her failings. She would do everything in her power to care for her parents and younger brother. It was for that reason that she knew marriage could not, should not feature heavily in her thoughts. Returning to the apartment, she freshened up before going down to the shop. While William had gone off to play with some friends he had spotted, she spruced the dust from her hair, adorned one of her carefully handcrafted gowns, and pinched her cheeks in a vain attempt to add a little colour to her face. With a frustrated sigh, she stared at her reflection in the flawed, warped-looking glass. It would have to do. "Goodbye," she called to her parents before trotting down the stairs and out of the shop door. "Remind William to do his reading when he returns." Her mind was busy sorting out her day. She needed to fetch some tea before the shop opened. This was a luxury she afforded her customers to encourage their repeat visits. "Good morning, Mr. Miller," Olivia called to the butcher with a wave. He leant against his doorframe, his moustache so large it hung over his lips. Mr. Miller offered her a half wave of his hand, even though his face reflected the grumpy stare of an old man. Olivia was determined to make him smile one of these days. "Good morning, Miss Olivia," young Nessie called out to her, one of the local maids out running errands for her mistress. "Morning, Nessie. Is that a new bonnet you have upon your pretty hair?" Nessie blushed. "It is that," she replied, her hand going up to touch it. "My lady gifted it to me for my birthday yesterday." "You had a birthday without even a mention." "I did," Nessie said, a proud grin on her face. "Well, many happy returns from all of us," Olivia chirped. "If you pop by the shop later, I'll have something to help you celebrate." She thought to give the girl a curl of ribbon, although it would be an offcut, but large enough to tie in her curly hair. "Miss Olivia! You're looking bright-eyed this morning," another voice called out. It was the grocer, with a smile on his face as he looked her way. He was busy arranging turnips on a colourful stand full of fruits and vegetables outside his shop. "Always, Mr. Wallace, top of the morning to you." "Indeed," he chuckled. "Off to buy your tea?" "I am at that," she said, walking up to greet him. "And what a lovely day for it." "How are your parents?" he asked. "I think of them often, you know, and their terrible misfortune." Olivia smiled, but there was a sadness reflected in her eyes as she pushed away his mention of their past. She was determined, instead, to focus on his kind consideration. "They are well enough. Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Father's leg is playing up again, but you know what he's like. He pretends like it's nothing. I'll wager when I check on his pain medication this evening, it'll be near enough gone." "I almost forgot," Mr. Wallace said, a finger in the air. "I have a little something for you and your family. I was going to give it to young William if he passed me by, but seeing as you're here—" He scurried into his shop. Upon his return, he held a small package wrapped in brown paper, handing it over to her. "Oh no, I couldn't accept this, Mr. Wallace. It's most kind of you, but nothing, Miss Olivia. I won't take no for an answer." He chuckled. "Besides, it's only old stock I can't sell. You know what people are like these days. If it doesn't look perfect, they're not interested." Olivia snickered. "Yet, it tastes the same, no matter the look." "Exactly." He pushed the package into her hands. "Take it, and enjoy, or it shall go to the dogs." Though she felt a twinge of guilt at accepting the help, she took it gratefully. It would certainly help add a little variety to their diet, something they often lacked. "You really are too kind, Mr. Wallace. Heaven is missing one of its angels." He shrugged shyly, but the smile on his face told Olivia he was pleased by her compliment. "We have more vegetables than we know what to do with, and you have— well, after what happened, I know things are hard for you." "That they are," Olivia agreed, shifting uncomfortably. "If I can take on a few more clients, it should—" "But you shouldn't have to," Mr. Wallace insisted. "It's not your place in life, is it? You're noble-born and you should live as such. A terrible tragedy it was, when that fire consumed your home." "Yes, it was indeed," Olivia said, her tone now subdued. "I should get on, Mr. Wallace. I have appointments all afternoon." She held the parcel in the air. "Thank you for this. I'll be sure to mention you to my parents." Olivia walked away at speed, hearing Mr. Wallace's farewells behind her. She hadn't wanted to be rude, but she could not bear it when folk talked about the fire. It brought up so many difficult memories for her. Even worse was that it was so long ago. So much had changed since then, including Olivia herself, and she wished others could move on as she had. By the time she returned to her shop, tea in hand, Lizzie had already opened up. The seamstress was cutting out pattern pieces at the back of the shop, her tongue stuck out of the corner of her mouth as she concentrated. "Busy already, I see, Lizzie," Olivia mentioned, putting her load down. She shrugged off her cloak and hung it on the hook behind the door. "Always, Miss Olivia. You know me. I don't like idle hands. Besides, Lady Roberts's girl called in this morning, wants her gowns a day sooner than expected, and you've got fittings to attend all afternoon." "Yes, we've a busy day ahead of us." "The shop's getting much busier by the day," Lizzie muttered, her eyes upon her work. "At this rate we'll need another pair of hands to help us out." Olivia chuckled. "As much as I would like that, we'll have to make do with William," she surmised. "I fear it's not quite busy enough yet. We both have families to feed." Lizzie shot her a disapproving look. "My boys are grown and long flown the nest," she pointed out, "as you well know." "Yes, but— and you are yet to have a family." Olivia took in a deep breath to calm herself. "I appreciate that, but—" "Don't leave it too long," Lizzie said, putting the scissors down and looking up at Olivia with a serious glare. "Once it's too late, there's no going back." Olivia smiled nervously. This was one of Lizzie's favourite topics of conversation, and one of Olivia's most miserable. Her assistant simply didn't understand Olivia's motives of why she did not wish to marry. She could never desert her parents and her brother. "I appreciate your kind thoughts," Olivia replied tartly. "Alas, there is presently no man who would wish to marry me, and certainly no man I have any interest in either. So, Let's get back to work, shall we? Except there is. A small voice in her head echoed as an image of the red-headed Duke at Lady Lydia's tea flashed through her mind. She knew nothing about him, bar his name, rank, and handsome features. Yet, a part of her had not stopped thinking about him since the moment they met. Chapter 4. I'm so glad you persuaded us to come, Olivia said to her parents as they all four slipped into their seats. Her chest thrummed with excitement. They hadn't done anything for the sheer enjoyment of it for such a long time. When her father first suggested they get tickets for the travelling theatre, Olivia had been uncertain. Money was always needed elsewhere, considering that they sometimes struggled to put food on the table or afford the medical bills. The price of tickets seemed a flamboyant expense. On top of that, Olivia was concerned for her father's health, wondering whether he would be able to walk to the theatre and back. Still, he had persuaded her. He had spoken excitedly of the evening because the poster had reminded him of his younger days when he'd attended every performance he could. He had told William that once he'd even had grand ideas of joining a troupe and becoming an actor. Thankfully, his father had corrected him, much to William's disappointment. Frank Dickens had been so animated when he had been telling William about his youth that Olivia simply could not refuse his request. His excitement had been so infectious, and she too had felt a glimpse of happiness, even if only for a few moments. I know I say it all the time, but you work far too hard, my girl, the Earl said, groaning as he lowered himself into a chair further along the row. Her mother settled next to him. He's right, Livy. You deserve a little fun. Olivia remained standing, checking on her parents and brother before she allowed herself to sit with her mother, and next to her was presently a row of empty seats. Well, this is certainly fun, Olivia remarked. Is it not, William? I'll say it is, sister. William replied with an enthusiastic nod of his head. She looked around the temporary theatre that had been set up in the town hall. They had built a stage in the centre. Seats surrounded the stage so it could be seen by the audience on every side. Along one edge there was a wide aisle, where the players would enter and exit, Olivia presumed. There were even garlands strung along the wall and across the front of the stage. The room filled with excited chatter as all the seats were taken. Olivia could sense strangers all around her, but she didn't pay them any mind. She was far too caught up in the moment, admiring the stage and the glimpses of actors shuffling around in the background. Shush 'em, her mother said excitedly as she grabbed at Olivia's hand, and William's at the other side as he was wedged between his mother and father. I think they're about to start. She was right. The silence settled over them like a blanket, slowly at first, then smothering the noise entirely. Olivia held her breath, her body tense with anticipation, as she was unable to pull her eyes from the stage. The sensation grew stronger as the players danced onto the stage. The play was a love story that took Olivia through every emotion she could imagine. Even William was mesmerised by the story. Some scenes made her laugh, others made her smile. When the tale was laced with moments of tragedy, Olivia felt the tears slipping down her cheeks. As she sniffled, she felt a soft piece of fabric being pushed into her left hand. A handkerchief, she realised. Thank you, she muttered quietly, raising it to her eyes to dab at the damp tears. She turned to see who her rescuer was, grateful to the stranger for their kindness. Thank you again. Oh! Olivia's mouth fell open in surprise and horror. It's you, she said with a high pitch to her tone. The man smiled knowingly, raising his eyebrows at her before returning his attention to the play. Olivia gaped at him for a moment more. When she turned back to the play, she found she could no longer concentrate on it. Now all she could think of was him. The Duke was seated next to her, and she'd used his handkerchief. Taking a few deep, steadying breaths, she tried, and failed, to refocus her attention on the play. The Duke was as handsome as she had remembered. Part of her had thought that perhaps she had imagined it, that she had remembered him better than he actually was. But no. Seeing him again now made her realize how attractive he was, and she felt an indefinable pull toward him. Unable to stop herself, she turned her head for another glance at him. Quickly, she looked back at the stage, but it was only mere seconds before she looked at him for a third time, her mouth falling open with a deep desire to know him, to talk to him, and to be with him. But I barely know him, she scolded herself for such foolishness. A handsome face, and she had turned to jelly, like a silly young girl. Yet there was something about him, some unknowable drive that pushed her to him, though she knew he was a duke, and she a mere modiste, even with her birthright. She would have given anything in that moment for him to lavish his attention on her. He turned to look at her, and she let out a little gasp, turning away quickly. Her heart raced at the realization that she'd been caught staring, and she held herself perfectly still as his eyes fixed upon her face. "Are you well?" her mother whispered from the other side, a hand clasping hold of hers. Olivia replied through tight lips, nodding frantically but not daring to move her head for fear she would turn it in the wrong direction again. She had no clue what happened in the rest of the play, though she guessed the unfortunate lovers found a way to be together in the end. At least she hoped so, but it was not something she could think about, not with the Duke so close by. When the play ended, the audience erupted into applause with many on their feet in a standing ovation. William was allowed to stand on his chair to see over the tops of people's heads. Olivia was pulled along by the crowd, joining in the celebration. As the noise died down and people turned to gather their belongings, the Duke looked at her and her parents directly. "Well," he said with a broad smile, "what a surprise to see you once again." "Do you know this young man?" the Earl asked, leaning over with his brow heavily furrowed in confusion. "Oh, please," Logan said, "do accept my apologies. How rude of me. Let me introduce myself. My name is Logan Edenwood, the Duke of Charlington." Angelina let out a squeak of surprise and delight, a hand flying to her chest as her eyelids fluttered. Olivia could tell that her mother was smitten. It seemed that Logan had that effect on other women, and not only her. That made him all the more attractive in her view. "Your Grace," the Earl said, bowing his head, "pleased to make your acquaintance, Frank Dickens, Earl of Essex." "Essex?" Logan questioned, furrowing his own brow. "I know of you, my lord, and I have heard of your misfortunes. Please allow me to express my sympathies." "No, thank you," the Earl said firmly. "As kind as your sympathies are, as a family we have deduced that we must not be pitied nor be pitiful a moment longer." Olivia smiled at her father's words. He had said them often enough, but there were times when even he struggled to believe them. She knew he said it mostly to convince himself. But now she could see that his intention was to impress the Duke. "What a refreshing way to think," the Duke said with enthusiasm. He paused, looking at Olivia and causing her cheeks to flush, almost fuchsia. "I don't know whether your daughter mentioned this or not, but we have actually met." "You have?" Her mother was shocked and looked from Olivia to the Duke and back again, searching for answers. Olivia closed her eyes briefly, wishing he hadn't mentioned the tea at Lady Lydia's. "Indeed," she said, forcing a smile. "I fitted the Marchioness of Northampton for a new gown at her home last week. She invited me for tea afterwards, and that's where I met His Grace." "She invited you for tea?" her mother asked, again showing her delight. "How lovely." Alas, the moment was brief, and it did not allow me the opportunity to get to know you, my lady, Logan said to Olivia. You disappeared rather suddenly. My lady? Olivia blushed at the title, embarrassed by the fact that she had dashed away. She may be the daughter of an earl, but she was also a dressmaker and a worker, in essence, a pauper, while he was a wealthy duke. I'm sorry, she stammered. I had other appointments, unfortunately. It's not important anymore, he said, waving away her concern, because today we've had the fortune of running into each other again with a new opportunity to talk. Oh, yes, I suppose, Olivia responded, her voice barely more than a squeak. Say, would you care to take a walk? Logan asked. I must be honest, you intrigued me the other day. I'd like the chance to get to know you and your family a little better. Olivia sucked in her breath. I had intrigued him. She had thought it only possible to be the other way around. Looking to her father, her eyes pleaded for permission, but there was no need to ask. The Earl looked genuinely delighted at the prospect and smiled at his daughter, nodding his agreement. Keep William by your side. She couldn't stop the grin from spreading up her cheeks. In that case, Your Grace, my brother and I would love to accompany you. Excellent, Logan said, getting to his feet. Please, there is nothing I hate more than formalities. Call me Logan. The Duke had not intended on bumping into the modiste, but when he'd entered the theatre, he'd spotted her immediately. To his delight, the seat next to hers had been empty. The temptation too great, he took it. Although he had expected her to say something straight away, but it took a while for her to even notice him. This had provided him with ample opportunity to admire her. She was as beautiful as he had remembered from their brief meeting at Northampton Manor. Her flesh, pale as pale could be, had an ethereal quality to it that made him want to reach out and cup her cheek. Her locks were like a soft, molten gold. It was more than that. She was graceful and elegant in a way that few commoners could achieve. Of course, when her father introduced himself as the Earl of Essex, her refinement made sense. She was born into it. Stepping out of the hall and onto the main stretch of road, there was a perfect, but nervous, silence. Ahead of them was a small park that Logan remembered from when he was a boy. He guided Olivia in that direction, aware of her brother William holding her hand and her parents walking a few paces behind to chaperone them. Logan searched around for something to say, finding himself shy for the first time in a very long while. He could not put his finger on why, but Olivia Dickens seemed to have a rather odd effect on him. What did you think of the play? He asked eventually. I enjoyed it, she said. And you? It's not the sort of thing I usually attend, but something lured me there tonight. What was that? She asked, tilting her head to look up at him. He shrugged. Fate, perhaps. I would never have bumped into you, otherwise. He watched as she hid a shy smile, evidently not wanting to appear too keen. How charming, she finally said, raising a teasing eyebrow in his direction. Chuckling, he quite liked how forthcoming she was, and that she had confidence in herself. She did not seem at all intimidated by his status, and that pleased him very much. So many ladies were interested in his wealth and title, but not in him. Yet, Olivia didn't appear to be influenced by any such nonsense. She seemed more to want to get to know only him, and it bolstered him, making him feel good. If this is not the sort of thing you usually attend, she said, drawing his attention back to her, what exactly is it you normally do in your spare time? Oh, that's an easy one, he replied. Music. I adore all music. She gasped and stopped walking, spinning around to face him. Truly? Logan frowned in confusion. Yes. Why? A giggle escaped her lips as she let go of her brother's hand. It's just that I too adore music. I don't get the opportunity to listen as often as I once did, and I certainly have not played in such a very long time, but goodness, I love. Did you say played? He asked, catching the word with intrigue. Her cheeks flushed for the third time that evening, another quality he found endearing. She continued walking, her focus once again on the path in front of them. I used to play the pianoforte before. She trailed off, and he could sense her discomfort at discussing her life before the fire. Well, let's simply say, before. I enjoy piano recitals. Can I hear you play one day? He asked, thinking perhaps she could play on the pianoforte in his own house, but not daring to suggest such a thing so soon in their friendship. She scoffed lightly. Perhaps, one day, I would like to play again. If I do, you are certainly welcome to listen. Have you ever heard the lute? He asked, looking at her from the side of his eyes to gauge her true reaction. She frowned as she thought, and then, when she hit upon a memory, her face lit up in the most delightful way. Yes, she said brightly, now you mention it, I do believe I have. When I was a child, we travelled to the Scottish borders to visit family. It was there that a cousin of mine played the lute for us. Would you like to hear it again? Here and now? Olivia stopped in her tracks once again, her eyes lit up with excitement. Do you play? She asked in surprise. I do, he admitted. I love to play. It is one of the best things in my life. Would you like to hear a song now? She laughed, the sound of her merriment as beautiful as any music. But how is that going to be possible? She asked in dismay. He winked, then raised his hand and clicked his fingers. A footman, one who had clearly been hanging in the shadows, appeared with a lute at his side. Your Grace, the footman said, bowing as he handed the instrument over. Olivia laughed again. Do you have a footman just for carrying your lute around? She asked. He shrugged. Only when I'm somewhere I can't carry it myself, he said prudently, and positioned the lute across his chest. I take my instrument everywhere. You never know when one will get the opportunity to play. He began to pluck at the strings, playing a sweet love song. She watched him intently, her gaze shifting between his eyes and his fingers. It was as mesmerizing as he had intended it to be, and that only served to endear her to him even more. Anyone who appreciated his music was worth his time. As he watched her observing him, he became aware of a small group of people forming around them. Though it was normal for him, whenever and wherever he played, he always attracted attention. He liked it, and hoped Olivia did too. He soon began performing for the crowd, immersing himself into his music and turning to smile at those who had gathered to listen to him play. There were many young ladies, some of common birth, but many nobles too. The group grew by the minute. When he reached the end of the song, he lowered the lute and raised his eyes to meet Olivia's. Except she wasn't there. Spinning around, thinking maybe he'd turned himself around as he was playing, he sought his new friend in the crowd. There were so many people. The more he searched, the more he realized there was no sign of Olivia or her parents. She was gone. Nowhere to be seen. Logan's shoulders slumped with utter disappointment. Chapter 5. The following morning, Logan went for a stroll through town in order to distract himself from his thoughts, his lute dangling from his fingers in case the opportunity arose to play. He'd been awake all night, going over all that had happened the previous evening, although he'd searched for whatever he might have done wrong to cause Olivia's disappearance. He could think of nothing. Did she not like my music? He tried not to let it get to him. After all, he barely knew her. Yet, Why was he so affected by her vanishing? She had seemed so interested in him, and he was most certainly enchanted by her. Now, he was consumed by confusion and hurt, no matter what he told himself. "Afternoon, Giles," he said, nodding his head to the passing farmer. "Your Grace." Giles ducked his head and hurried on by with whatever task in hand. Logan was pleased to see the farmer going about his day in the back of his mind. No matter what was going on in his life, he always took the time to talk with the townsfolk and get to know them. Not many of upper society agreed on mixing with commoners, but Logan had never paid them much heed. It was vital, he believed, to use his privilege to do good and help those who needed it most. Every person in town held a place of their own, with their own importance, even if they weren't lucky enough to be born into wealth. "Mrs. Jenkins, how is your mother?" he asked as a slender woman dashed past him, a basket of fresh vegetables hanging from her arm. "Oh, she's not doing half as well, Your Grace," Mrs. Jenkins said, looking harassed as she stopped and turned. "It must be very difficult for you," Logan replied. "I won't keep you. I'm sure you have plenty to get on with." "Don't I, Alf?" she replied with a roll of her eyes before she turned and was swallowed by the crowd of shoppers. Watching her pass him by brought Olivia back to Logan's mind, and he sighed. He couldn't put his finger on why she was so firmly fixed in his mind, but nor could he shake her from his thoughts. There was something about her, what with her heady mix of nobility and commoner all in one. That alone was intriguing enough, but her grace and beauty added to the mix was also ample to overwhelm even the strongest of men. "Enough," he scolded himself, and made his way to the park just behind the main row of shops. Sitting down on a bench, he forcefully banished all thoughts of Olivia, raising his lute to play. Even before the first note rang out, Logan noticed some boys in the distance, watching him with timid curiosity. In the long days of summer, he would often sit in the park and teach the young commoners to play, or at least perform for them. It was one of those things he enjoyed doing. A small way to give back to his community, even though the boys would never be able to play again, for he knew their chances of obtaining a lute were slim at best. He kept an eye on the intrigued boys, knowing that those drawn to music were the ones he wanted to teach. His love of music was innate, and Logan saw the passion and spark in those lured by his performance. Today, only one boy approached. His movements were slow and uncertain, but he was clearly enchanted by the sounds coming from Logan's fingers. Logan allowed his smile to grow, but he didn't stop playing until he reached the end of the piece. Once completed, he looked up at the boy and grinned. "Do you like music?" he asked. The boy could not have been more than 10 or 11 years old, and had that skinniness that only energetic children seem to have. His eyes glistened over the chocolate brown of his irises, and his sandy-coloured hair was mussed. As the Duke looked him over, he felt there was something familiar about the child, but brushed the thought aside. The boy was nodding his head up and down, his lips pressed firmly together. "Have you ever played an instrument?" Logan asked. With the same tight lips, the boy shook his head. "Tell me, young man, what is your name?" "William, sir," he replied. "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, William. My name is Logan." "I know your name. Are you rich?" the boy asked, his eyes inquisitive rather than rude. The question caused Logan to snort with a gentle laughter. "I suppose in many ways I am indeed, yes," he answered. "I do believe that we're all rich in different ways." The boy tilted his head, confused by Logan's words, causing Logan to chuckle again. "Perhaps that's a little too philosophical for today." "Philo what?" The boy blinked, bewildered. "William, let me guess how old you are. 25?" The boy rolled his eyes, too old for such gentle mockery. Logan understood instantly that he was no fool. It was clear that he'd had more education than most boys in his situation, and this intrigued him. Here was a boy with the same gracefulness as Olivia, a commoner with the breeding of nobility, perhaps. "I'm 10, William spoke up, his chest puffed out with pride. "But I'm much closer to 11 than I am to 9. 11, Logan repeated with humouring wide eyes. "Now that is old." William giggled. "Will you play me another song, sir?" Without the need for words, Logan merely clutched his lute to his chest and plucked idly at the strings. Settling upon a jaunty, bright tune, he began playing, and the boy jumped up to dance around him. By the time he had finished, William fell onto the bench, laughing loudly. The sound filled Logan's heart with love and compassion. At the same time, he also felt a bittersweet pinch of grief for the family he himself was yet to have. "Do you live nearby, William?" Logan asked, suddenly driven to find out more about this sweet child. William tensed. "I'm not sure I should say—" "Very sensible," Logan acknowledged. "I could be a thief or a vagabond." William frowned and openly looked Logan up and down. "You don't look much like a thief, but father says one never knows." "Your father sounds like a very intelligent man. I wonder if he's someone I may know." William shrugged. "I think you do. Most people have heard of him, though I can't say I know why. He's the Earl of Essex, but he has never done anything special that I can think of, and we're not rich." "The Earl of Essex?" Logan gasped in surprise. That would explain the similarities in demeanour between young William and the beautiful Olivia. They were the same because they were siblings. This was the young man who had been at the play with Olivia and her parents. "You are honoured to have such a family, William," Logan praised. "Never forget that." William shrugged again, looking down at the dirt on his shoes with his lips in a pout. Logan felt a rush of affection for this boy. Though the fire happened before he was even born, he must have had a difficult time growing up, as his family needed to adjust to their new situation. "I suppose you're right," William agreed. "Say, how would you like to learn to play the lute?" Logan asked. That was why he had come to the park after all, but an idea had presented itself to the situation. If William was willing to learn, perhaps they could meet again, and that could lead to meeting Olivia once more. William snorted with laughter. "But I don't have a lute." "You can use mine while you're learning," Logan countered. "And when our lessons have finished?" William sighed, a sound that made him old beyond his years. "It's a nice idea, sir, but I don't think making music is for the likes of me." Logan gasped. "Making music is for everyone," he insisted. "You never know what might happen in the future. If you start learning now, perhaps your situation will have changed by the time we've finished. Besides, learning to play well takes time, William. It's not something that happens in a day." William narrowed his eyes suspiciously, but Logan could see him softening. "Why me?" he asked. "Because I can see the love for music in your soul," Logan replied. The boy fell quiet, leaning back on the bench so he could look out over the park. Logan joined him, and the pair watched as the other boys tussled in the distance. "All right," William said finally. "All right?" Logan repeated, more excited than the boy himself. "Yes," William said, turning back to Logan with a grin. "But I think I'll have to check with my sister first." "Your sister? What about your parents?" William waved a hand. "They are old and will not understand. My father can hardly walk some days. My sister cares for me most of the time. She runs our house and earns a crust to buy our food." "I see." Logan chewed his lip in consternation. The young woman he met had seemed so dynamic, so full of life, yet, with a life such as William described, he wondered how it was possible. "What is your sister's name?" he asked. "Olivia," William replied. He said the name so matter-of-factly. It was just a name to him that connected him to his sister. But the sound of it set Logan's mind aflame, his heart beating faster. It was, indeed, one and the same, the modiste he had become so terribly enchanted by. "Oh, Olivia," he stuttered, forcing himself to smile. "That is a beautiful name." "I suppose." William shrugged. "Never really thought about it." "I have an idea," Logan said. "Why don't we go and ask her right this very minute?" William turned to him in surprise. "Right now?" "But that way, we'll know her answer right away, and I can get the chance to, meet your family." William twisted his lips uncertainly. "I don't know if that's such a good idea, sir." Logan jumped up from the bench, energized by the possibility of seeing Olivia again. "To your house we shall march, with not a moment to lose, William, and in return, I shall give you a sugar plum for your troubles." It was a sweet temptation that young William found hard to resist, and he jumped up with much enthusiasm. He was sure his sister liked music too, so what was there to lose? Chapter 6. Olivia was seated in the backyard of their humble home, a luxury, soft fabric draped over her own dreary dress, as she carefully stitched along the hem of one of her gowns. As Lizzie said, the shop had been busy of late, for which she was grateful. But it did mean that she had to work all hours. At least she could sit in the early evening sun and enjoy the fresh air. The yard was small and simple, the ground unsuitable for vegetables, and so decorated with a small table and chairs instead. They had spent many a summer evening there, taking tea or having a picnic as they used to in the old days. In the winter, it was less pleasant, icy and drab, and a place one kept the door tightly shut. But still, it was a part of her home, and that was all that mattered. The large door behind Olivia led directly into the back room of the shop, one of 3 entrances to the modiste. To her left, there was a set of outdoor steps that led up the side of the building and into the apartment above. There was another door, another set of stairs indoors that also led to the shop from the apartment. The building was neither grand nor fancy, but to Olivia it was home, and she felt comfortable there. The yard a place where she felt most at peace after a long, hard day. She hummed to herself as she watched her nimble fingers slip around the silk, though, for some reason, she felt a bolt of self-pity in her heart. She remembered watching those very same nimble fingers working their way up and down a pianoforte once, so long ago. The music flowed from her soul and through her fingers to the instrument, and ultimately out into the world. How she missed music and her ability to make it. She had not realized then how much of a privilege it was to be able to create art and music, like the Duke of Charlington enjoyed every day. Oh no! The thought of the Duke had come on so suddenly that she pricked her finger with the needle. A spot of red smudged across the yellow fabric. She raised the finger to her mouth, sucking on it until the blood stopped, then folded the fabric back into her basket, throwing the needle on top in dismay. Ever since she had met the Duke, her mind had been in disarray, and she found herself making silly mistakes, pricking her finger, miscutting her fabric, or worse, losing a thread of conversation with an important customer. Olivia knew that she had near enough fallen in love with him when he had played for her the night before, after they'd left the theatre. The way he played the lute had taken her breath away, and she recognised his musical soul. But the more he played, the larger the crowd of women began to gather around him. As Olivia had observed them, her joyful feelings turned into ones of dread and horror. They were women in beautiful ball gowns and emanating so much wealth, each one beautiful as they listened to the Duke, and many of them ladies that she herself had measured for new wardrobes. How could I have stayed among them? She asked herself, sighing as she slipped all her needlework back into the basket. He would have been so embarrassed to be seen with me. There was simply no way that he could possibly be attracted to someone like her, someone pale and uninteresting, and a modiste of all things. He had so many other options. For that reason, she had slipped away through the crowd, embarrassed for him, and full of burgeoning emotions that she did not understand. Standing up, she stretched her back before bending down to pick up the basket. It was time to go inside and make a start on tea. But what was that sound? Olivia could hear music, although ephemeral and detached. It was getting ever closer. She frowned and turned in the direction of the alleyway that led between the houses to the main street. What a beautiful sound it was, so very calming and sweet. Very much, she realised, like the music from the night before. Could it be? She raised herself to her tiptoes, as if that would somehow help her see better, but it did not. Falling back to her heels, she spotted him. Logan had rounded the corner into their small yard, lute in hand, and a smile on his face as a cloud of sweet music sounded out. Olivia held her breath, unsure whether seeing him delighted or terrified her. A wave of pleasure washed through her at the sight of him, but the same fear she had felt the night before simmered beneath the surface. "How did you—" she began to question, but as she did so, her brother's face appeared from behind the music maker, his smaller body still hidden by Logan's large stature. "William!" she cried. "What on earth?" William stepped into full view as Logan lowered his lute and tilted his head. The gleam in the Duke's eyes was one of amusement and happiness, though Olivia wasn't entirely sure how to read it. Is he mocking me, or is he genuinely pleased to see me as I am with him? Olivia held her body tense, though when Logan said nothing, she knew she had to take the lead. "Your Grace! What a surprise!" "Your Grace!" William's surprise came out as a squeak. "Are you a duke, sir?" Logan chuckled and nodded. "Of Charlington," he explained. "But people treat me differently when they find out, and I was enjoying our conversation too much for that to happen." "I'll still get my sugar plum, won't I?" "William, don't be so rude," Olivia reprimanded, but Logan merely snickered again. "It's quite all right," he said. "And yes, William, I am a man who sticks by his word. You shall have your sugar plum." Olivia swallowed back her confusion, determined to make a stand. Though she was naturally shy and under no illusions as to her status, this was her home, and she had a right to know what was going on. "At the risk of sounding impertinent, Your Grace, may I please ask what you are doing here?" "I found your brother playing with some other boys in the park," Logan explained. "Heavens, boy, you haven't been getting up to no good, have you?" Olivia asked, eyes wide with horror at the prospect. "I shall have to tell father and—" "No," Logan interrupted. "Not at all. I was there playing my lute, and he showed an interest." William's head popped up again, showing a toothy grin. "May I learn to play the lute, Olivia?" Olivia scoffed lightly, but then looked at her brother with pity. She understood the drive to want music in one's life. "I wish you could, William, but where in the world would we find that sort of money?" "Money is of no object," the Duke interrupted. "That is a phrase used only by those who have it, and not by those who have to work for it," she snapped, an icy chill running through her words. Logan held up his hands in submission. "You are right, of course," he admitted. "I didn't mean to offend Miss Olivia. I meant only that there will be no cost involved in this instance. I shall teach your brother to play the lute completely free of charge." "But why?" she asked, unused to such kindness from strangers. Logan shrugged. Music is the most important thing in the world. I have no one to pass my knowledge on to, so allow me to take this opportunity to do so, while I can. Olivia, in her surprise, leaned against the wall of the building. She was overwhelmed by such kindness. Few men, or even women, would be so benevolent. Olivia could not help but wonder if the Duke had an ulterior motive. Looking back up at him, her brow creased in a frown. "What are you really doing here?" she asked, looking around at her humble surroundings and her basket of work on the ground. "I really do want to teach your brother to play the lute," he insisted, taking a tentative step forward. He bowed his head in the hope of catching her eye. But she did not look up. "Last night, you disappeared without saying goodbye." "I dot," she began, but she was lost for words. His lips twisted into a gentle smile, and his voice boomed out with confidence. "I thought perhaps I should come and seek an apology." Her head shot up, and she glared at him, astounded by his rudeness. Once she saw the teasing in his eyes, she found herself giggling. "You went through all this trouble of finding me, simply for an apology?" she asked. "It was no trouble," he explained. "I asked the universe to help me, and fate found a way of bringing us together once again." Olivia had to smile at the romance of it. She had never really believed in fate, but perhaps there was something to it. "You were awfully busy last night, with all those young ladies gathered around you. They were very keen to listen to your music," she said. "I felt it better to leave them to it." "That's not an apology," he remarked, an eyebrow raised. Olivia giggled again. "Very well," she said. "I am—" But as she was about to say she was sorry, her brother tried to dart past her and into the shop. She grabbed for his collar, pulling him back. "Where do you think you're going?" she demanded. "To tell Mother and Father that I'm going to be learning the lute," he said, glaring at her in defiance. "You cannot leave me here alone with a gentleman," she cried, "or everyone in the street will be talking." Though they were now poor, the Earl of Essex was still a stickler for proper moral behaviour. If he knew that Olivia had been left chaperone-free in the presence of a duke, even for a moment, he would be horrified. William huffed and plonked himself heavily onto the stone steps, arms folded in front of him. When Olivia turned back to Logan, the playful mood of a moment ago seemed to have vanished. He stared at her in silence, his expression a questioning one. Olivia shifted under the weight of his gaze, wishing he had not come to her at all. It had only served to prove that she had been a fool to dream. She looked down at her grubby work apron, then back up at his tailcoat, all pristine and polished. How could she have believed, even for a second, that he could be interested in her? How could she have imagined that finding her meant anything other than bored amusement for a man like him? "Very well," she said, offering him a weak smile. She turned to pick up her basket and make her way up the first couple of steps. "It was nice to see you once again, Your Grace," she said. "Perhaps we will bump into one another some other time." "Wait!" he called. She blinked and turned to him, one hand resting on the banister while the basket dangled from the other. "Yes?" "I've only just found you again," he said. "You cannot disappear so soon." She let out a little humourless laugh. "I cannot possibly fathom your reasons for going to such effort," she said. He looked surprised, as though it should be obvious, but it wasn't. At least, it wasn't to Olivia. "I am here playing the lute for you, after bribing your brother with a sugar plum. Can you not tell I am intrigued, nay, enchanted by you?" Enchanted? Olivia's heart raced at his words, so tender, so sweet, and she could not stop herself from smiling. But surely he must be mistaken. Or perhaps this was some trick for the amusement of the men at a club. She raised a hand to lift her skirt. showing him the fabric. "That cannot be so," she announced. "How could a duke possibly be interested in someone like me?" Logan laughed out loud, but his jest was not a cruel one. It was more a laugh of dawning realization than anything else. "My dear Miss Olivia," he said, "I would not be here if I were not interested. I care not for your social standing nor your circumstances in life. I only have an interest in your wealth and in how such poverty affects you. But ever since we met at Northampton Manor, I have felt a connection to you. I cannot explain it, and nor do I wish to. I want only to explore it, especially as it has only gotten stronger every time I see you." Quite without realizing, Olivia's mouth hung open. She was shocked, certainly. Yet a warmth of happiness spread around her body. A tingle tickled down her spine at the notion of their connection. Yes, she too had felt it, without a doubt. "If you too are also interested," he continued, throwing her a cocky smile, "then perhaps we can get to know each other a little better. May I dare to suggest that we begin to court?" Olivia gasped. She was most definitely interested in this kind, talented, handsome man. Could it be possible? Had she misunderstood what he was saying? After a long silence, Logan swallowed and looked at her sadly. "From your silence, I take it that you have no interest?" he asked. "I am so sorry to have wasted your time, Miss Olivia." It was as he began to turn away that Olivia ran down the few steps she had only just mounted, rushing toward him with her hand out. "No, wait!" she called out. "Please, do not leave." He turned back to her, questioning and curious, a spark of hope alighting his eyes. "It does not mean that at all," she told him. "I am somewhat surprised, that's all, because I know the connection you speak of. I feel it too. I would love for us to become better acquainted, Your Grace." Logan's smile turned into an extra-large grin. "I am so pleased to hear that, Miss Olivia, but I must ask you once again to call me Logan. Your Grace is far too formal." Olivia's cheeks flushed, but she smiled all the same, glancing up at him through her lashes. "Very well, Logan." He nodded, satisfied, then moved to push past her and enter the house. "Where are you going?" she asked, turning to follow his progress. He stopped halfway up the steps. "Why? I'm going to ask for your parents' permission to court their daughter, of course." Chapter 7. When Logan played the lute, he both lost and found himself in the music. It washed away all his woes, but also freed his mind to think with more clarity. It had been like that for the last 3 days, when Logan had locked himself at home with thoughts confused and wild. He let his fingers work while his mind wandered. He'd asked Olivia's parents for permission to court her, and they had granted it. As soon as he had arrived home, his thoughts had been twisted with grief and hesitation. Finding love and having a family had been his only dream for so long, and he'd come close more than once. So close. Now there was a spark of hope again, yet he could not stop the guilt and worry churning in his gut. What if I make a mess of it again? He was entirely enamoured with Olivia. She was his first thought in the morning, and his last before he went to sleep. His inner consciousness injected her into his dreams and into everything he did during the day. But it could all go wrong again. He'd ruined it before. What if he did that again? Logan sighed, his fingers moving quickly over the strings as the music beat grew faster and louder with his tangled emotions. He held his breath as the notes came to a rapid crescendo. Before cresting the wave, a glass placed heavily on the table crashed to the floor and jerked him from his thoughts. "As much as I could stand here and listen to you all day, I thought I'd best stop you before you jump over the edge, old man." "Gilbert!" Logan's frown grew into an amused grin upon seeing his friend. "I see you've already poured brandy." "Sounds to me like you need it," Gilbert replied. allowing himself to fall into the armchair next to Logan's, his own brandy in hand. "Come on, then. I have not ridden my horse all this way for nothing. Out with it." Logan glanced sideways at him, his hand halfway to the brandy glass. Out with what? Gilbert snorted. "How long have we known each other, Logan? Am I not married to your prettiest of cousins, the beautiful Lydia?" "You are a lucky fellow indeed, and we've known one another for as long as I can remember," Logan replied. "Exactly," Gilbert nodded, pointing at Logan with his brandy glass. "You only ever play that frantically when you've got something on your mind, my friend. So, come on, out with it." Logan sighed and lowered his lute to the floor next to his chair. He leaned back, rubbing his eyes tiredly. Gilbert was the best of friends, and they always told each other everything. But right at that moment, he did not know if he had the capacity to put his muddled thoughts into words. Gilbert Greenmom, Marquis of Northampton, was Logan's best friend in the entire world. They had grown up together on neighbouring estates, and the pair had shared every aspect of their young lives, from victories to heartaches, though there seems to be so much more of the latter lately. Gilbert was a bright, cheery young man, never one to let things get him down. His temper was matched by his fiery red hair, though his cheeks were more often redder than they were white, and sprinkled with freckles that danced across his nose. "Your hair's a mess," Logan said, looking up at the spiky peaks. "I've been riding," Gilbert explained. "Don't change the subject." "You could have run a comb through it before you came to see your oldest and dearest friend," Logan teased. "Am I not important enough?" "Logan!" Gilbert laughed as he drank back his brandy in a single gulp. "You're a rotter. What's happened to you since we last met?" Logan sighed again, lowering his head as he admitted defeat. "Very well. If you must know, I think I may be besotted." "Besotted?" Gilbert asked, head tilted in question. "As in, a pretty female?" "Very funny," Logan replied, rolling his eyes. "You know full well what I mean." "Well, it could have been a horse, but you are quite right, and I apologise. I'm assuming this new lady friend of yours is someone very special to you." "She is," Logan replied with a blank smile. He stared off into the distance, picturing Olivia, and a gentle smile grew on his face. "She is beautiful and witty and intelligent. I'm entirely enchanted by her." "Then, why are you so quiet and thoughtful over it? Surely this is a good thing." Logan sighed, blinking as he pulled himself from a daydream and returned his focus to Gilbert. "It is a good thing, but what if—" He trailed off, unsure how to express himself. "What if it rains? What if it pours?" Gilbert sang out. He got up from his chair and wandered over to the drinks cabinet, returning to his seat with the brandy decanter in hand. "There's always a what if, my friend. That doesn't stop us going outside, does it?" Logan snorted. "If the clouds were black, then I would avoid going outside," he pointed out. "And are the clouds black?" Logan shifted uneasily in his seat. Gilbert always had a way of making him see things from a different angle. No, the clouds were not black at all. If anything, they were golden. But that wasn't to say they would never turn black. "All right," Gilbert stepped in. "Let's start again. Where did you meet her?" Logan felt a flush of embarrassment at the realization that Gilbert had met Olivia at exactly the same time that he had. It felt like such a personal revelation, as though he had seen something Gilbert had not. "At your house, actually," he admitted. "My house?" Gilbert frowned in confusion, but only for a moment. Soon his expression changed, and his voice rang out with laughter. "Ah, I spotted the modiste through the door. I thought I saw you giving her the eye." "I was not giving her the eye," Logan complained. "My mistake," Gilbert said with a chuckle. "Have you seen her since?" I happened upon her when I went to see the travelling players last week." "Any good?" Gilbert asked. Logan smiled to himself. "Oh, yes. She looks simply beautiful, and we went for a walk. She really is a fascinating creature." "I meant the play," Gilbert said, snorting with laughter. "Did you manage to watch any of it, or were your eyes otherwise occupied?" Logan laughed. "Very well, I admit it. I don't recall much of the play, but Miss Olivia, my goodness." "Do you want my opinion?" Gilbert asked. "Of course I do." "Then here it is. Logan, I have not seen you smile like this in such a long time. You obviously like the girl. So, what exactly is the problem?" Logan fell silent for a long moment. He didn't know if he'd ever get over the guilt of past disappointments, and wasn't entirely sure that anyone else could possibly understand. "Eleanor," he said eventually, his voice cracking at the sound of her name. "Ah, yes," Gilbert said. He looked down to his lap, straightening his trousers to hide his discomfort. "I should have guessed, but she is gone now, Logan. You must allow yourself to live your life." "But how?" Logan cried. "How is that possible after everything that happened? When our carriage veered off that path and Eleanor died, I lost everything." Logan let his memories drift to the day his wife had died. They had been so young and full of life, excited about their future and all it would bring with it. Logan would finally have the family he had yearned for, but a freak accident had ended it all, suddenly and brutally. "Have you considered trying to get in contact with—" "I don't want to talk about him," Logan replied, cutting Gilbert off before he could finish his sentence. He knew what his friend was going to say, but he could not bear to hear it, to hear that name. It saddened him too much. But nothing, Gilbert. I do not even want to think about him." "Very well," Gilbert replied, his tone slow and careful. Logan caught his breath, taking in a gulp of air to stay his emotions. Whenever he thought of the past, all his vulnerabilities came to the fore, and meeting Olivia, having even a glimmer of hope at love again, pulled the past from where it belonged. When he spoke next, it was soft and barely audible, his eyes fixated on the wooden floor in front of him. What if it happens again? "What if it does?" Gilbert asked. He ducked his head, attempting to catch Logan's eye, but Logan refused to look at him. "Are you willing to lose the good for fear of the bad?" his friend asked. "Honestly, I don't know," Logan replied, finally meeting Gilbert's gaze. Gilbert opened his mouth to speak, but words would not form on his lips. He was unsure how to phrase what he wanted to say. "Logan, I know I have said this often enough, but now it is more imperative than ever. The past belongs in the past. You need to let it go and move on. And even though my beautiful Lydia and I have no children yet, and you—" "Stop right there. How do I live on with all that has befallen?" "Miss Olivia," Gilbert replied, now seized with enthusiasm. "You have such a glint in your heart over her, Logan. Use that to help you heal. Do you think it possible?" "From what little you've said, she sounds wonderful. Just what you need." Logan smiled shyly. "She is," he admitted. "I can't really explain it, but I feel an overwhelming connection to her. We hardly know one another, and already I'm terrified I'm going to lose her too." Gilbert reached over and patted his friend's arm. "Love is difficult, even when it's wonderful," he said. "Love!" Logan cried in surprise. Gilbert chuckled. "Yes, Logan. Love. I do believe you are in the midst of falling in love again." "I don't know about—" Logan's words were interrupted by a knocking at the door. "Come in." The butler entered, silent on his feet, and bowed politely. "I'm sorry to disturb you, Your Grace, But you have a visitor, one Lord Beckingsdale. Are you available to speak with him?" The name made Logan's blood run cold, and he froze. Of all the people he wanted to see the least, Lord Beckingsdale was one of them. "Your Grace?" the butler repeated, snapping Logan to attention. "Yes, sorry, Beaumont. Yes, I'll see him right away." Chapter 8. Sarah groaned as she lowered herself into the chair next to Olivia's. "This fourth one will be the death of me," she said, rubbing at her expanding belly. Olivia giggled, thinking her friend merely teasing. "But it is so beautiful, the family you and Edward have created together. I hope to have a large family too one day." Sarah groaned again, loudly this time and accompanied by an eye roll. "Let's not talk about that. Tell me more about this gentleman that you met." Olivia rocked as she stroked little Lucy's soft hair. She smiled down at the toddler as she allowed thoughts of Logan to roll over in her mind. Lucy was 2 years old already, and even in Olivia's eyes, she was growing up far too quickly. The older girls, 6-year-old Jenny and 5-year-old Amy, were doing their best to ignore their chores, most likely causing havoc with the neighbours. Olivia thought their mischief endearing, but she could tell that Sarah found it difficult, often at the end of her tether. "The Duke of Charlington!" Olivia practically whispered his name, her focus still on the toddler. Even his name sent a shiver down her spine. Despite everything, she had to keep reminding herself that nothing could come of it, that soon he would see her for what she was and realise his error. A duke, no less. Sarah threw her head back in laughter. "That's all I need to know. You have to marry him right this very minute." Olivia laughed. "A title alone is hardly enough to warrant marriage." Sarah shrugged. "Perhaps not. But I'd wager that title comes with wealth, and I tell you this now, marrying a poor man is no fun whatsoever. You're lucky to have caught the attention of a duke." Olivia hugged Lucy closer to her. "You and I both know a title does not necessarily mean wealth, Sarah," she said, thinking of her poor father, his wealth lost forever. "Yes, I'm sorry. Excuse my forgetfulness." Her tone had turned sombre at the realisation of what she had said. "It's the baby. She turns my mind to mush." She? Olivia raised her eyebrows, pleased to have another subject she could jump into. "You think you're having another girl?" Sarah winced, twisting in her seat, her hand to her stomach. "It would be just my luck," she said. "I don't think Edward will stop until we have a boy." "You can't blame him," Olivia reasoned. "All men need an heir. It's perfectly natural." "Yes, I know. But it's us women who pay the price." Sarah sighed deeply. "Oh, I don't know, Livy. I'm just so tired all the time, and I'm not sure I have enough love for another one." "It'll get better once the baby is born," Olivia assured her, reaching over to clutch her friend's hand. "Your body is working so hard at creating a whole new person. You're bound to be tired, and you'll fall in love as soon as she is born. You wait and see." She looked around the room. It wasn't too different from her own. Though clean, everything was tarnished with the passing of time and heavy use. The couch and chairs were pleasant enough and comfortable, but they too were worn and old. The drapes no longer in fashion, and the rug with threadbare patches. It was homely, though, and Sarah did her best to keep on top of it all. Olivia glanced up at her friend, at the dark circles beneath her eyes and the way all the joy seemed to have vanished from her face. Sarah was often sardonic and self-deprecating, and though it was intended as humour, Olivia could see the truth. "What else is so special about this Duke, then?" Sarah asked. "There must be something. I don't think I've ever seen you so animated." Olivia flushed, pushing her lips together to try and subdue the smile. Whenever she pictured him, she could not stop her face from lighting up, her secret delight displayed for all to see. "Well, he's charming, of course," she said, giggling as she looked at Sarah from under her lashes. "Gregarious and kind. He was good enough to spend time with me, despite our differences in—" "No," Sarah said firmly, interrupting her. "He was not good enough to spend time with you. You are worthy of the time of the Prince Regent himself." Olivia tittered in response. "Oh, but the Duke is so much more handsome." "I can only imagine," Sarah said dreamily. "You're so lucky, Olivia dear." "Don't say it like that," Olivia replied, looking at her friend in confusion. "Edward is a handsome man, and a loving one too." Sarah sighed, yet again. "He would be, perhaps, if I ever saw him. He spends all his time at the bakery these days." Olivia felt a pinch of sympathy for her. It was true they did not have much money, and Edward did work an awful lot, but he did it for their family. Olivia was certain of that. She had always believed that they shared a beautiful love between them, a true and honest love. It was the kind of love that she hoped to have for herself one day, maybe even with Logan. "I am sorry to hear that you feel so discontent, Sarah," Olivia said, her brow creased as she reached over and clutched her friend's hand again. "Have you tried talking to Edward about it?" Sarah let out a little half-laugh, waving her hand in the air to brush away Olivia's concerns. "Don't listen to miserable old me whining on," she said. "I'm sure I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. If I can get comfortable tonight, that is." Olivia smiled. She hoped that excuse was true, though she knew, and she thought Sarah knew, that love was so much more important than wealth, and she had that with Edward. She was the lucky one, not Olivia. "Do you think he's as smitten with you as you clearly are with him?" Sarah asked. "Who?" Olivia feigned ignorance, hoping to convince Sarah that Logan wasn't the only thought in her head, even though he was, from the moment she woke to the moment she went to sleep. Sarah rolled her eyes, not fooled in the slightest. "You know very well who, unless you're smitten with someone else and haven't told me yet." "No, there's only—" She paused, correcting herself. "I mean, no, I'm not smitten with anyone. As for the Duke, well, he did call on me the other day." Sarah gasped, sitting up as straight as her pregnancy would allow. And nothing," Olivia shrugged, "except that he asked for permission to court me, and my parents said yes." Sarah squealed this time, unable to hold back the delight shining from her eyes. "Are you terribly excited?" "Yes," Olivia admitted, though her voice was low and shy. "But my gown—" She trailed off. "But?" Sarah asked, cocking her head. Olivia sighed and looked pointedly down at her gown. It was one of her own, better made and tidier outfits, although made from a cheap muslin with a practical design that allowed for work. It was nothing like the gowns she created for the ladies of the ton. They were made with exquisite silks in every colour imaginable, and sometimes so outlandish in design that Olivia wondered how they comfortably moved. She supposed that answer was that they didn't much. "Your gown?" Sarah asked, reminding Olivia of her unfinished sentence. "What's wrong with it?" Lucy wriggled on her lap, as if trying to look at the gown too. Olivia loosened her grip, allowing the girl to clamber down from the couch and toddle off in search of her sisters. "Not just the gown," Olivia huffed. "It's everything. The gown, the shop, my home, and even my family. He saw it all, Sarah." "Exactly. He saw it all, and he was still interested. That should be enough to put your concerns at ease, Livy. You are noble-born, after all. Your father is the Earl of Essex, for goodness' sake." "Yes, and had we held on to our wealth and were still members of society, the The Duke would even then be considered out of reach for someone like me. Without all that, there's even less chance. Without all what? Do stop fretting so. Forget those nonsense rules and focus on what you and the Duke want instead. Has he not asked for your courtship? And do you not want to give it? That, my dear Olivia, is all there is to it. Now stop being silly and pour us another cup of tea. Olivia smiled gratefully at her friend. She leaned forward to pour the tea. Sarah was always the ever-reliable one for sensible, down-to-earth advice, never one for airs and graces, nor for arbitrary society judgments. As she put the teapot back, they heard a screeching cry emitting from the garden. Olivia's head shot up, horrified at the blood-curdling sound, but Sarah merely huffed. "Oh, for goodness' sake! What have they done now?" She shimmied to the edge of the couch, then levered herself up using the armrest. "Do you want some help?" Olivia asked, springing up much more easily. "I swear those children are not happy, unless they are causing havoc," she huffed. The corners of her eyes turned down as her chin crinkled. Was she about to cry? Olivia's heart went out to her. Motherhood was taking its toll in more ways than she had seen before. "Here, let me—" Before Olivia could offer her services once more, the two older children came bowling into the room, laughing and screaming in equal measure. Jenny ran straight into her mother, causing her to wobble on her feet, while Amy danced around the room, her long brown hair loose, tangled with knots. "Watch what you're doing!" Sarah snapped angrily. "But Mother, Lucy is—" "Crying, yes, I can hear her, thank you very much. What have you done to her?" "Nothing," Amy protested, indignant at the suggestion. "And look at the muddy footprints you've walked all through the house. Who do you think is going to have to clean that up?" Jenny held her hands together in front of her, looking up at her mother in a mixture of self-pity and fear. "We're sorry, Mama." "Sorry isn't going to clean the floor, is it?" Olivia could watch no more. She knew Sarah's harsh words came only from exhaustion and stress, nothing more. But she couldn't let it continue. She had to help. "All right, children." Olivia intervened, her voice a blanket of calm over the chaos. "Amy, bring your sister indoors, please. Jenny, can you fetch the mop and help clean up the footprints?" "Yes, Aunt Olivia," they replied in unison, trudging out of the room obediently. Sarah let herself fall back onto the couch. She lowered her head into her hands, and though she did not weep, tears gathered in her eyes. "Sarah?" Olivia asked, quiet and attentive. "Why don't they do that for me?" she asked, not raising her head. Olivia sat back down and forcibly took one of her hands, making her look up. "Because you are their mother," she replied. "It is perfectly normal for children to run their parents ragged while being the picture of innocence to outsiders. It shows how safe they feel in your love and care. It shows how little they respect me and how incapable I am of keeping control." "Oh, Sarah, darling, please don't be so hard on yourself, or on the children. Things will get easier, you know they will. Jenny and Amy are old enough now to start helping around the house a bit." As if on cue, Jenny walked in with the mop. It might be taller than she, but she was determined to manage it as she cleaned up the mess she had made. Amy walked in through the back door, shoeless now for fear of making more footprints, holding hands with a newly smiling Lucy. "There, you see," Olivia announced. "All is well again, isn't it, girls?" "Sorry, Mother," Jenny said, looking suitably sheepish. "Yes, sorry, Mother," Amy parroted. "Solly, Mama." Lucy joined in, her young mouth not quite able to shape the words. A bubble of laughter escaped Sarah's lips at the sight of her youngest trying to copy her sisters. "All right, you three, why don't you go and play in your room?" "They are good children, really," Olivia said as they left the room. "I suppose so," Sarah agreed. Though she sighed, then scoffed, "At least with a duke you should have a nursemaid and a housekeeper." Olivia giggled. The feelings of discomfort faded away. "I think I am a long way off from children. We've barely even begun courting. It'll happen. You wait and see." Chapter 9. "The mail has arrived, Your Grace," the butler announced, letting himself into Logan's study. Logan glanced up to see the pile of letters atop the silver platter, balanced on one of Beaumont's white-gloved hands. He sighed. The correspondence in business never seemed to end. "Thank you," he said, nodding over to the small side table beneath the window. "Pop them down there, will you?" "I'll get to them as soon as I can." "As you wish, Your Grace." The butler did as requested, silently, then disappeared from the room without Logan even noticing. For his part, he had his nose buried in his ledger. He had been trying, and failing, all morning to get the figures to add up, but his mind was not in it, and he kept making mistakes. With a growl of frustration, he threw himself back against his chair, letting the quill drop into the ink pot. It was no good. He knew the fault was in his mathematics and not in his budgeting, but he simply could not focus long enough to work out where his mistakes were. She kept appearing in his mind instead. He looked around the room, hoping to find a distraction. It was a spacious room with a grand fireplace on the wall opposite the door and behind his back. The hearth was even larger than the one in the drawing room, so designed to satisfy his father's penchant for overly warm spaces. To his left was a row of mahogany bookcases, on which sat those most precious of books he could never bear to place in the library, as if being parted from them for too long would somehow damage his soul. Across the room from that were two large double windows. In front of one sat a table, now stacked with letters, and in front of the other was a couch where Logan would, on more wistful days, sit and watch the gardeners go about their duties. He liked his study, as much as he liked his work. As Duke, he knew he could sit back and do only the tiniest amount to keep the estate running and in profit, should he want to, but he enjoyed the bustle of the business world too much, and he found himself investing more and more into it, relishing the thrill of the gamble. That's why it was so unusual, and therefore all the more frustrating, that he could not concentrate. He loved his work, and it was rare that anything, or anyone, could come before that. But she is special. The words sprung to mind without intention, without conscious thought, and he shook them away. He rubbed his hands over his face, then, with sudden decision, jumped up and grabbed his tailcoat from the hook by the door. Gilbert was right. He had to move on with his life, and Olivia was the perfect way to do that. He'd already asked for permission to court her, and it had been granted, much, he believed, to her satisfaction as well as his own. What, then, was stopping him? With a renewed energy and a broad smile, he dashed out of the house, directing his coachman to take him to town. He would call on Olivia at her shop and persuade her to join him for tea. The bell above the door tinkled as he pushed it open. Olivia's assistant, Lizzie, he understood, turned and looked at him curiously, but he merely nodded a good afternoon and pretended to browse the gloves on display while surreptitiously glancing around the shop. When he spotted Olivia, he stopped, standing up straight and staring right at her, a gentle smile tugging at the corners of his lips. She was talking to a client, a haughty older woman Logan knew to be something of a cantankerous nag, but Olivia handled her well, so much so that the woman was tempered and calmed. Logan was impressed. Not only was she beautiful, and goodness, was she just so, but she could hold her own in any situation, any conversation. Skilled and intelligent, Olivia was a complex creature who inspired in him a desire to be a better man. Yet, beneath her confidence and strength, He could see even now the gentle ebb and flow of insecurity and uncertainty. She was strong, certainly, but not invulnerable, and that made him want to wrap her up in his arms and protect her, guide her, and care for her. Logan shook his head, surprised at the strength in his emotion, and how quickly it had flooded through him. He had known without doubt that he was infatuated. She invaded his every waking thought. Now he realized that Gilbert had been right. He was falling in love and wanted, no, needed, to know her more. "Thank you, Lady Helena. Your gown will be ready in 2 days. As agreed." Olivia spoke as she turned and guided the woman to the door. With a sudden panic, Logan feigned a painfully intense interest in Lady's accessories, examining the delicate lace of the handkerchiefs and the bright colours of the ribbon. "What are you doing, you fool?" he scolded himself, inflamed with embarrassment at the prospect of getting caught watching her. "I think this one will suit you best." He jumped at the sound of her sweet, charming voice behind his shoulder and spun around to face her, chuckling nervously. "Do you think the embroidery will match my eyes?" he teased, his lips twisted into a laugh. "Absolutely," she agreed. "You'll be the prettiest one in town." Logan chuckled again, placing the fabric back onto the counter and looking down to smile at himself. She was as amusing as she was enchanting. "I suspect that might do my reputation some damage," he said. "I cannot imagine what my friends would say." "You are quite correct," Olivia said. "Perhaps it might be best if you stick to tailcoats and pocket watches." He smiled and looked into her eyes as they both fell quiet, simply drinking each other in. Olivia was surprised to see him. He could read it in her eyes, along with delight too. She looked pleased he was there, and that made him pleased he had come. "What are you doing here?" She cleared her throat with a dainty cough. "Oh, that is not how I meant it to sound. I mean—" Logan chuckled. "It's all right. I understood what you meant. I'm here to invite you for tea. I believe the shop closes very soon, doesn't it?" Her eyes widened in further surprise, and yes, further delight. "It does, but alone. Do you know Le Paradis?" he asked, interrupting her protestation. "It's around the corner, and they serve the nicest tea in the whole of London." "Of course I know it. I go there with customers sometimes, but—" "Then come with me, will you?" "I shall not keep you long, but I would dearly love to share a pot of tea and some cake as we get to know each other a little more. We are courting, after all, aren't we?" Olivia looked around nervously, and he was unsure why. When he had asked for permission to court her, she had readily agreed. What was holding her back? Then it hit him all at once. The ladies he courted would have a maid or a companion to chaperone them, but Olivia had neither, being as she was a commoner. No, he reminded himself, not a commoner, but an earl's daughter who had suffered a terrible misfortune. With her upbringing, she would be equally desirous of a chaperone, as even the wealthiest of ladies. But one would be so much less accessible to her. What a fool he had been. No wonder she had reservations. He frowned as he looked around the room for some sort of answer. That's when his eyes fell upon Lizzie. "Why don't we invite your assistant?" he asked. Lizzie looked over, ears pricked and listening most carefully, in the way of a nosy neighbour. "Lizzie?" Olivia's voice was high-pitched with surprise, and she looked over her shoulder, though Logan could sense she was pleased by the idea. "Yes, why not? The more the merrier." Olivia swung around to address her assistant. "What do you think, Lizzie? Would you like to come for tea at Le Paradis?" "I do have a family to get home to, you know," Lizzie replied a little snootily. "Yes, but one little cup of tea won't hurt, will it?" Olivia asked. Logan caught her wide-eyed stare at Lizzie, pleading with her to agree. And what about my husband? I'm not made of money, and he'll— Lizzie, if I may, Logan interrupted, taking a step forward in what he hoped was a friendly, rather than an intimidating, gesture. Tea will be my treat. And you think I go around accepting tea from any old stranger? Logan raised his eyebrows in dismay. He was not used to such harsh words from a commoner. His title was enough to earn him respect at the very least. I'm not a stranger. I'm the Duke of Charlington, and I would very much like to take you and Miss Olivia out for tea. Please, Lizzie, just this once, Olivia pleaded as Lizzie huffed. How about we have the tea room box up a little cake to take home to your husband as well, Logan suggested, by way of apology for taking up your time. Lizzie's disapproving frown grew into a smile, and Olivia flashed Logan a grin. Very well, Lizzie said, but only for a short while, and only because my Bobby has not tasted a decent cake in months. To Logan's surprise, Lizzie was quiet over tea. She shot Olivia the odd, encouraging glance, and occasionally put a quieting hand on hers. Other than that, she allowed Logan and Olivia to talk amongst themselves. As any good chaperone would, Logan approved of her matronly air. You don't have your lute with you today? Olivia asked. Logan looked sheepish. Actually, it is in the coach. As I said at the theatre, I rarely go anywhere without it. One never knows when one will get the opportunity to play. Does that sound ridiculous? Good Lord, no, Olivia replied, as though the very notion was shocking. It is most certainly not ridiculous at all. Music is to the soul what air is to the body. Logan's heart leapt at her words. He had so rarely met anyone who understood his affinity to music, and to his lute in particular. Olivia seemed to understand without him needing to explain. You said you play the pianoforte, did you not? He asked, remembering her mentioning it the last time they talked. She blushed and looked down at her hands, pain written across her brow. I used to, she said softly. Not any longer. That's a dreadful shame, he said. To think of all the music you could be making and— Unfortunately, it is no longer a privilege afforded to me, she replied with firmness. Still, I find my pleasure in other crafts now, such as my needlework. Logan paused, thinking how sad it was that she could no longer play. One of the few things he believed that brought her happiness was so unreachable. I have a pianoforte in my parlour, he told her, hoping she would understand his meaning. Instead, she shifted uncomfortably in her seat, so he continued to push the matter. You are always welcome to come and play on it, whenever you wish. That is most generous of you, she said, her response polite and perfunctory. I am serious, he insisted. I would dearly love to hear you play sometime, and who knows where it might lead. Perhaps one day we can make music together, you on the pianoforte and me with my lute. She looked up at him, meeting his eyes directly, as she positively beamed. The idea lit up her entire face. He was struck once again by her beauty, unable to think, speak, or feel. Olivia was witty and graceful, and elegant too. He knew without a doubt that he was falling for her. To lose her now would crush him. I would like that, she said, if ever I find the time. Then we shall make the time, he insisted. She giggled softly. Our lives are so very different. You do realise that, don't you? Making time might be easy for you, but I have a shop to run and a family to care for, not to mention the cooking, the cleaning, and the gardening. As she spoke, he knew she was not complaining, nor did she think herself hard done by. Rather, she was warning him of what her life entailed and what he might have to contend with. Her strength shone through. He thought her humble, honest, and hard-working. She cared for others long before she considered herself. He wondered how he could reply without seeming heartless or ignorant. "It must be difficult for you at times," he said eventually. Olivia smiled as if she'd heard those words 100 times before. "Perhaps, at one time, I would have thought so," she said. "But now, it is a part of my life. I have a duty to care for my family, and I want to, especially after, well, I'm sure you know all about it." "The fire?" "Yes. I doubt there is a person left in London who did not hear about the fire when it happened. My father tells me I need to find a husband and move on with my life, but it was I who caused the fire when I left a candle burning overnight. Never will I desert my parents in their hour of need." Logan felt a wave of sympathy for her. This Earl's daughter, who was so sweet and kind, pushed herself to repent for something that truly was not her fault. "What you are doing is very honourable, Olivia, but you know you cannot be to blame, don't you?" She scoffed. "That's what everybody says." "Because it is the truth," he insisted. "You could not have been much older than a babe, and accidents do happen." She frowned at him. "You think that I should not devote myself to looking after my parents and younger brother?" Logan knew he must tread with care. "No, that is not what I meant at all. I'm trying to say that you should not be so hard on yourself, that's all. Allow yourself time to make friends, and yes, to perhaps meet a husband one day. Perhaps me." This time she gave him a warmer smile. "I'm here with you, am I not?" she remarked, gazing into his eyes. "You are indeed," he agreed. "Will I, maybe, perhaps see you again soon?" she asked with shyness. "You will see me again, though how soon I cannot be certain." This remark caused her to frown at him, and he spoke quicker, wanting to explain himself. "I must go on a business trip to Birmingham. There I will be discussing the purchase of some new property. A factory, actually." "I see," she said. Her shoulders slumped, deflated by the news. "I should only be gone a week, or maybe 2. Upon my return, I would love to come and see you. If that is acceptable with you, of course." "Yes," she said. "That is more than acceptable. I look forward to your return before you have even departed." "As do I," he thought. "As do I." Chapter 10. "So, when are you seeing him again?" Olivia's mother asked as she ladled soup into old china bowls. "Who?" Olivia asked, though she knew perfectly well who her mother was referring to. Holding the loaf of bread firm with one hand, she let the knife slice through it with the other, Logan's image looming at the forefront of her mind. "The Duke of Charlington, of course," Angelina cried. She placed a bowl in front of her husband, then went back to the counter for the other 3. "You are supposed to be courting, are you not?" the Earl asked, "and yet we have seen neither hide nor hair of him for a while now." Olivia rolled her eyes. "I have told you already," she said, plonking the plate of sliced bread into the centre of the table. "He has gone away on a business trip. Upon his return, I am sure he will call upon me. Meanwhile, we have got enough to do here to keep us occupied." "Marriage is important," Frank insisted. His spoon clinked against the side of the bowl, not even waiting for his wife and daughter to sit down. "You cannot risk becoming a spinster, Olivia. I know you want to look after us, but if you never find a husband, that will be increasingly more difficult." "Marriage and children should be your only purpose," Angelina continued. "You cannot possibly be happy without them both." Olivia sighed, pulling out a chair to take her seat. She picked up a slice of bread and tore off the corner before dipping it into her vegetable soup. It was rich in colour and flavour, and it warmed both her body and soul right through. She focused on that, letting her parents' insistent words wash over her. It was nothing she had not heard before, but her parents did not seem to understand. Meeting Logan had been a fine opportunity, and one she fully embraced, but she did not have the time to go searching for love. "Yes, mother," she said, staring down at her soup. "It will happen when the time is right." The Earl tutted, the soup splashing as it dribbled off his spoon and back into the bowl. "Things don't happen on their own, Olivia dear. You have to go out and make them happen. You know that you don't want to leave it too late." Angelina added her piece. "Life will pass you by before you realise." Though their words were meant kindly, they made Olivia feel uncomfortable. How could she possibly leave them to start a family of her own, when it had been her fault that they were in this state in the first place? They were poor, no maids or servants to help, and no income without her. Yes, she might find a husband kind enough to look after them as well as her, but it certainly could not be presumed. Besides, what sort of husband would want her when her family could offer no dowry? Her mind drifted back to Logan. He seemed the type of man who would accept all that, and more. But she still believed it an impossibility that they would marry. If she ever was to find a husband, she hoped it would be a man like the Duke. There really was a spark between them. "Of course, mother. I am doing my best to look after you and—" "Tell me, when does the Duke return?" her father interrupted, not allowing Olivia to throw her excuses around. "Tomorrow?" Olivia replied softly. "He's back tomorrow. And goodness, I can't wait." As Olivia dressed that morning, her heart raced with excitement and anticipation. And yes, a touch of anxiety too. Logan was due back at lunchtime. As it was Sunday, she would not need to open the shop. He had written, and they'd arranged to go for a walk in Regent's Park that very afternoon. Her mother agreed to make lunch for her father, and so Olivia planned to go straight after church. Little did she know, as she carefully pinned each curl in place and pinched the colour into her cheeks, that she would not be attending church that day, nor would she see Logan. "Olivia, are you ready? What's taking so long?" Her father's voice called from the hallway, but Olivia could not pull her eyes from the looking-glass. It was spotted and marked with age, the silver colouring all yellow at the edges. Still, it was a luxury she knew many people in her financial position did not have, and one she could thank the shop for. "God doesn't care how your hair looks, Olivia dear." Olivia spun around and smiled at her mother. "No, I don't suppose he does." "Ah, I see." Her mother smiled knowingly. "God may not, but a certain duke does." Olivia felt the blood rush to her cheeks, and she averted her eyes with embarrassment. "Come now," Angelina said with a gentle laugh. "Let's get to church, and I will make sure that you look just right before you go to the park with your brother." "William is chaperoning." She looked at her mother in surprise. She had not thought much about who would accompany her, but nor had she thought it would be her 10-year-old brother. "Yes, dear. I have to cook your father's lunch, and you know he cannot walk that far these days. Not with his dodgy legs," she chuckled. "Besides, it will do William good to get out in polite company, instead of running around with the local boys. Sometimes I think he forgets his father is an earl and a noble, and not a commoner like his friends' fathers." "All right." Olivia pretended to be put out by the idea, but the truth was, her brother would likely run off and pay little attention anyway, leaving her to talk freely with Logan. They made their way down the stairs and out of the house, her father's movements slow and careful. As Olivia stepped onto the street, her plans were about to crumble beneath her feet. "Aunt Olivia! Aunt Olivia!" The voice was small but still loud and insistent, high-pitched like that of a child. Olivia looked around. her heart beating wildly with a dread she was not expecting. "Aunt Olivia, you must come quick. Father sent me and—" "Jenny?" Olivia could not disguise her surprise, and she frowned down at the girl. Her hair had not been brushed, nor was her gown clean with a big stain of darkened soot. So, too, her face was dirty, and she had a wild look in her eyes. "What is it? What is going on?" "It's the baby," Jenny cried. "It's coming right now." "Oh, my word! Have you called for the midwife?" Olivia could sense her mother's worry as she hovered behind her, and it did not help her own sense of panic. "We can't find her, miss," Jenny said. "Father is with mother now, but he's in more of a state than she is. Amy's running around town looking for the midwife, and poor Lucy is crying in her cot." "Good heavens," the Earl said, his voice booming behind them. Olivia glanced over her shoulder at him. "You must go, Olivia. It would be the charitable thing to do." "But—" "Please, Aunt Olivia," Jenny pleaded. "Mother is calling out for you. She knows that you will help her." Olivia saw the worry in the girl's eyes, and her own concern swelled. She glanced back at her parents, but her mother put a reassuring hand on her shoulder. When she turned back to Jenny, she nodded. "Yes, I am coming, Jenny," she told the child. "William, you can come with me. You might be of some use." With that, they dashed through the streets to Sarah's house. When they arrived, Edward was pacing up and down the hallways, his hands combing through his hair as he fretted. "Oh, thank the Lord!" he cried when he spotted Olivia. "I don't suppose you know where the midwife is, do you?" Before she could answer, the hallway was filled with a piercing scream. "She's been like that for an hour now," Edward said. "And you left her alone?" Olivia stared at him with wide-eyed horror for the briefest of seconds before she pushed him aside and dashed into the bedroom. "All right, Sarah, I'm here now. All is going to be well." "You're not the bloody midwife," Sarah growled, followed by a whimper and a pitiful look at her friend. "No, I am not, but I'm the best you have right now." Olivia rolled up her sleeves and inhaled a deep breath. "William, go keep Lucy occupied. Jenny, fetch some towels and a bowl of water. Edward, keep out of the way. I am certain your wife does not want you to see her in this state." The birth happened not long after Olivia had arrived. The baby was born with a healthy set of lungs that released a loud scream throughout the rooms. Now that the boy was clean and swaddled, he rested peacefully in his mother's arms. "I cannot thank you enough," Edward said with merriment. He was perched on the bed next to his wife, a proprietary hand upon his baby boy's back. "If it weren't for you, Olivia, I don't know what we would have done. I'll tell you this for nothing. We'll be finding a different midwife for our next one." "Next one?" Sarah looked up at her husband, horrified at the prospect, making Olivia giggle. Olivia refolded the unused towels, piling them up on the chair next to her. The three young girls, and William, huddled in a corner as they all stared on in awe at what had just happened. "There is no need to think that far ahead now, is there?" Olivia said. "Edward, as much as I appreciate the sentiment, nor is there any need to thank me." "There is," Sarah said. "I don't think I would have gotten through it all without you." "Of course you would have," Olivia replied, stifling a yawn. "You're tired," Edward said, climbing off the bed. "I'm not surprised," Sarah said, her own yawns coming. "It's getting late." Olivia glanced over at the dark window. Sarah was right. Somehow, the sky had darkened and a full moon brightened the street outside. "We ought to get back, William," Olivia said, looking over at her brother. "Mother and father will be worried." "You can't go alone. Please allow Edward to accompany you both," Sarah said, twisting her head to look up at her husband. I am sure that we will be fine, Olivia replied, dismissing her friend's concerns with a wave of her hand. Why, William is almost a man now. Even so, Edward said. I'm inclined to agree with Sarah. Let me accompany you home while Sarah and the boy get some rest. Think of it as my way of thanking you for your help today, not that it is anywhere near close to being enough. If you are sure, Olivia said, feeling uncomfortable at the idea of tearing a father away from his newborn son. Sarah shifted in the bed, laying her head upon the pillow with the baby snuggled into her bosom. Yes, we are sure, she mumbled sleepily. Let us get some rest now. Within seconds, the sound of gentle snoring came from the bed, and Olivia smiled at the sight of mother and child. It was the calmest and happiest she had seen Sarah in for a very long time. Olivia felt pleased she had been there to witness it. Tiptoeing across the room, she ushered all the children out of the door. Edward followed close behind. The girls went to their room, while Olivia, William, and Edward slipped down the stairs and into the street. It was quiet outside, much later than Olivia had realised. The night was clear, though, the moon lighting their path and the stars twinkling above. There was something special about that time of night. Olivia had always loved it. It felt magical, as though anything was possible. I suspect Sarah will be sleeping for some time, Edward said with a chuckle. The poor thing. I hated seeing her in such pain and turmoil. Olivia smiled at him. You are such a good husband, Edward, she told him. Your love for her shines through all the time. I try, he said, shrugging his shoulders. I know she finds it difficult at times, and I dearly wish I could take that burden from her. The only way I know how to look after my family is by working hard to provide for them. Olivia nodded her understanding. She does struggle. You are right about that one, she agreed. But she knows how much you love her, and she knows that you do your best. Give her time. It will get better. I am sure of it. Thank you. Is that a horse? William cried out. The three of them stopped walking, staring at the silhouette that approached them. With the moonlight behind him, the horseman looked tall and intimidating, dark and brooding. And yet, there was something about it that sparked recognition in Olivia's emotions. It couldn't be. Could it? Please, good sir, we don't want any trouble, Edward called out, hands raised in the air as he stepped confidently forward. For a second, Olivia felt confused. Then she realised Edward thought this must be a bandit, there to steal their meagre possessions. But the horseman sat far too proud and too straight-backed to be any thief or pillager. It was clear that he was noble-born. She was sure of it. I should hope not, the horseman replied, his smooth, deep tones ringing out into the quietness of the street. Logan! Olivia gasped, grinning wildly. It was a surprise, and a wonderful one. She ran forward a few steps to greet him. I thought it was you, he said, hopping down from the midnight black steed. Your father sent me a note explaining your absence. I hope all is well? Yes, it is, she assured him, smiling gently. It has been a long but happy day. Sarah has a baby boy. My congratulations to her, Logan said with a nod. He looked curiously in Edward's direction. And may I ask who this is? Edward, who had merely stared with his mouth open, seemed to shake off his daze and once again stepped forward. Please accept my apologies for my ignorance, he said. I am Edward Backington, Sarah's husband. Ah, the new father. Congratulations to you both. Logan blessed him. Edward chuckled. Fourth time over, but the sensation of joy never fades. Thank you for your kind words. Logan nodded, but his attention soon returned to Olivia. You are a very good friend, Olivia, a gentle and kind woman. Olivia giggled despite herself, looking away from him to stop herself from blushing. I only did what anyone would have done for a friend. I am sorry, though, that I was not present for our meeting. Please, he said, shaking his head. Neither fret nor apologise, though I must admit I was terribly disappointed. I have been looking forward to our meeting ever since we arranged it. Me too, she admitted. Then he paused, a smile on his lips. Then, perhaps you could allow me to invite you to a dinner party tomorrow evening. It will be with my good friends, Gilbert and Lydia. Olivia gasped. At Northampton Manor? The Marquis's house, Edward asked, though his words were ignored. Olivia shifted her weight from foot to foot. It was an incredibly generous offer. Her heart flipped at the possibility of dining with the Northamptons, as well as with Logan. At first, she hesitated. Her thoughts flitted to what she could possibly wear. Then she remembered how much this would please her parents. Concern must have been written across her face, for a second, because Logan said, All is well. I called by your parents' house and asked them for permission to invite you. As Gilbert and Lydia will also be there, they are more than pleased to meet you. I was going to send you the invitation in the morning, but fate called upon us to meet tonight. How good it was of fate, Olivia replied. So, you'll come? Yes, she said. I'll come. Chapter 11. Frank Dickens, the Earl of Essex, is here to see you, Your Grace. Logan jumped at the sound of his butler's voice. He had not even heard the man enter the room. He'd been so engrossed in work. The Earl of who? He asked, certain he must have misheard. Essex, Your Grace. He says that he'd very much like an audience with you, if at all possible. Logan sat back and chewed on his bottom lip, curious as to why Olivia's father might visit unannounced in such a way. They'd only been courting for a matter of weeks, if that, and Logan had only met her parents twice. Your Grace, the butler repeated. Logan looked up in surprise again, realising he had himself slipped into his deep thoughts. Yes, of course, Beaumont. Do show him in. Beaumont bowed, and with clipped heels, marched out of the room to fetch the visitor. Logan quickly tidied around his desk, putting the papers into a neat pile, and placed his quill back in its stand. The Earl of Essex, Your Grace. In an act of deference to the older man, Logan stood up to greet him, shaking his hand with warmth. Essex! What a surprise this is! I hope you do not mind me calling on you unannounced, Your Grace, the Earl said, his hand still held by Logan. Of course not. Please, call me Logan. I have never been one for formalities. He extricated himself and went back to his chair, his hand out to indicate the one opposite. Come, sir, take a seat. Thank you. The Earl looked around the room appreciatively, though he said nothing more. After a moment's silence, Logan spoke again. What can I do for you? He placed his elbows on the desk, his chin resting on entwined fingers. Frank began to speak, though tentatively. Actually, I'm here to talk about my daughter. Miss Olivia? Logan asked, though he knew perfectly well that Olivia was his only daughter. Yes, I know it has not been that long since you met. Indeed not, Logan agreed, though, I must admit, I am enjoying her company already. We have a lot in common, your daughter and I. You and Lady Essex have raised a young woman to be proud of. The Earl smiled to himself, pleased by the compliment. We've noticed, actually, that your relationship with her seems to be going from strength to strength. Logan nodded his agreement to the statement, and we were wondering what your intentions are toward her. Logan smiled knowingly. This visit was about propriety and honour. Though he could not blame the old man for being concerned about his daughter, Logan was a little disappointed that his reputation was not enough to reassure him. "I can assure you, Essex, your daughter's honour is perfectly safe with me. I am a moral man, and I would never do anything to endanger Miss Olivia." The Earl shook his head. "No, of course not. I was not doubting your integrity, but rather, I was wondering about your future." Logan sat back, eyebrows raised in shock. "My future? Is the Earl hinting at marriage?" The thought had not even entered Logan's head, for it was far too soon. Yes, it was true that he was entirely enamoured with Olivia, falling in love with her even. But marriage? Now? His old fear came back in a rush. All was well now, but he knew from harsh experience how quickly everything could turn. Could he allow that to happen to them both? "If I'm honest, I had not thought much of the future," he said, hoping to placate her father. The Earl leaned forward, looking at Logan with intent. "I appreciate it is very soon, but I would like you to consider marrying her, and the sooner the better." Heavens. "I can see that you're surprised by my suggestion." Frank spoke without fear. "Olivia has dedicated so much of her life to her family. We all know that she is not getting any younger, and I worry that at her age—" "She's what? 28? The Earl nodded at him with a wariness in his eyes, causing Logan to chuckle. "In my opinion, she still has plenty of time. Take from an old man. Life passes by far too fast. Before you know it, it is all too late." Goodness, how Logan understood that feeling. It had been too late to rescue Eleanor when the carriage veered off the path. All too often he had thought it too late to find love again. Except Olivia has changed all that. "It is clear to me that she loves you," the Earl said, pulling Logan from his thoughts. "I have never seen her so bright and happy. That can only be because of you, and if you don't mind my saying so, you have a glint in your eye too. That could suggest you feel the same. So, I ask you, why wait?" Logan nodded with a faraway gaze, recognising the truth of the Earl's words. Still, he could not give an instant answer, not without deliberation first. "I cannot make any promises," he said after a moment's silence, "but I will give your suggestion some serious consideration." "That, Logan, is all I can ask. Thank you. I know that you will make the right choice." "I'm not saying the poor don't suffer," General Aldecott said, "but if the Importation Act is causing them that much bother, why don't they find other sources of food?" "Corn is one of the main sources of nourishment for the poor, though," Lady Wentle said, "and while the new laws benefit the wealthy landowners, the paupers are forced to scrabble around for scraps." The General tutted, shaking his head. "I would not expect a woman to understand these things. Your sensibilities are far too gentle. The truth is, if these people wanted to raise themselves out of poverty, they would. All it takes is a little hard work and dedication. Is that not so, Charlington?" Logan smiled weakly. He couldn't be seen to openly disagree with General Aldecott in public, but in truth his own thoughts were more in line with Lady Wentle's than with Aldecott's. "Well," the General pushed, "what say you, Logan?" He exhaled a short breath. "Politics is the most boring dinner conversation one can possibly have," he declared, flashing Olivia a glance across the table. "Here, here," Gilbert called from the head of the table. "Yes, indeed. Let us discuss something more salacious instead." "In that case," Lady Lydia joined in, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Did you hear about Lady Violet? Rumour has it that her husband caught her in the stables, with one of the stable hands." Logan chuckled, allowing the gossip to wash over him. He leaned back in his chair, brandy glass clutched to his chest as he gazed at Olivia across the table. The Earl's suggestion had not left his mind ever since he had uttered the words of marriage. In fact, the longer he sat across from Olivia, the more he was inclined to agree with the notion. That day was the first time in his life he had felt nervous about attending a dinner party at Gilbert and Lydia's, all simply because he knew Olivia was attending too. He'd put on his best tailcoat, after having the buttons polished to a high shine. His valet had given him the closest shave he'd had in years, all but for the bushy sideburns down his cheeks. When he had arrived, Olivia was already present, standing with her mother and looking awkward in the corner of an otherwise busy room. There were 20 of them to dine that evening, and Logan realised that Olivia would not know a single one of them, apart from Lady Essex. He approached her with purposeful steps, enjoying the view before he reached her. She was dressed in the most beautiful silk daffodil yellow gown. Her blonde hair hung in heavy curls around her shoulders, the ends almost indistinguishable from the fabric, which made it appear as though she was covered from head to toe in liquid gold. With an overwhelming desire to reach out and touch her, he had to physically hold himself back. Instead, he stopped and watched her as she carefully sipped at her glass of claret, the red liquid clashing with the yellow fabric of her gown. It was then that Lydia stepped in, whisking Olivia away to meet people. Meanwhile, Logan had been swallowed in conversation by the men, each asking his opinion on this new law, or that. It had not stopped over dinner either, with Olivia seated as far away from him as it was to possibly get at the table. At least she was opposite him where he could glance at her, and not on the same side where he would be blinded. Throughout the conversation, his eyes had wandered over to hers, quickly flitting away when she looked back, or occasionally holding her gaze and smiling. Whenever the latter happened, butterflies fluttered in his chest, and he was forced to take a gulp of wine to calm himself. He'd paid little attention to the talk around the table. "I fancy a cigar after such a large meal," Gilbert said, his voice booming. "Anyone care to join me?" Logan didn't look up. He did not, and never had, smoked. The smell of it had always put him off, despite numerous attempts at encouragement from his friends and even his father. Several of the men got up to join Gilbert, but Logan was loath to leave Olivia, even for a second. "Logan!" He jumped at Gilbert's voice behind his shoulder and turned to look up at his friend. "Yes." "Are you not joining us?" "No, I thought I would." His words vanished as he noticed Gilbert's frown along with his intense stare. "Yes, all right then. I suppose I could join you for a short while." Once safely ensconced in the drawing room, cigars handed out all round, Gilbert pounced on him. "So?" "So what?" Logan asked. "Miss Olivia?" Gilbert said, exasperated but teasing all the same. "You were right indeed. She is incredibly beautiful. I never noticed before, because then she was just a modiste. But now that she is your sweetheart—" "That's it," Logan said, feeling the warmth of happy embarrassment in his cheeks. "Stop teasing me, will you?" "Never," Gilbert said. "You know, it's one of my favourite pastimes to while away my days." "And so very good at it you are too," Logan said, laughing with his friend. "Seriously, Logan, she truly is a darling. Do not let this one go. She is perfect for you." "I don't have any plans to let her go, Gilbert. None at all." "Gilbert, settle a debate for us, will you?" General Aldecott called over. Gilbert went to them, readily chuckling to himself, though why Logan was uncertain. Logan himself turned and made his way to the drinks cabinet, thinking a brandy would make an excellent replacement for a cigar. That was when he overheard it. "Who is she, anyway?" Lord Meekwood was asking. Logan's heart began to thump immediately, knowing there could only possibly be one person at that table that he was asking about. My wife says that she is a modiste of all things, Lord Rearchild replied. Can you imagine inviting your dressmaker to dinner? Her mother certainly seems keen to get the girl in with the ton, Meekwood replied. She would be. Anything to get their family out of the dirt. The two men laughed, and Logan felt himself filled with rage and fury on Olivia's behalf. Without thinking, he stepped forward. You really ought not be so judgmental, he admonished, his tone harsh and full of warning. Whatever is it to you? Rearchild remarked, staring at Logan as though he'd just committed the worst faux pas. That modiste is the daughter of the Earl of Essex. I will have you know, somewhat higher than your rank of baron, is it not? Rearchild snorted. Yet still, they are poor, and she is forced to work. Let's be honest, Charlington. People like that don't belong in places like this. Logan's hands clenched into fists, though he kept them by his side. Through gritted teeth, he responded, Perhaps, if you actually had a conversation with the Earl's daughter, you would discover that she is a true delight. With that, and accompanied by their ignorant laughter, he marched out of the drawing room and back to the company of the ladies in the dining room. Chapter 12. Olivia and her mother arrived at the dinner party early. They soon found themselves standing in a corner, feeling most uncomfortable as other guests started to arrive. Once seated at a very long dinner table, Olivia counted 20 guests in all, yet it seemed to her so crowded, no longer used to eating with other people. She could not deny the discomfort she felt, though she did recognise some of the guests. Most she did not know in any social context whatsoever. Olivia had measured at least 3 of the ladies for new gowns, however, much to her shame in such a context. Yes, you may have made their gowns, dear. Her mother began, hoping to calm her daughter's anxieties. But we are still nobility. We always will be, no matter how small our coffers are. Remember that. I will try, Mother, Olivia muttered, though at that moment it did not feel as though it made much difference. There was no doubting that she felt out of place. She did not belong in this room full of attractive, wealthy people. With a slight shuffle of discomfort, she happened to glance down at her gown. Even she had to admit that it was quite stunning, though she could not keep the expensive outfit. After the dinner party, she would need to recycle the glamorous fabric. None of the women there would suffer the same problem. They would, most likely, wear their gowns once and then discard them in favour of another. Olivia tried to quash her nerves, telling herself that it did not matter what these women did with their gowns after the party. In essence, she was lucky to have been invited in the first place. You know, her mother's voice came to her as she leaned over to whisper into her ear, we're wealthier than any of these people. Olivia frowned and turned a surprised eye to her mother. How so? We have each other, Angelina said, squeezing Olivia's arm. That's worth so much more than money. Olivia couldn't help but smile at her mother's sentiment. What it lacked in comfort, it made up for in sweetness, though it didn't truly make her feel better. Only poor people said such things, and while she did not covet money, she would like to be the one pampered occasionally. It would be far better than standing out like a weed in a perfectly groomed lawn. Do you think we should talk to some of the other guests? Olivia wondered. Heavens, no, Angelina replied. Oh, how I wish we had been able to debut you properly. You would know all this already, if we had. Whatever do you mean, Mother? Olivia asked, surprised at such words. In business, she'd learned it was always a good idea to approach people. Why was this any different? They must come to us, dear, her mother explained. We do not want to give the impression that we are desperate for their time and attention. But it is even more important given our present situation. We do not want them to think that we are in need of their influence or favours, or worse, their money. But we are not after any of those things, Olivia replied. Of course we are not, but they don't know that. Believe me, Livy, I know how these people think. I was one of them for an awfully long time. Olivia tutted. You make them sound like a terrible bunch. I happen to know for certain the Duke is not like that at all, and neither are his friends, the Northamptons. Perhaps not, Angelina agreed, but they are the exception rather than the rule. All I am saying is that we must follow their ways if we are to fit in, and I do so dearly want us, you, to fit in. Olivia wasn't sure how long they'd been standing there when she spotted Logan milling around and laughing with some gentlemen. She felt a pinch of hurt that he hadn't come to talk to her or even acknowledge her presence, but she brushed it away. He was a busy and important fellow after all. She could talk with him later, she was sure. Watching him, though, she was proud of how handsome he was. It almost took her breath away. Upon his head, his red curls were perfectly groomed, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation at every conversation he had. He moved around the crowd so naturally, talking and laughing with ease, exuding confidence and self-belief. His strength and determination shone through. Now, she didn't mind so much that he hadn't come to talk to her. It afforded the pleasure of standing back to watch and admire him. Though the idea terrified her, she had to admit she was, quite possibly, falling head over heels in love. At dinner, her mother spoke, interrupting her thoughts. Be polite. Talk when spoken to and answer any questions. Though, keep conversation topics neutral. Do not talk business. I know what you can be like for that. And at all costs, avoid politics and religion too. Be meek and demure, and remember that you are as good as every single one of them. I know how to behave, Mother, Olivia replied, throwing her a derisive look. I was not born in a barn. No, perhaps not, but it has been a long time since either of us have been in this sort of situation. Anyway, it is perfectly acceptable for a mother to give her daughter advice, especially when the possibility of marriage is on the table. Marriage! Olivia gasped at the word. We are having dinner, Mother, not attending a wedding. Yet. Throughout dinner, Olivia and Logan glanced often at each other across the table. Olivia realised, for the first time, that perhaps Logan did feel the same as her after all. His smile was coy, and she caught him watching her more than once. His embarrassment at his emotions warmed her heart. It made her want to reach out and take his hand and tell him how she felt. She did as her mother suggested, keeping the conversation around her calm and polite. Though, truth be told, she hardly listened to a word that was spoken to her. Her mind was too full of Logan, and what did her mother mean by marriage? Her thoughts whirled as fast as the roiling emotions in the pit of her stomach. And then she played the King of Hearts, and the game was over. Lady Lydia's voice came to her attention. The small group around her started laughing, and Olivia blinked, looking over at Lady Lydia. She'd obviously missed the joke, if that's what it was, and she forced a smile on her face to avoid being rude. Really, my lady, you have the most entertaining of stories, Lord Ashley said. Olivia watched curiously as he fawned over the Marchioness, wondering whether that was the sort of behaviour her mother begged her to avoid. Still, she kept her other ear on Logan's conversation, her sense of his presence near her almost overwhelming. Oh, nonsense, Lady Lydia replied, clearly pleased with the compliment, though she denied it. Corn is one of the main sources of nourishment for the poor, though, Lady Wentle prattled on at the other end of the table. While the new laws benefit the wealthy landowners, the paupers scrabble around for scraps. Olivia let the conversation close to her dissipate, in favour of listening to the other end of the table. "I would not expect a woman to understand," the general replied, making Olivia grind her teeth with frustration. "Your sensibilities are far too gentle. The truth is, if these people wanted to raise themselves out of poverty, they could. All it takes is a little hard work and dedication. Is that not so, Charlington?" Charlington! The mention of his name made her heart flip, and without meaning to, she turned to meet his gaze. His smile was unimpressed by the general's attitude, and Olivia's own smile grew. Yes, he was a good and honourable man. There was no mistaking it. It was later that Olivia most enjoyed herself, though. The gentlemen had been out to smoke, and now the group had rejoined together for after-dinner drinks. The room was filled with laughter and good cheer, clinking glasses and happy faces. She and Logan had still yet to talk directly to one another, but they had shared enough glances and secrets, silent messages that made Olivia feel as though she'd spent the entire evening with him, and him alone. The other guests were mere periphery. "As much as I am enjoying your party, Lydia dear," Lady Wentle called out, "there is one thing sorely missing: music." Lady Wentle had wedged herself onto the couch, between the General and Lord Ashley. Her glass of wine was raised in the air as if she didn't quite have enough space to lower her arm. Her husband sneered at her from across the room. "One thing it is not missing is drunks," Lord Wentle remarked out loud, shaking his head at his wife. "Nonsense!" Lady Ashley asserted, leaning against the piano that sat beneath a large bay window. "There is never too much wine at a party. Lady Wentle is enjoying herself. That's all there is to it." "Stay out of it, dear," Lord Ashley warned. Lady Lydia clapped her hands together, the sound ringing throughout the room loudly. "Well, let's not get ourselves too bothered about the wine, shall we? I, for one, think music is a wonderful idea." "I know just the person for it," Lord Gilbert said, jumping in to follow his wife's lead. "Logan!" Olivia's heart skipped a beat, realising the man she so desired would be, very soon, performing for them all. Logan got to his feet as soon as his name was mentioned, though he wore a coy smile. "Oh no, I could not possibly," he said, though Olivia could see in his eyes how much he wanted to play. "Yes, of course you could," Lord Gilbert replied. "Surely you would prefer to hear one of the ladies sing, or perhaps recite a poem." "Oh, for goodness sake, Logan," Lady Lydia snapped, though good-naturedly. "You know we all want to hear you play, and we all know you want to play. So go and fetch that lute and let's begin, shall we?" Logan's sheepish expression turned into an overjoyed one. As if from nowhere, he pulled the lute out from behind his back. Olivia pressed her lips together, hoping to suppress her excitement. If he was attractive before, now, in his element, his handsomeness shone like a glowing aura around him. As he began to play, the air filled with music so beautiful it sent shivers down her spine. Her lips parted as she observed him, full of awe at how he made the notes dance, his fingers moving deftly across the strings. Her mother leaned into her. "Heavens, his passion reminds me of the way you used to play the pianoforte. Do you remember?" Olivia nodded silently. She did remember, though she wished that she did not. At this moment, all she wanted was to be absorbed in Logan's creation. The guests had fallen into a stunned silence. Even the most boisterous of them were wooed by Logan's talent. For a while, the Duke himself was taken away by the music, his eyes closed as he let his fingers play for him. But soon, his eyes opened and he met Olivia's gaze, intense and brooding. It made her feel as if she were the only person in the room, and as if he were playing for her and her alone. She swallowed, reminding herself that she needed to breathe. With each bar of music, Logan took a single small step in her direction, and Olivia felt her entire body tense, but for the rapid beating of her heart. Never had she realised anything could feel so good, that she could feel so good. She'd read of love, goodness, she'd spoken of it often enough, but never before had she realised how overwhelmingly strong love was. Olivia would go to any lengths in order to hold on to it. By the time the song ended, Logan was standing directly in front of her. He was so close that she could smell the rich earthiness of his cologne, musky and masculine. She could see the gentle rise and fall of his chest, his breathing in harmony with her own rhythm. The lute hung down by his side, held by the tips of his fingers. With his other hand, he reached out to take Olivia's gloved one. She let him, unresisting and unable to think, and he raised it to his lips. His kiss was warm, tender, soft, and sent tingles up her arm, through her shoulders, and down to her heart. The whole room had paused, each person on tenterhooks as they stared at the couple in curiosity and joy. Olivia didn't mind them, for she only had eyes for Logan. Besides, it lasted only but a short second, a second that felt like a lifetime to Olivia. Before the rest of the guests erupted into cheers, the cheers broke the spell. To Olivia's disappointment, Logan tore his eyes away from hers, letting her hand drop back to her side. He laughed as he turned back to the other guests, bowing exaggeratedly and thanking them for their kindness. "I think it is Lady Ashley next," General Aldecott called out. "I heard her playing the pianoforte at a party only a few weeks ago, and it was marvellous. Will you, Lady Ashley?" "Only if everyone joins me by dancing," Lady Ashley called back. With a click of her fingers, Lady Lydia had the servants help her move the furniture out of the way, clearing a space for those who wanted to join in the fun. Olivia laughed along with the merriment, catching sight of the look of sheer pleasure in her mother's eyes. It must, she realised, have felt strange for Angelina. This had once been her life, and now it was her past. Her mother squeezed at her arm encouragingly, nodding over to the Duke. As if sensing their eyes upon him, Logan turned their way. "Miss Olivia," he said, with another bow, "will you do me the honour of dancing with me?" Olivia glanced over at her mother, who was still nodding and making her giggle. She turned back to Logan. "I would love to." Contrary to the excited mood of the party, the music Lady Ashley played was gentle and lulling. Logan put his arm around Olivia's waist, then took her hand in his. Their bodies didn't touch, of course, but Olivia could feel his strong presence all the same, as if a magnet pulled them together. "You played very well," she told him, hoping light conversation would hide her thoughts from impropriety. "Thank you. I am actually going away again next week. On business, of course. It means I will have some time to play in another town." "That is wonderful," she replied, disappointed he was leaving again, but pleased for him all the same. "Your father came to visit me today," he said. Olivia looked shocked, blinking at him. She had no idea that her father had done such a thing. Oh, did he?" "Yes," he replied, smiling down at her. "He did." They danced in silence for a few more moments. Olivia racked her mind as to why her father would have done that, but neither giving Logan the satisfaction of her asking him. She could see the tease in his eyes. Finally, though, it was too much to bear. "Are you going to tell me what he wanted?" "Actually, he suggested that we marry." Olivia gasped, horrified that her father could even think to interfere in such a way. She felt the heat in her cheeks as they reddened and clenched her jaw tightly. Did her mother know of this? Was that the reason why she had been so excited about attending this party? They knew that it was impossible for her to marry, not after the fire, not after what she had done. She had to look after them, not be whisked away by romance, and she certainly had no time for a husband when she had a shop to run. Logan must have felt her faltering because he spoke up. "Please do not stop dancing. Others will imagine that something is wrong." "Something is wrong," she retorted, her thoughts spinning. "I cannot believe he would do such a thing." "Indeed," Logan said. "I must admit, I was rather shocked myself. He should never have. It does seem far too soon." Despite herself and her protestations, Olivia felt the sting of disappointment at his response. She winced, and he chuckled. "Far, far too soon," he repeated as she frowned at him. "But then I got to thinking, is it ever too soon to act on one's feelings? If you are sure enough of them, why not allow yourself to follow them?" "What are you saying?" she asked, her heart pounding once more. Could he possibly be? No, he could not be. "I am saying that, having given it some thought, I do believe it to be a wonderful idea. You are everything I desire, my dear Olivia. Why should we waste a moment longer if we already know what we both want?" "I dot." Olivia couldn't think of the right words. He had filled her with joy. His words were everything she had wanted to hear. And yet, anxiety plagued her, that and guilt. "What do you say, Olivia? Will you marry me?" "But what about my parents, my brother?" she said, the words blurting out before she had even thought about them. "I cannot know what will become of them." Logan chuckled, then reached up and let the backs of his fingers stroke her soft cheek. "You are good and kind, even to your own detriment. How nobody has snatched you up already, I do not know." "I am quite serious," she expressed, looking at him pleadingly. "They will be cared for," he assured her with a gentle laugh. "They are a part of you, Olivia, of your life. I know you cannot be happy if your family are not happy, and so part of my task will be ensuring their safety and well-being, as well as yours. But that is my responsibility to—" "No," he said with assured firmness. "Allow someone else to take the reins for a while. You will always be there for them, and I know they are grateful for all that you have done. But please, Olivia, you no longer have to do it alone. Become my wife, and we will all of us live a long and happy life together." Biting at her bottom lip, she felt overwhelmed by his proposal. "Well, will you—" he asked, sensing her hesitation. "Will you be my wife?" She paused for another moment, and then she smiled. "Yes," she replied. "I'd like that so very much." Chapter 13. "I'm so glad you could make it," Olivia declared, pulling Sarah into a warm embrace as she stepped into the apartment. "And miss this opportunity I have to not cook for one night." Sarah laughed, holding Olivia at arm's length. "I wouldn't miss it for the world." Come in, all of you." As Olivia turned to lead Sarah into the dining room, the three children bolted past her to get to William, almost knocking her over. "Girls!" Sarah called, irritation lacing her voice. "For goodness sake, watch where you're going. I'm sorry, Olivia." "Number don't be. They are good company for William." Olivia brushed away her apology. "You know how much I love having them around, as does my mother. She used up our last bit of sugar today to make a cake, just for you and the children." "I bet your father isn't so keen on the noise, though," Sarah replied sardonically. Olivia shrugged. "He will do whatever keeps my mother happy, and she likes seeing the young ones." "We will have young ones of our own soon," Angelina remarked, stepping out of the kitchen as she wiped her hands on her blue apron. Greeting Sarah, she kissed her on the cheek. "We've only got soup, I'm afraid, but as Olivia has already told you, I managed to rustle up a cake for dessert." "Whatever you cook is always a treat, Lady Essex," Sarah said. Enough of that nonsense now, Angelina said. You are like family to us, Sarah. Call us all by our Christian names. It had only been 3 days since the dinner party at Northampton Manor, and 3 days since Logan's proposal. Olivia's mother didn't need any excuse to invite Sarah and the children around. She did it often enough, but she insisted they had a get-together in celebration of all that had happened. Jenny, if you touch that cake, I swear I'll... Where's baby George? Olivia asked, jumping in before Sarah could finish her threat. For the briefest of moments, she was convinced she saw a flash of something dark cross Sarah's expressions. I've left him with his father, much to Edward's chagrin. Heavens, Angelina said with an awkward laugh. A man who stays at home with the baby. Whoever heard of such a thing? It was that, or throttle them both, Sarah implied, her humour dry but rich with truth. George has done nothing but scream since the day he was born. With a tired sigh, Sarah let herself fall into one of the dining chairs. Olivia was the same, Angelina replied, meaning it with kindness. Sarah looked grateful for the understanding and connection. Wasn't she, Frank? Olivia looked up to see her father hobbling into the room. Indeed, she was. If it wasn't for the nursemaid, I do not know what we would have done. William was much quieter, thank goodness. Olivia watched as Sarah's moment of hope was robbed from her. Their situations weren't the same. They never could be. Sarah would never have a nursemaid to turn to. Well, Olivia intervened with a forced brightness that was intended to cut through the tension of the room. We are mighty pleased to have you here. It's nice to have a bit of joy about the place now that William's all but grown up, she said, paying a compliment to her brother that she knew he would like. Speaking of joy, Sarah said, raising an eyebrow in Olivia's direction, I hear you had a rather big life event a few days ago. Olivia gasped and shot her mother a glare. You told her. Angelina shrugged her shoulders sheepishly. I am sorry, dear, she croaked. I simply could not help myself. The words popped out of my mouth when I invited Sarah to dinner. Olivia pouted. I wanted to be the one to tell her, she voiced with a frown. Either way, Sarah replied, eyes sparkling with delight. It's wonderful news. You're going to be a duchess. 3 hours later, dinner was over. Olivia's parents had retired to their room, exhausted by all the excitement and, Olivia had no doubt, pleased to get away from the noise. The children too were tired. The 3 girls had curled up on the couch, whispering between themselves. William sat upon a rug on the floor, reading them a storybook. No doubt they're all plotting something nefarious, Sarah accused as she watched them through the door. Olivia giggled. They're not that bad, and William will keep them entertained for a while longer. You only see them when they're on their best behaviour. She sighed, picking up the tea towel draped over the kitchen table. Shall I bring some water up to clean the bowls? William already got it for us, Olivia replied, raising the pail in demonstration. She tipped it into the small tub, then collected the soup bowls and spoons from the table. You can dry if you must do something, and only if you tell me every single detail about your future husband, elaborating on how he proposed to you. Olivia submerged her hands in the cool water, giggling at the thought. Future husband. I never thought I would be someone with a future husband. You put the idea of marriage off for long enough, Sarah reminded her, taking a dripping bowl from Olivia and wiping the towel around the rim. What changed? He promised my family would be well looked after, she admitted. You know how important that is to me. Perfectly natural for a husband to take on your family as well, especially a husband as wealthy and powerful as the Duke. Regardless, Olivia nodded, handing over another bowl. It was the one thing I was most worried about. Now that my mind has been put to rest, I can start planning your upcoming wedding, Sarah called out, shooting her an excited glance. Yes! The word came out as a squeak of exhilaration. Can you believe it? That you've bagged a duke? Sarah asked. I always knew you had it in you, Livy. You deserve the very best. Have you thought about flowers? Good Lord, Sarah. Olivia laughed, handing off the last of the bowls and wiping her hands on her damp apron. It's only been a matter of days. Sarah tutted. Don't tell me you haven't thought about all the planning. Doesn't every little girl dream of her wedding to a handsome prince? Olivia felt a wave of embarrassment. She had indeed imagined her wedding day, many times over, ever since she was a little girl. It was only Logan she hadn't imagined, for he was better than anything she could have thought up of herself. Peonies, she said, in peach and pink. Sarah stacked the last of the dry bowls onto the shelf, then turned to her friend. Peonies, how perfect! I can picture them and smell their sweet perfume. What flowers did you have? Olivia asked. She leaned over the table, wiping down the remaining cake crumbs. Sarah giggled. My wedding was nothing as grand as yours will be, she replied. We were young and poor, and now we're old and poor. Sarah, Olivia reproved. All right, all right. She held her hands up in submission. We didn't have a lot of money for things like flowers, and they didn't seem important at the time. She smiled, the memory before her eyes. A wedding with no flowers. Oh, we had flowers, Sarah said, meeting Olivia's eye again. My mother and I sneaked into the garden of that big house at the top of Saddle Hill and stole a mismatched posy of pansies and foxglove. Olivia snorted, shocked but amused. Sarah, did you really? She shrugged. I wanted the roses, but they were too thorny. Olivia threw her head back in laughter, then hit Sarah's arm with the tea towel. You are a terror. Can't have a wedding with no flowers. Sarah giggled alongside Olivia. Did it bother you that your flowers did not match? Lord, no, Sarah said. It was a beautiful day. If anything, that nothing matched made it all the more special. Unique, if you like. She looked off into the distance again, and Olivia smiled at seeing her expression. For one, Sarah's exhaustion seemed to have vanished. The lines on her face smoothed back to youth and happiness. She had love in her eyes, true and undying love, as Olivia felt for Logan. You really love Edward, don't you? Olivia said, her voice wistful. Sarah snorted, dragged from her daydream and back to the coldness of reality. A lot has changed in the 10 years since we married, she said. But you do still love him, don't you? Olivia asked, a note of panic in her voice. Of course I do. Sarah waved a dismissive hand. Now we have 4 rowdy children, and Edward seems more married to his job than to me. I am sorry, Olivia said with sympathy. Don't be. Sarah shook her head as if to shake away the sadness. This isn't about me. It's about you. I can't believe you're finally getting married. Mama, when are we going home? Sarah turned her tired eyes to her eldest daughter, who hung from the doorframe of the kitchen. Can't I ever get a moment's peace? Sarah demanded. She turned back to Olivia, shrugging. I'm sorry. It looks like I'm going to have to leave. I dread to think how Edward is getting on with George anyway. Olivia smiled softly at her. It's all right. It is completely understandable. You have a family to care for. Don't I just... Sarah rolled her eyes, and then, gathering the girls together, she ushered them out of the door, waving goodbye to Olivia and William as she left. Olivia watched them go, unable to stop herself from smiling. Her heart was full to brimming with gratitude and love. She knew Sarah found it difficult, But even so, her family was a beautiful and lively one, and Olivia knew Sarah would be fine in time as her children grew. She only needed some rest for the present. Olivia picked up the bed covers for William's makeshift bed and readied it while he washed up. Then she made her own and reached for her book from a shelf, lighting a candle. This was one of her favourite times of the day, a time all for herself. She couldn't remember how many times she'd read Don Quixote now, but it was one of the few books they'd managed to rescue from the fire. She adored reading. As she curled up on her bed, she could see that William was also reading. Pulling the blanket over her knees, she began to read but found she couldn't focus. Instead, her mind was filled with thoughts of the future and all that it might bring. While she adored Sarah's children, what excited her more was that soon, sooner than she could have imagined, she might have children as well. Soon she would be married to a man she adored. She would become a duchess too, and they would be able to start a family of their own. I am looking to rent for the first year. If the business takes off, then I'll look into purchasing more permanent premises, Logan informed the man sat opposite him. That makes good sense, Mr. Williams replied. The textiles industry is only just taking off here in Birmingham. It is good to hedge your bets. My thoughts exactly. So, what is the best deal you can give me on the factory? This was his second visit to Birmingham in as many months. As the up-and-coming industrial capital of Great Britain, he'd been drawn to invest and make a profit there. Now, he was trying his hand at a textiles factory that would be run by his trusted employees when he returned to London. Though his father had always told him it was uncouth to involve himself in such trades, Logan found himself excited at such business prospects. To him, it was a game, and a game he was very good at. £1,500 per annum, Mr. Williams replied. Logan laughed. It was a loud sound, designed to make the businessman uncomfortable. That is a preposterous sum. It is a brand new building, Mr. Williams insisted, built to a very high standard, all the modern necessities one might want. There is even an outhouse on the property. £1,000, Logan offered, with the view to purchasing it after a year. He knew it was a low offer, but he also knew one had to barter to get what one wanted. Mr. Williams frowned at him. An intelligent man such as yourself must know I cannot possibly recoup my losses with that amount, Your Grace. And you must understand, Mr. Williams, that any new business needs to be eased in gently, with as few overheads as possible, if we are to make a profit at all. Mr. Williams sighed. £1,200, with a view of purchasing after 2 years. I understand you have machinery for hire as well, Logan said. Looms and such like. Mr. Williams looked at him warily. Yes, but then I'll take the factory at £1,200 per annum, with a view to purchasing after 2 years, but on the condition that it comes fully equipped with the machinery for the first 2 years, or until I acquire other alternatives. Logan stood up proudly and reached out to Mr. Williams with an outstretched hand. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Williams. This collaboration will be wonderful for the both of us. I can assure you of that. But he took Mr. Williams's hand and shook it vigorously, while the poor man looked on in a complete daze. I will have my man draw up a contract and send it to you straight. Good day to you, sir, Logan said before making his exit. As Logan strode out into the street, his chest puffed up with pride. Inhaling deeply, he was satisfied with how the meeting had gone. He always did get a thrill out of such negotiations. The only thing that could make the day any better would be a horse ride. With a spring in his step, Logan made his way to the stables where his horse was resting after the long trip to Birmingham, his favourite horse, The midnight black steed he preferred to ride at home, was still in London. Still, Peppermint was here, his dappled grey mare who had a gallop that could compete with many a steed. "There you are, my girl," he said, patting the mare's neck as he led her out of the stable. The stable hand had prepared her, the reins perfectly fitted. "Let us go and get some fresh air, shall we?" Putting his foot into the stirrup, he hitched himself up and over her strong back with an easy manoeuvre. Sitting tall, he took one last look at the city, then guided the mare quickly into the countryside. Once they hit the lush green grass, Logan drove Peppermint harder, pushing her faster. Cool air rushed past his face, his hair wild and free. It was here, in this moment, that he felt most free, free from his past and his present, free from responsibilities and duties, even freedom from whatever the future held too. As he rode, he forgot everything, the bad, but also the good. He let go of all anxieties and woes, allowing the tight ball of anticipation and stress unwind behind him, laughing, loud and free, the sound ringing into the air as his emotions reached a climax until he slowed the mare to a trot. The fields were deserted, only him and Peppermint were in the moment, as if the whole world had disappeared. The silence and calm settled over them, and though thrilled by the ride, Logan soon felt all thoughts and feelings creep back into his mind. He stopped at a small copse, jumping down from the mare and sitting on the grass, his back against a gnarly trunk of old oak. Reaching into his inside pocket, he pulled out a small silver hip flask. As he flicked the lid off, he raised it to his lips. The brandy burned pleasantly down his throat as he swallowed. It was good to feel alive. The longer he sat there, the heavier his thoughts plagued him. He had found Olivia, whom he was going to marry, and that was the most wonderful feeling in the world. Yet, beneath that, agitation threatened to overwhelm his happiness. Guilt sat heavily in his gut. There was so much that Olivia didn't know about him, much, he suspected, she would not approve of. There was Eleanor, his first wife, and... He shook his head. It was best not to think about all that had happened back then. Then, there was also Emily, Baron Roundhouse's daughter. Logan groaned, hitting the back of his head against the tree in frustration. The longer he put off that situation, the harder it was for him to think what to do, though something had to be done. It could not continue, not when he had asked Olivia to marry him. It would not be fair on any of them. "You've gotten yourself into such a pickle, Logan Edenwood," he muttered, then took another swig of brandy, and not for the first time. The truth was, he hadn't seen Emily since the day of their picnic together, when her true jealous nature came to the fore. He'd known he would have to see her again, in an official capacity to end their courtship, but he hadn't wanted to face her. Not when he knew what her temper could be like. "Maybe if I ignore it, it will all go away on its own," he said with a sigh, leaning his head back against the tree again. "We all know that never works." Logan jumped at the intrusive voice. It was a male voice, certainly, but still a little high-pitched and whiny. As he sat up straight, he looked around. "Where are you hiding?" he demanded, his own voice booming compared to the stranger's. A face peered around the tree, at the same level as Logan's own. The man was sitting against the other side of the trunk, in much the same way as Logan was. "How long have you been there?" Logan asked, irritated that his moment of peace had been disturbed. The man, as stringy in body as he was in voice, got to his knees and crawled around to Logan's side of the tree. Once he'd settled himself back on the grass, he shrugged, pulling out his own hip flask from his pocket. "Long enough," he said. "Want some?" He offered the flask to Logan, but Logan shook his head, holding his own up by way of an answer. Let me guess, the man continued. Women troubles. Logan chuckled humorlessly. Is that not always the way of it? It's money trouble for me, he replied, pouting his bottom lip like a child. I've always been lucky in love, but when it comes to money... He sighed deeply, nodding his head and looking at the ground. Maybe you should have some of my financial luck, and I should take some of your romantic luck, Logan suggested. Ha! The man spat out the sound. If only it were so easy. You need to make good investments, Logan suggested. The stranger did not appear to be a pauper. His clothes were fine and his chin was closely shaved, but he knew that didn't always mean a man was wealthy. If you are no good at business, can you not find someone who can help you out? The outlay of a man's wages may seem a lot, but it will ultimately repay you in dividends. The man nodded, impressed. That is good advice, he said. Don't suppose you know anyone looking for a job, do you? Unfortunately, I do not. Logan answered with a shrug to his shoulders. Perhaps I can have my men look into it for you. I'd appreciate that, thank you. And as for your problem of the heart, I'm guessing there are 2 women on the scene of your woes. Logan blinked at him, shocked. How on earth can you know that? The man shrugged again. I heard you say you've gotten yourself into a pickle. That can only mean one thing. You are very perceptive, young man. I try, he said, holding up the palm of one hand. The thing is that in your heart, you already know which one you want. We always do when we find ourselves in these situations. Yes, that's not my issue in this situation. Ah, well, in that case, my new friend, I suggest you deal with the matter sooner rather than later, or you will lose both. You are absolutely right, Logan said, leaning back against the tree and looking up at the clear blue sky. I will end things with Emily as soon as I am back in London. Chapter 14. Olivia threw the sheet of silk into the air, letting it fall slowly back to the table. She smoothed out the creases, and then, with her dress shears, sliced up the length of it, all the while humming a merry tune to herself. Admiring the colour, a bright cerise red, she also enjoyed the soft feel of it. The wonderful sensation of the exquisite fabric reflected her joyous mood. The warmth in the air, the scent of fresh cut flowers on the table that she'd hand-picked herself as she went out on her chores, all added to her well-being. In fact, at that very moment, everything seemed wonderful. Her senses were heightened, the colours brighter, the sounds richer, her touch magical. Everything was just about perfect, and she couldn't imagine how that might ever change. Someone is happy today, Lizzie remarked as she entered the shop, the bell above the door ringing loudly as she did so. And why ever not? Olivia asked, not looking up from her work. A good weekend, was it? Lizzie asked as she shrugged off her cloak and hung it behind the door to the back room. Awaiting an answer, she took off her gloves, pulling at each fingertip one at a time. It was perfectly pleasant. Thank you, Olivia replied. And yourself? Did you do anything nice? The church had a picnic, Lizzie replied, leaning against the doorframe to recall the pleasant memory. Father McNally has done wonders for our parish. So he has. You should come along one day. Perhaps, Olivia replied as she placed her scissors down to lift the fabric from the table carefully. She wound the remaining silk back onto the bolt for later use, tipping the scraps into the large bucket that they kept at the side of the workroom. It is very agreeable to hear you singing so merrily, Lizzie said, her expression filled with surprise. I must say, I don't recall that I have ever heard you sing before. Singing? No, I am not, Olivia replied, unable to disguise the defensiveness in her tone. Yes, you are, Lizzie insisted. "You are most certainly singing. In fact, I would say that you are positively glowing. Are you going to tell me what it is that's occurred?" "I am not singing," Olivia reiterated. "I am merely humming and—" "Mere semantics. Is it this man that you have been seeing?" Olivia couldn't stop the corners of her lips twitching at the mention of Logan. Can a woman not hum when she feels like it, without being accused of something? "Absolutely not," Lizzie replied. "The only possible reason you might be so deliriously happy is because you have been touched by, dare I say it, love. Quite frankly, I find it a little rude to hum in such an elated manner without telling your friend and loyal assistant all about it, especially not when she has been telling you to find yourself a husband for such a very long time." Olivia looked at her and giggled. "Oh, my dearest Lizzie, you care for me as much as my own mother does." Lizzie rolled her eyes. "Good Lord, tell me, will you? Has the Duke proposed? Is that why you cannot stop smiling?" Olivia bit her lip, looking up at her assistant from under long lashes. "He has—" Before she could finish her sentence, the bell above the door rang out. Both women turned to the door, surprised to find a young lady bustling in. Her face was red from flustering and strands of hair stuck to her sweaty forehead. She blew cool air up into her face, but the hair did not budge one bit. There was a momentary pause of surprise as all three women stared at one another. Olivia's senses returned, and she stepped forward in greeting. "Good morning, my lady. How may I help you?" "Are you Olivia Dickens?" the woman asked. Yes, I am," Olivia replied, taken aback by the woman's gruff tone. "And you are?" "Oh, thank goodness I have found you at last." She breezed in, unceremoniously plonking herself onto the couch. Following this, she waved a hand in Lizzie's direction. Tea, milk, no sugar. Lizzie scowled, looking over at a wincing Olivia, who shrugged helplessly. They were used to wealthy ladies being demanding and thankless, but this stranger seemed to have a harshness they rarely encountered. "You know, I had to ask all sorts of people which commoner Logan had been fooled into agreeing to marry. Once I discovered your name, finding your location was easy enough. You have quite a reputation in London." "Fooled? Reputation?" Olivia tried to keep her smile, though she chortled nervously. "A good reputation, I hope." The woman pursed her lips, quite openly looking Olivia up and down. "Yes, indeed," she said, lengthening the latter word as she spoke. "I suppose you're pretty enough, though why Logan would ever dream of proposing to a commoner is beyond me." Lizzie came in with the tea, handing it wordlessly to the woman. Olivia could do nothing but stare, the feeling of dread growing in her chest by the second. She took a seat in a wooden chair to stabilise her shaking body. "I mean," the woman snorted with laughter, "he could have pretty much any woman he chose, and he looked in the bottom of the barrel." Olivia blinked, choking on her own words. Well, my goodness." Her chin bobbed up and down as she tried to find the words, and when she finally landed upon them, they were not about Logan at all. "Actually, my father is the Earl of Essex." The woman almost spat out her tea, laughing as she lowered the cup. "Yes, so I heard, but it hardly counts when you have no money, does it?" She looked around the shop with an unjust sneer of distaste. No, I suppose it doesn't," Olivia replied, feeling the weight of all her insecurities and worries rushing back upon her burdened shoulders. She lowered her head, looking down at the hands folded neatly in her lap. "If I may interject," Lizzie stepped forward, scowling at the woman, her gaze flicking over to Olivia. "Good Lord," the woman replied, turning to Olivia. "Do you always let your help speak to your customers in such a way?" Olivia's head shot up, feeling a sudden rage in her heart. This woman had dared to enter her life and insult her, her family, and now poor Lizzie. It was clear that she did not seem as though she planned on buying anything. "Are you a customer?" Olivia asked. "Because if you are, we will need to measure you and—" "Heavens, no," she said. "I have a perfectly good modiste on the other side of town." "Then why are you here?" Lizzie was the one to ask. "For your own behaviour has been less than polite." The woman raised a hand as if falsely beaten, closing her eyes briefly. "I suppose I do owe you an explanation, though I promise you are not going to like it." "I would very much like to hear it, all the same," Olivia replied with a quiver in her voice. Olivia's back straightened as she tensed, awaiting whatever was to be revealed. She knew the woman was right. She could tell already. She was not going to like whatever was said next. The woman placed her teacup and saucer on the low table in front of her, then turned to fully face Olivia. Her hair was as dark as night, and her skin tinged with colour, but her eyes were a bright, sparkling blue. All Olivia could do was hold her breath with apprehension. "I am Emily Roundhouse, daughter of Baron Beckingsdale," she informed her. "As well as that, I am Logan Edenwood, the Duke of Charlington's fiancee." Olivia let out a whimper at the exact moment Lizzie gasped. "Why that rat?" Lizzie let out without thinking. "There must be some mistake," Olivia said, looking everywhere but at Lady Emily. The woman's rage came off her in waves, making Olivia want to move away, but she remained steadfast. As she held her ground, panic and fear rushed through her. "I assure you, there is no mistake. Logan and I have been courting for over 2 months now, and we are to be married next month. Or at least, we were to be married until you came along." "How dare you come in here and—" "Lizzie, please," Olivia snapped. She knew her assistant meant well, but she also suspected it would only make matters worse. The time had come to speak to Lady Emily alone, find out the truth. Had she really been so very wrong about Logan all this time? "But, Olivia, I am sure there is some tidying up to do in the back room. Please, give me a moment with Lady Emily, won't you?" Lizzie looked at her uncertainly, but soon did as she was asked and slipped away into the back room silently. "Thank goodness you got rid of her," Lady Emily declared. "Such a busybody." "I will thank you not to talk about my assistant like that," Olivia retorted. Her voice was throaty, suppressed by the waves of emotions that weighed her down heavily. "And I'll thank you not to steal my husband." "Fiancé," Olivia corrected. "And I did not steal anyone. I had no idea that Logan was already engaged. Otherwise, I never would have—" Lady Emily snorted rather loudly and very rudely. "Of course you wouldn't," she said with burning sarcasm. "A poor woman like you, with no prospects or future. Why on earth would you assume that someone as handsome and wealthy as the Duke would be interested in the likes of you?" She laughed again, and it grated on Olivia. "You cannot seriously expect me to believe that you did not manipulate him into thinking he actually wanted you. I understand perfectly well how the female mind works." "No!" Olivia's word was firm and forceful. "We met quite by chance when I was measuring Lady Lydia for a gown, and then again at the theatre." Lady Emily groaned. "Let me guess, he played that god-awful lute for you." Olivia's frown deepened. "I rather like his lute. He plays it wonderfully." Lady Emily sneered at her. "He never puts the damn thing down," she snapped, "when he should be lavishing his attention on me, his fiancée." Now I cannot blame him for looking elsewhere, Olivia thought unkindly before reprimanding herself. The woman may have been distasteful, but if what she said was true, Logan was a liar and a cheat. "How do I know that what you say is the truth?" Olivia asked with a brave face. Lady Emily chortled. A habit that Olivia was beginning to find irritating. I suppose it is almost sweet how delusional you are. A man like the Duke could never possibly want a woman like you. Like me? Olivia asked, cursing her own meekness. Poor and unconnected, darling, and quite frankly, ruined by your need to work. It would be shameful for both you and him. Angry, hurt, and confused, Olivia snapped back. Do you not think that is for him to decide? She laughed again, and Olivia ground her teeth together in frustration. After all that I have told you, you still trust him. Olivia let that thought sink in. Did she? She didn't know. Only 30 minutes earlier, she had been happier than she ever thought possible. Logan had certainly never given her any prior indication that he might be such a cad. Yet, it all made perfect sense. She had known from the beginning that their difference in status and wealth was almost insurmountable, and though she most definitely did not like Lady Emily, not in the slightest, there was something in her demeanour that implied to Olivia that she was telling the truth. Seeing Olivia's uncertainty, Lady Emily pounced in. You know that he has been married before, don't you? She's dead now, so no competition. Competition! Olivia gasped, horrified by both what she said and how she said it. They were very young, she replied with a dismissive wave of her hand, but in love by all accounts. They even had a child. That cannot be true, Olivia said, feeling a little better at knowing this little snippet of information to be utter nonsense. He has never mentioned a child. Even if the poor child had died, a father would still bring up a name occasionally. If the child had died, perhaps, Lady Emily replied, her lips pulling into a smirk. The child did not die. No, Logan gave the boy away. He claimed to be too devastated by his wife's death, but I believe it was more a case that he simply could no longer be bothered with it. Olivia narrowed her eyes, sceptical at every word the woman uttered. It was true that she had her own insecurities, but what Lady Emily claimed was preposterous, and did not at all marry with the Logan that she had come to know so well. Do you have proof? Olivia asked. Lady Emily inhaled deeply, stiffening her shoulders as she sat up straighter with indignation. As a noble woman, having her honesty questioned was offensive, Olivia knew that, but being noble did not in any way guarantee honesty. Please, I do not mean to offend you, but surely you can understand. This is difficult to believe. The Duke is, well, he does not appear as the man you describe. I have nothing to hide, Lady Emily replied, affronted by the very idea. So much so that I suggest we go to the Duke's house right now and confront him. Let him decide which of us he wants to be with. The sincerity and certainty in the woman's voice made Olivia all the more curious and all the more fearful. She wanted to know exactly what was going on, and Logan was the only person who could tell her. Very well, she said, getting up from the hard wooden chair and smoothing down her skirts. Let's go, shall we? Chapter 15. I'm getting far too old for such vigorous riding these days, Gilbert said, groaning as he lowered himself into a dark leather chair. Logan laughed. You are all but 29, not 50. Don't make yourself old before your time. It's not me making myself old, Gilbert argued, looking up at Logan as he accepted the brandy glass from him. It is this blasted ache in my knees that's making me old. All you need is a little more exercise. It is as good for the body as it is for the soul. Logan took his seat opposite and sipped at his own brandy glass. Between them, the fire roared in the hearth, the heat warming the room through. He had been gone barely more than a week, but the house had become ingrained with a deep chill in that time, despite the clement weather. Only that very morning had he arrived back from his trip, and though he had intended to seek out Olivia before anyone else, Gilbert had been waiting for him. His friend wanted, no, needed, someone to talk to, someone to help ease his own woes, and so Logan had obliged. He knew he couldn't keep going on as if all was well. As soon as he could, he would speak to Olivia to reassure her of his love. Following that, he would travel to Baron Beckingsdale's home and officially end his courtship with Emily. If he left it any longer, he suspected something dreadful might happen. "So, how was Birmingham?" Gilbert asked. "Successful," Logan replied. "Of course it was. I swear, if you had been born a pauper, you would still be as rich as a king." Logan laughed. "It would be nice to think so, wouldn't it? They say Birmingham is where the money is now," Gilbert continued, "that it will overtake London soon as the place to be." "I can't imagine that ever." Logan's words were cut off by a rapid and angry-sounding bang at the main front door. Both he and Gilbert turned to look in the direction of the entrance, both wearing shocked expressions at such a ruckus. Logan listened to the clipped footsteps of the butler making his way to the front door, then the clunk of the handle being turned. The second between that and the voice he never wished to hear again seemed to last forever. When he finally heard Emily's words, his heart sank. He had wanted to see her to end things, of course, but not like this, and she did not sound happy. The knot in his stomach tightened. "I demand to see the Duke." "I will see if he is available. One moment, please." "I know he is at home," she said with a certain loudness for all to hear. "I will not take no for an answer." Logan groaned, knowing it to be true. Before he knew it, the door to the drawing-room swung open, and in marched not the butler, but Emily herself, Beaumont trotting quickly behind her, looking very vexed. "There you are," she said, a sneer on her face. "I am sorry, Your Grace," Beaumont said breathlessly, attempting to push in front of her. "She ran past me before I had a chance to—" "It's all right, Beaumont," Logan replied. "If Lady Emily is that keen to see me, then I shall not disappoint her." The butler nodded, backing away, while Emily folded her arms across her chest, wearing the usual smug expression of victory. It was more than obvious that this was a woman used to getting her own way. "Gilbert, you remember Baron Beckingsdale's daughter, don't you?" Logan said, turning to his friend with raised eyebrows. "I do, but I thought—" "And, of course, you remember the modiste too," Emily took a great deal of pleasure in announcing. Logan paled, feeling the colour drain from his cheeks. She knew about Olivia. But how? Yes. Gilbert flustered a little, his eyes darting between his friend and the odious woman before them. Logan gulped, looking over at Emily. It was then that he noticed movement behind her back, a slow, uncertain gait. "Good afternoon," the soft voice said. "Olivia." He swallowed, his heart hammering. The very thing he had dreaded was unravelling before his eyes, had indeed happened. This, he realised, could only possibly mean one thing, the end of all his hopes and chance of happiness. Logan leapt to his feet, not knowing what he could do, but knowing he had to do something. Both women looked at him fiercely. Olivia wore a look that Logan had never thought possible. "I suppose I owe you both an explanation," he said. "An explanation?" Emily repeated, breezing past him and settling on a couch, wearing a wide though fallacious grin. "You know, Logan, darling, it has been an awfully long time since I last saw you." Well, yes, but—" Logan couldn't find the words as his panic rose. Emily's demeanour frightened him far more than her wrath ever could. He looked at Olivia, holding her gaze as Emily spoke. He could see the hurt in her eyes, the way she was breaking inside, and he wanted nothing more than to run to her and hold her. He wanted to destroy Emily for what she was doing, but he knew he couldn't. None of this, in truth, was Emily's fault. It was his own doing that had led to his downfall. I will be honest with you. I am rather surprised that you have been gone so long, what with our wedding coming up. About that, Logan said, still not taking his eyes away from the sweet Olivia. Yes, Logan, what about it? Olivia asked, her voice so soft it was barely audible, her cheeks reddened by the second, her eyes filled with damp tears. It has all been a terrible mistake. Mistake. Emily growled the word through gritted teeth, and Logan could feel her seething eyes upon him. He turned to face her. Yes, I am sorry to disappoint you, Emily. I have been meaning to come and tell you personally, but a business trip came up and you are a coward as well as a cheat, Emily snarled. He took a deep breath, keeping calm. I am sorry, Emily, but I cannot marry you. There is someone else. Emily let out a bark of laughter. You think you can simply ruin my reputation for nothing, for this thing? She waved her hand at Olivia with distaste. Now, hold on a minute. Gilbert stepped in, taking a foot forward as he interjected. There is no need to speak of Miss Olivia like that. Olivia whimpered, making Logan whip back around to her. Her tears now ran steadily down her delicate cheeks, her whole body seemingly deflated, shoulders sagging. He reached out to take her hand, but she quickly snatched it away, pulling back from him. She looked at him in horror, as if he were a monster, seeing her injury and utter disgust at him in her eyes, crushed him. Please, Olivia, let me explain. So, it is all true, she said in a deflated whisper. No, he said before shaking his head. I mean, yes, it is true, but not as you believe it to be. Olivia gasped, staggering backwards as if she'd been struck. I cannot believe it, she said breathlessly. I trusted you. I know, he pleaded, and I am truly sorry. But please, allow me to explain. I had intended to go to Emily today and tell her. But you didn't, did you? Emily objected, her voice sing-song, as if she were enjoying the show. It was obvious that she was taking the greatest of pleasure in her revenge. Logan could feel her smugness behind him, but he couldn't bear to look away from Olivia. No, he said quietly, dipping his head to try to catch Olivia's eye. She did not meet his gaze. I did not. I thought you loved me. Olivia found the strength to finally look up at him. I did. I do. I really, truly, honestly do, Olivia. I love you more than anything in the world. That's why I want to marry you. And what about me? Emily asked. Logan turned slowly. I'm terribly sorry. I genuinely am. But I was mistaken about what I wanted. I thought perhaps, in time, I would come to love you. But now I know that could never be the case. I love Olivia. I plan to marry her, and that's all there is to it. Emily rose from the couch, her shoulders hunched and her lips sneering. Her cheeks had turned an angry red, and though her fists hung by her sides, they were tightly clenched. You were indeed mistaken, she spat, though her tone eerily calm. You have crossed the wrong family, Logan Edenwood. You mark my word, you will pay for the way you have treated me. I will get my revenge on the both of you. Emily, wait! He cried out, horrified by her threat. She merely glared at him and then marched from the room. Logan watched her go before turning back to Olivia. She looked so frightened, and it made Logan even angrier with Emily. She had ruined everything. Olivia, Logan spoke softly, tentatively, as if talking to an injured animal. The knot in his stomach tightened, making him feel sick. He willed her to understand, to at least talk to him. Olivia looked at him solemnly. "What about the rest of it?" she asked. Logan stood up straight, fear hitting his chest. How could she possibly know about the rest? About his past? No, surely not. "The rest?" he asked, feigning ignorance. "What do you mean?" Olivia scoffed, shaking her head, and Logan's heart sank even further. She knew everything, and there was no getting out of it now. "Is it true what she told me?" Olivia demanded. "Is it true that you were once married?" "Yes," Logan said, his voice croaking with emotion. "But she died, Olivia. Eleanor died." "And what of your son?" Logan paled, feeling a punch in his chest, as though he had been hit hard. No one, not even Gilbert, ever mentioned his son. He had done his best to block out the memory. It should have been obvious that the rumour would make its way around the ton. There were always people willing to gossip, and someone as cruel and manipulative as Emily would never have kept his private life secret. My son, he survived, didn't he?" Logan closed his eyes, lowering his head. "Yes," he said, barely a whisper. "Yes, he did." "And you just gave him away?" Logan swallowed, then risked a glance at Olivia. The hurt and confusion in her eyes broke his heart. "It wasn't like that," he impugned, unconvinced even by his own words. "I was not." "It doesn't matter what you were, and you were not," Olivia said in a low, sad growl. "All that matters is what you did. Olivia, please, I love you, and I—" But Logan did not get to finish his sentence because Olivia turned and ran from the room, her skirts flying out behind her. "Wait! Logan went to run after her, to give chase and beg her to listen to him, but Gilbert grabbed his arm and pulled him back. "Leave her. Let her go," he advised. "But I can't." "It is for the best to give her some time to think, to calm herself. There will be time to talk later." Logan turned and looked at his best friend, his vision blurred with tears that stung in his eyes. "What have I done, Gilbert? What have I done?" Chapter 16. Olivia ran without thought. She didn't listen to Logan's calls behind her. She just ran. Passing the butler and the maids in the entrance hall, she was soon out of the door and down the steps. She continued on, past the gardener and down the drive. Her legs didn't slow down until she was on the street. The quietness of the estate replaced by the bustle and noise of the main drag. Coaches rattled over uneven cobbles, and workmen called to each other from across the road. Olivia leaned over to rest her hands on her knees, catching her breath, her tear-stained cheeks drying in the cool air. It felt as though she had stepped into another world, another life. That morning, everything had been perfect. She'd fallen in love with a wonderful, honest man, and he loved her back. To make it even better, he had promised to look after her parents. It was a fairy tale come true, and Olivia was right at the heart of it. But now, it's turned into a tragedy. Now, her entire life had changed. That woman, Emily, or whatever her name was, had ruined everything. No, not her, Olivia corrected herself. Logan. It wasn't her fault Logan had turned out to be a rake. If anything, she had done Olivia a favour by revealing the truth. Logan was not the man she had thought he was, neither honest nor kind nor loving. He was a liar and a cheat, and he had deserted his poor child when the boy needed him most. And to make matters worse, he was engaged to another woman. Olivia let out a loud sob, burying her face in her hands. How could she have been so wrong? Her shoulders shook as she cried, the world around her falling away as she slipped into her own despair. Get out of the way! She jumped at the snarl and turned to see an angry-looking man carrying a heavy load and trying to push past her. I'm sorry, she squeaked, leaping backwards and out of his way. He rushed on by, shaking his head disapprovingly, and Olivia sighed. This was doing her no good. She had to go somewhere, but where? As she looked around desperately, the people hurrying through the streets offered her no answers. In no way could she go home in such a state. Her mother would know in an instant that there was something wrong, and she could not bear to explain everything to her. The shop. But Lizzie would insist she return home, or pester her until she told her everything, and then she would want to exact revenge on Logan. Olivia didn't want that, or maybe she did. Who knows anymore? All she knew was that she needed time to think, time to make decisions without the influence and interference of those who loved her. Sarah's, that's where I'll go. Her friend would let her talk and talk, reserving opinions until the time she knew Olivia would be willing to receive them. Decision made. Sarah would know exactly what she should do. Olivia rushed once again through the streets, desperate to get to her friend. Sarah wouldn't judge, or push, or demand anything of her. She would listen and comfort, allowing Olivia to release all her emotions. Blinking through her tears, she arrived at the door and rapped her knuckles frantically upon the hard wood. Taking a break in her exhaustion, she stood back and waited for an answer, but nothing came. With her tears slowing, she frowned and tried again. With hands curled into tight fists, she pounded again, surprised that not even one of the children had come running to greet her. Still no reply, no matter how hard she tried. How peculiar. She pushed open the door, knowing it wouldn't be locked, and called out her friend's name, dread beginning to pinch at her heart. Sarah? Are you here? All she could hear was the crack in her own voice, the emotion she barely held on to threatening to come pouring out. Sarah. Olivia fell back on her heels, giving out a little sob. It was unusual to find the house empty, but there was no denying that it was. Sarah rarely went out other than to visit Olivia herself, and Edward would no doubt be at work, so they were unlikely to be together. She turned and looked around at the deserted street, beginning to wander back through it. Maybe she'd take a walk around town, letting the cool air clear her head and temper her mood. Though she paid no heed to where she went, just followed her feet around the narrow streets. The only person she wanted to talk to, in truth, was Logan. Not Sarah, not her parents, only Logan. But not the Logan that existed for her now. No, she wanted the old Logan, the one she thought she knew, the man who was kind, who would never give a child away, nor court other women behind her back. She wanted the Logan she had fallen in love with and planned to marry, but that Logan no longer existed. The man he was now was not one Olivia would ever have entertained. At least not once she had gotten past his handsome face. And goodness, his face is handsome. She shook her head, annoyed at the betrayal of her own thoughts. She wanted, needed, to be angry at him, to hate him. Indeed, she did. And yet, at the same time, she still loved him, and she hated herself for it. How could he treat her in such a way? For that matter, how could he treat Lady Emily, or even his own son in such a way? Olivia hadn't believed Emily when she had told her about the child. The rest, perhaps. Men sometimes fell when their strength was tested, but the child, never. That was not mere folly, or something that could have, through circumstance, happened accidentally. Yet even before Logan had answered her, Olivia could see the truth in his eyes, the shame, the regret. the fear that he had been found out. In that moment, she had been crushed, more than in any other. "What am I to do, my love?" she muttered, eyes on the cobbles as she meandered in the direction of home, her feet guiding her without aid. "How can we possibly marry after this? Do you even want to marry me? Or was that a lie too?" "You'll be howling at the moon soon enough, sweetheart," a broken-toothed man said, making her look up in surprise. He laughed. "Talking to yourself like that. Doubt anyone would want to marry you." Olivia's cheeks reddened and she quickly backed away, embarrassed by both her own show of emotion and her seeming madness. And mad she felt, uncertain what she should think or how her emotions had changed. Even heartbroken, she was full of love. The idea of losing Logan took her breath away entirely, but the idea of all he had done was even worse. If he could behave like that before they were wed, what would he be capable of doing after? "What a fool I am to have gotten myself in such a situation," she reprimanded herself. "I had already accepted my fate." By the time she arrived home, Olivia was drained. She dragged her feet sluggishly up the stairs, her shoulders sagging and her head heavy with the weight of spiralling thoughts. "Olivia, you're late home today. Is everything well?" Angelina's face peered around the kitchen door, her brow creased with worry. "I'm fine, Mother," Olivia muttered, not meeting her mother's gaze. "Tired is all." "Difficult day?" her father asked from his position on the couch. A long one," she replied, not wanting to tell them. Not yet. Not until she knew in her own mind what she was going to do. Her father would not take kindly to the idea that Logan was an unfaithful and dishonest man, not when he himself prided himself on such propriety and correctness. "There's a little soup in the kitchen, if you would." "I would rather take myself to my bed, if you don't mind," Olivia said, still not raising her head. "You're not sick, are you?" her father asked. "I hope not. However will we manage if you are—" "Father, I am tired, nothing more," she assured him, but her words sounded harsher than she had intended them. "I will be right as rain by morning. Now, if you can excuse me, I will wish you both a good night." Trudging into her bedroom, she was quick to fall onto her bed, not even getting undressed. She didn't care about her gown, nor about the pins in her hair. With no energy to care, all she wanted was to sleep, so her churning thoughts would disappear. When she woke the next morning, Olivia felt surprisingly refreshed. She had, quite without realizing it, come to a decision, and though it pained her to make, she was certain it was the right thing to do. Washed and dressed, she saw to her parents and then took her usual walk around town before opening the shop. It was a bitter-sweet journey, one full of familiar, friendly faces. There seemed to be a lot of families out that morning, young and old. One harassed-looking mother ushered her unruly children along, and Olivia smiled, reminded of Sarah. She wondered briefly what had happened to her friend, then quickly dismissed it. Olivia didn't need to know where she was every minute of the day. Another mother was hanging washing on a line in the small garden at the front of her house, children running and giggling around her. They seemed happy, blissful even. And though it stung Olivia to see it, it made her realise she had indeed made the right decision. She would visit Sarah that afternoon, she surmised. Although she was certain in her choice, she would still like the opportunity to talk it over with her friend, if only to hear Sarah's outrage. "Good morning, Lizzie," Olivia called out as she entered the shop, the ringing bell above the door giving her presence away. Her assistant was already there, busying herself with the morning's tasks. Olivia forced herself to smile. "Good morning, Olivia dear. Now then, I've started on the gown for Lady Teresa, and I accepted delivery of the Indian silk this morning. That Jack is getting far too big for his boots, if you ask me." What did he do this time? Olivia asked, without much enthusiasm. Lizzie and the delivery boy always seemed at each other's throats. He is a cheeky so-and-so, that's all. I think he forgets that I'm old enough to be his mother, his grandmother even. Nonsense, Lizzie. You're as young as you ever were, she replied, her voice monotone. Besides, I am sure that he's only having a bit of fun with you, trying to make you feel good. Well, it is inappropriate. That's what it is. Olivia held her breath momentarily. Would you like me to have a word with his employer? She asked, eyeing Lizzie sharply. Don't be ridiculous, Lizzie said, looking horrified at the very idea. What on earth has gotten into you? Olivia closed her eyes and sighed. I'm sorry, Lizzie. It's just that, after all that happened yesterday and... Oh, I almost forgot about that. How did it go when you took that woman to see the Duke? Did he put her straight? Or is he as bad as she suggests? Olivia looked at her sadly, realising how often she would have to repeat the sentence she was about to say. I have decided to cancel my wedding with the Duke. Chapter 17. Logan growled in frustration as he paced up and down. He hadn't slept, not a single wink. He hadn't even gone to bed, but at least he had managed to control his urge to drink away his sorrows. Gilbert returned early that morning, worried for his friend's state of mind. Though Logan brushed him off, he was grateful for Gilbert's presence, and the fact that Gilbert was too stubborn to leave. Why don't you stop marching up and down for just a moment and let us talk? Gilbert suggested, not for the first time that morning. Logan's shirt hung untucked around his waist, his tailcoat unbuttoned, and his cravat hanging loosely around his neck. The curls of his red hair were barely recognisable. They were so dreadfully messed up with hands raking through them often enough. He looked and felt like a broken man. What is there to talk about? He demanded, not pausing in his step. Oh, I don't know. Just the fact that everything has gone so dreadfully wrong for you, and maybe how you can go about putting it right. There is nothing to be done, Logan snapped, swinging around to face Gilbert. Don't you see? I have done all of this to myself. Why don't we take a walk? Gilbert tried. We might as well put all that energy of yours to good use and take a turn around the gardens. You pay the staff enough to keep it spotless. Why not enjoy it? Logan grunted, but he did not argue with Gilbert. It was true that the gardeners did a wonderful job of maintaining the estate grounds, but Logan was in no state to enjoy it at all. Still, he drove his feet forward, walking quickly, with Gilbert trotting at his side to keep up. Everything is such a mess, he mumbled, staring down at the gravel pathway as they walked. And to make matters worse, the only person I have to blame is myself. We can agree on that at least, Gilbert said sardonically. But what we cannot agree on, quite clearly, is how to handle it. I am not sure that this self-deprecation is doing anyone any favours. I should have sorted things out with Emily long before it came to this. I knew I didn't want to proceed with the marriage. I was too much of a coward to deal with it. You absolutely should have. You are right on that score, old chap. And I should have been upfront with Olivia about my past. Again, you will get no argument from me. They rounded the back of the house, taking the path that led across the lawns and down toward the stables. Logan stopped in his tracks and turned on his heels, as if to pace back. Where are we going? I need to talk to Olivia, Logan said as he turned again to march forward, leaving Gilbert staring at his retreating back. I need to see her right away. Gilbert dashed after him, grabbing hold of his friend's shoulder. Are you sure that's the best idea right now, Logan? Come on, we should continue our walk. Logan looked at him uncertainly for a moment, but he did as he was told. As much as he wanted to follow his heart and chase after Olivia, He knew Gilbert's reasoning was clearer than his today. Besides, I want to see if you ever did get that fence repaired. Fence? Logan looked at Gilbert askance, with no idea what the man was talking about. How does that relate to Olivia? The fence! Gilbert laughed. Don't you remember? Your horse went crashing through it so long ago, and your father was most angry. Logan frowned for a moment, but then, yes, he did remember. He chuckled. He made me muck out the horses with the stable boy for an entire week. He recalled, told me he wanted to teach me the value of hard work. He was a good man, your father, Gilbert said, nodding. Indeed, he taught me to appreciate the staff and our wealth by showing me what they actually did. You know, he often told me that being privileged did not give us the right to be disrespectful of the work the staff do. And he taught you well, Gilbert agreed, for you have taken on those same values. It is why positions here at Charlington Hall are so sought after. Logan smiled, pleased that he had managed to get something in his life right, at least. The fence has never been repaired, he said. Father thought it a good reminder. After he died, I never had the heart to have it fixed. If I'm honest, I had near enough forgotten about it. They walked in companionable silence for a few minutes, and Logan realised he felt better, calmer. His thoughts were beginning to come in straight lines now, instead of the muddled mess that had been happening ever since Olivia stormed out of his life. Do you remember the first time you brought Eleanor here? Gilbert asked, his tone softer. Logan took in a breath at the mention of his first wife. He had loved her. Of course he had. But it was nothing in comparison to what he felt for Olivia. Nothing at all. He had not understood what love was back then. Still, he smiled at the memory. She nearly fainted at the size of the place, he said, chuckling as he thought of how wide her eyes had been on that first visit. Poor Eleanor, though noble-born, I am not entirely convinced that she was ever cut out for nobility. And she hated the ton. The Duke snorted with laughter. Don't we all? It's nothing but status-hungry gossip-mongers. That is true enough, Gilbert agreed, though they are useful enough contacts at times. They stepped off the path and into the woods that led to the broken fence, both driven there without much thought. A twig cracked beneath Logan's foot, and the air between the trees felt damp and cool compared to the heat of the sun. I didn't think I would ever become a father myself, he admitted, allowing himself to feel the pain for the first time in a long time, even when we married. You didn't want children? Gilbert asked. No, heavens, no, it wasn't that. I've always wanted a family of my own, to replace the one I never had growing up. I guess I never thought it would happen. But then little Jacob came along. Logan smiled softly at the memory. I can still feel the weight of his newborn body in my arms. If I think about it, I can almost believe he's still here. It's not too late, Logan, Gilbert said. He chose his words with care, as if worried about Logan's reaction. It was no surprise. Logan rarely reacted well when the topic of Jacob was brought up. What you did was wrong, but you still have time to put it right. I don't know, Gilbert. If I can never forgive myself, how could I ever expect Jacob to forgive me? Let's face it, I do not deserve forgiveness. You were grieving. Yes, you did wrong, but be as kind to yourself as you would be to others. No, my behaviour was inexcusable. I panicked. I was devastated. Yes, but I should never have given Jacob up. Every part of what has gone wrong in my life has one root cause, me and my behaviour. Jacob, Emily, even Olivia. He heard his voice break with emotion and cleared his throat, not wanting to feel anything. Thunder cracked above and his head shot up. Grey clouds had gathered, and, as if reflecting his dark feelings, rain began to pour down. "Quick!" Gilbert called, making a run for the house. Logan paused, not moving for a long moment. Shaking his head, his curls were as heavy with rainwater as his heart was heavy with pain. "No, I have something to do." He ran to the stables, not looking back as Gilbert called out, begging him to return to the house. Saddling up with speed, he leapt up onto his horse and bolted from the estate. The rain still pouring down hard, Logan sped toward the cemetery, blinking the water from his eyes. Puddles splashed up around them as the horse's hooves pounded against the cobbles, the sound of it fighting against the rumbling thunder. When he reached the centre of the cemetery, he slowed the horse to jump off, tethering the animal to a nearby tree. The Charlington mausoleum was a grand structure, dominating the graveyard. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. All 3 walls were stacked with stone coffins, and at the far end of the structure was a staircase that led down to even more. Eventually, he would join his ancestors down there, but not for many, many years, he hoped. Logan swallowed hard, sitting on the floor in the middle of the room, his legs crossed in front of him like a young boy. With his shoulders hunched around his ears, he began talking to his parents, as he always did when he was overwhelmed with emotion. "I'm sorry I have not visited in a while. I have been... well, I suppose I am ashamed of myself. I have behaved badly, Mother, Father. I wish you were here to guide me. Ever since you died, I have felt so alone, even my wife, Eleanor. I loved her in a way, but there was always something that was not quite right. It was as though I had merely settled for her. But then she died too. She left me like you did, and I spiraled out of control." Logan looked down at his crossed legs, realizing how true his words were. Until today, he had not allowed himself to admit it, but it was all true. His shame, his fear, his inability to properly control his actions. "Then I met Olivia," he said softly, still looking down at the floor. "And she was so very different. Goodness, Father, you would have adored her if you'd had the opportunity to meet her. Olivia has shown me what love means, but now..." His voice cracked, and he let out a whimper of pain. Olivia had shown him the way, and he had ruined it with his own ineptitude. "How can I ever win her back?" he asked, looking up at his parents' final resting places. "Now that I have fallen in love, I don't want to experience loss again. I could not bear it. Please help me. How can I win her back? I will do whatever it takes." Chapter 18. Olivia twisted the key in the lock, securing the door to the shop. Under normal circumstances, in the middle of the day, she would shut up shop and go upstairs to see to her family. Today, though, she had something else in mind. She had to see Sarah, both for her own sake and for her friends. Unsure why, Olivia found herself worried for Sarah, since she had not been home the day before. Little did she know that things were much worse than she suspected. Following a route that she had walked many times before, Olivia sped along almost at a run. So keen was she to speak to her friend. As she trundled past the bakery, catching the aroma of sweet pastries, Olivia did not slow her pace. The sooner she could get everything off her chest, the sooner her emotions would be settled. As she approached a junction, one where she would need to cross the pebbled road, a familiar fellow appeared at the other side. He was crossing over to her side. Her eyes could not believe that it was Edward with his 3 daughters. This was such an unusual sight for Edward, to be in sole charge of his family, that Olivia looked positively shocked. Edward, being a man of tall stature, was not one to look meek. Yet he looked so frazzled that she knew something was seriously amiss. "My word, Edward, whatever are you doing at this time of day, away from your work?" Olivia asked, as the small group approached her. "I was hoping you could tell me the whereabouts of my wife," Edward croaked, cradling the little one tightly in his arms. "I was now on my way over to your house, because there was no reply at your door this morning," Olivia explained, her voice a little fretful. "When did you last see her?" "Sarah left us through the night as we all slept," Edward was forced to admit. He looked around to make sure no one could overhear them. Olivia knew he was a private, proud man, and would rather not share such news. "I found her letter upon waking early morning." As they spoke, the child in his arms began to wail. It was a whimper that called out for her mother, and it was clear that she was missing her mother's attention and love. "There, there," Olivia said as she leaned in to take the child from her father's arms. "A letter, you say?" she asked. "Does it not indicate to the nature of her disappearance?" "Once I realised she was gone, I gathered the girls and took them to the bakery with me. They needed their breakfast," he began, as if he might find a clue if he recalled the day's events. "What did Sarah say in her letter?" Rather than read the words out loud for the children to hear, he unravelled the piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to her. Unable to read and comfort the child at the same time, Olivia handed him back his daughter. Before reading the note, she could see the quivering lips of Sarah's other daughters too. It would not do to continue lingering in the street. "Let's take the girls to my home. There we can give them a warm glass of milk," Olivia suggested, not having a chance to read the contents of the letter yet. She turned, taking hold of one of the girl's small hands. Olivia continued to walk as she read Sarah's words in the letter. "Edward, my love, I am so very, very tired. I will take the boy to my parents, where I know I can regain my strength. Forgive me, my love, but my body is exhausted and my mind is addled. I will return soon. Your loving wife, Sarah." Olivia said nothing but kept up a fast pace until they arrived at her shop. Taking the children up to the apartment, she called out for her mother. Angelina came at once, consternation clear on her face. She was wise enough to say nothing. Instead, she helped to settle the girls at the table. Olivia went to fill a pan with half water and half milk. It was a drink that had always comforted her as a child. Edward had seated himself next to the girls, his head held heavily in his hands. Never had Olivia witnessed a man so broken. "Now then, girls," she said, taking their attention away from their father. "Take your warm drinks and go play with William in the bedroom," she instructed them as she poured the milky liquid into ceramic cups. Each of the girls followed William, with a soothing cup of warm milk in hand. His jovial laugh lifted their spirits, leaving their father to take a breath, while he too recovered. Olivia noted the dampness in his eyes. Thank goodness she had been able to assist him, for she could see that he was suffering an emotional turmoil. "I am in no doubt that your wife loves you, Edward," Olivia said as she took a seat at the table. Her mother sat by her side, if only for the sake of etiquette. Her daughter should not be in such close contact without a chaperone. "My only wish is that Sarah would have come to me," Edward said with a broken voice. "I am as much to blame, Edward," Olivia told him. "I should have seen the signs." "I don't know what I will do, Miss Olivia," he pleaded. "I can't take my girls to the bakery every day. It's a hot and dangerous place for young ones, and I cannot afford to close so that I can follow my wife. We can scarce afford things as it is." Angelina took her daughter's hand in hers, and Olivia knew exactly what she was thinking. If only they had money to spare so they could help their friends in need. But it could not be so. They also had financial constraints. "Sarah will not stay away for long, Edward. I am sure of it." Olivia tried to encourage positive thoughts. As she said that, she was reminded of her own heartache and her present emotional problems. "You are a happy couple. I've never met anyone so meant to be together as the two of you. Besides, she will soon be missing the girls. Mark my words, and do not lose heart." "Those are kind words, Miss Olivia, but they will not bring her back," he half sobbed. "No, but we will help all we can," Olivia said, wishing she could have known how far Sarah had sunk. "Why don't you take yourself along to your bakery? I cannot care for the girls yet, as I too must work, but William can watch them in their home for the rest of the afternoon." "Will he do that?" Edward asked, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "He is a fine boy, more than capable of taking on such a responsibility, if only for a short time," Angelina said, joining in. If only she had the energy to do it herself. She did so love the children, though she would do her share if it was needed. Edward fiddled with his cap in hand. It was clear he had found a sense of relief. "How can we ever thank you?" he said, standing up to leave. "When I close the shop, I will go and collect them." "They shall come here for soup," Olivia said, forming the plan in her head at the same time as speaking it. "That is a kind gesture, and I will leave the bakery early to collect them from your care." Edward nodded with a smile. "I will make a thick soup that will satisfy their hunger," Angelina added, pleased she could play her part. Olivia led him out of the house as she walked down the stairs to go to her shop. Waving him farewell, she felt her own sadness return. Her stomach grumbled as she had not partaken in any lunch. Right now, that was the least of her worries. She had been looking forward to speaking with Sarah, to pouring her heart out to her. With Sarah gone, there was no one in whom she could confide. Her sadness had doubled within hours. What with her decision to cancel her union with Logan, and now her best friend disappearing, what was she to do? "I can see you are burdened with worry," Lizzie said as Olivia arrived in the shop. "They are raining down on me in all directions today," Olivia said, unable to hide her misery. "While your mind is fogged with worry, you must make no rash decisions," Lizzie advised. "Keep the kettle simmering, my mother always said. That way, there's always something for emergencies." Olivia couldn't help but smile. Her assistant was not a person she could confide in, but she did often lighten Olivia's mood on occasion. "You are quite right," Olivia said. "Sometimes one's worries pale into insignificance when you see how others struggle. This morning I felt that I had the world on my shoulders, but now I find myself at the aid of others who are in dire need." "There you go, then," Lizzie said. "Until you have time to consider your own needs, may I suggest that you put making any big decisions on hold?" Lizzie did not know all the details of Olivia's problems, but she knew her friend was struggling emotionally. She wanted to help if she could. "Look, let me take the duty at the front of shop this afternoon, and you keep in the background so your mind can be quiet and heal," suggested Lizzie, leading Olivia to the sewing room at the back. "Thank you, Lizzie. That's an excellent idea. I will also open the rear door and let the fresh air blow the cobwebs from my mind. It might help me think with more clarity," Olivia mumbled to herself. "I do have much to think about, Lizzie. Though you must call me if any of the ladies ask for my assistance, we can ill afford to lose custom." Lizzie nodded her compliance and went through to man the shop front. Her task today would be stock-taking, while her mistress progressed with her needlework. No one could create gowns as Olivia did, and for many, they did not deserve them, in her opinion. Chapter 19. There was nothing for it. Logan had paced the parlour floor for too long, and then he'd gone on to walk around his grounds to clear his head. All to no avail. He simply had to talk to Olivia. He could not leave it a moment longer. He had to see her, explain, talk to her. Taking the horse from one of the grooms, he saddled up immediately, galloping into town. Tethering the horse to a post, he went to carry out his business, except he wasn't in town for a business deal. He had come with only one purpose in mind, to see his beloved. Expecting to find Olivia in the shop, he was disappointed to see her assistant serving a customer. Not to be put off, he marched through the small shop towards a hanging curtain at the back. This, he knew, led to a small back room where Olivia often did her work. As he lifted the curtain and stepped through, he heard Olivia gasp out as if in pain. She was unaware of his presence because she had her back to him, seated on a chair. "I am sorry to intrude, but I simply must speak with you," he announced, the curtain still half lifted in his hand. Olivia turned her head, sucking on a sore finger. As well as the sight of Logan, she could see through the lifted curtain that Lizzie and a customer were staring their way, although the handsome man before her was no longer her fiancé. For a small moment, that had been her first thought. Logan dropped the curtain and entered the sparsely furnished room. He reached into a pocket of his fine navy blue jacket and pulled out a large handkerchief. Olivia was in no mood to speak with him. Already tears pricked her eyes. Was it the sight of her beloved? Or was it the pain from her stinging injury? Or maybe even the disappearance of her closest friend, Sarah? "I do not wish to speak with you, Logan," she said, her voice barely audible. "Here, let me—" He knelt on the floor and wrapped the kerchief around the delicate, bloodied finger. Olivia watched as he held her hand with such tender care. She was loath to tell him her decision, but tell him she must. Logan remained kneeling before her, still holding on to her hand. Olivia was in a daze and made no move to stop him from aiding her. Truly, the needle had gone deep. A dull throb pulsed from her fingertip, causing her stomach to feel nauseous. She was at his mercy. "You are so very pale, my dear," Logan said with a sympathetic look. "Allow me to assist you upstairs to your quarters." "No, I... Olivia pulled away. The blood-stained kerchief fell to the floor with her sudden movement. Logan remained on one knee, looking shocked at her as she backed away from him. He felt relieved that at least she had not run from the room. Standing up, he remained where he stood, not approaching her in case she panicked and left. "I have come to explain my actions to you." "No, do not say another word," Olivia retorted, holding the palm of her now uninjured hand up towards him. "There are no reasons, no excuses that could ever be adequate." "Please, Olivia," Logan pleaded as he watched her bow her head down. She could not even bear to look at him, and it was he who had wronged her. She was so blameless in this. He took one small step closer to her. "I was to visit Emily that very day and tell her we were wrong for one another. In truth, I don't know how she ever talked me into—" "That is a poor excuse, Your Grace." "Please don't call me by such a formal title." Logan was shocked to hear that title coming from Olivia's lips. "We are betrothed, you and me. We will overcome this." "No, Logan, we cannot," Olivia snapped, now staring into his face. "How could you ever believe that? The engagement is over, if it ever existed in the first place." "Of course it exists." "I do not believe that you can become betrothed to two people," Olivia pointed out. "As I was an afterthought, it implies I was your second choice, so your first choice still stands." "Never," Logan responded. "You are the only woman for me. I want you to stay in my life so we can grow old together. Please, do not reject my offer of marriage." Olivia could see that Logan was as broken as Edward had been that very morning. Both were at a loss, without the women they loved by their sides, but she could not allow this charade to continue. In her heart, all she wanted was to run into Logan's strong arms, in the hope that all their troubles would disappear. If only dreams could come true. He had given her so much hope, only to take it all away again. "Even if I could forgive your indiscretion, there are still other matters," Olivia said. Her strength was weakening with every passing moment. matters that I know we can overcome together. Your son, your wife, these are not matters to overcome. They are real, and not passing whims. Olivia spoke harsh words, but nonetheless, it was the truth. Olivia wavered, pondering the thought of running away from this confrontation. Sanctuary was only moments away. She could run to her home and bury her head in a cushion as she allowed the tears to flow. The nagging sore of her finger still throbbed, and her heart ached at the sight of her handsome beau. But he was no longer her future husband, and she must accept that. Olivia, I married very young, too young to understand my responsibilities. There are many regrets in my past. I beseech you, please do not become yet another one of my regrets. I cannot lose you, for I love you. He petitioned wholeheartedly, the anguish of loss clear on his features. She could bear it no more. The man standing before her had already been a husband, another's fiancé, and also he was a father. You deny your child of love, of belonging, of any happiness. Your flippant games are disingenuous, sir. I cannot risk my own family becoming pawns with your changing fancies. Logan looked on in shock. How could this have turned so bitter? Why couldn't Olivia see that his love for her was real? With no more words in his defence, his head drooped as Olivia's words hit him hard. Olivia observed an instant change in his stance. She knew that she had won, though she wanted no prize for this battle. All she wanted was for things to go back to how they were before she found out about his previous life. Though she knew that could never happen. She yearned to tell him how much she loved him, but refrained from such a weakness. May I ask that you at least take the time to think on our engagement, and not call it off yet? He appealed, raising his head to see her response. There was a tiny glimmer of hope. He knew it. Olivia's eyes flickered as if she wanted to agree with him, but he knew she had no choice. Her family was everything to her, and she would not risk their delicate reputation. Olivia turned and lifted the curtain. Through the gap, he could see customers staring their way. Of course, they would have heard every word through the flimsy partition. On her part, Olivia walked through the shop, with her head held high. She glanced only at Lizzie, who smiled in acknowledgement. All Olivia could do now was retreat to the apartment, while this situation came to rest. Logan was sure he had witnessed a ray of hope in Olivia's eyes. He would not give up yet. They were meant to be together. He knew it to be true. For Olivia's sake, he sat in the chair she had vacated and waited for the shop to empty. Olivia was standing by a window in the apartment that overlooked the entrance to the shop. Luckily, her parents were resting, and William was caring for Sarah's children, so she was alone. Then she spotted him leaving the shop. At least he had been gentleman enough to wait for the customers to depart first. No doubt they had all dashed out to spread their gossip elsewhere. Watching Logan stride with purpose from the shop, she felt a twinge in her heart. How she longed to be his, but it was never to be. Chapter 20. When Logan had left a heartbroken Olivia, he had determined there and then that this was not the end of the matter. He had every intention of pursuing her, and no intention of losing her. With his mind in turmoil, he decided the best thing to do was to go and seek the advice of his old friend, Gilbert. The last time he had spoken with him, he hadn't been willing to listen to Gilbert's wise words. Now he longed for the wisdom that Gilbert could offer. Logan had to admit to himself that he always acted far too rashly, always living for the moment, and never thinking of the consequences of his actions. Gilbert would know how to set things right with Olivia. He was a man of perception and patience. Riding at speed to Gilbert's manor house, Logan allowed the groom to take the horse's reins as he ran up the stairs to the front door. It opened straight away, the butler there to greet him. "Is Gilbert home, Chivers?" Logan asked the manservant, barging past him as if his life depended on it. "Indeed not, Your Grace," Chivers replied as he accepted the Duke's hat. "But my lady has sent for him forthwith as she observed your approach." "Splendid." "Logan!" A familiar female voice sang out. "How wonderful to see you. Do come and sit with me in the garden room." Logan turned to see the graceful Lydia descending the large, grand staircase. She must have spotted him from an upstairs window. "That would be perfect," he replied, glad for the company of another long-time friend and confidant. "Chivers, have tea sent through to us," Lydia requested. "We have much to catch up with," she said, turning to Logan and leading him towards the garden at the rear of the house. Lydia had a way of making Logan feel like all was well with the world. Forever cheery, Gilbert's wife was the most agreeable company, and they were soon reminiscing over past events. "Yes, Eleanor always loved a picnic." Lydia chuckled as she recalled how the four of them had enjoyed each other's company. "She had us riding to the riverside every time, so she could feed the swans." Talking of his long-lost wife with Lydia never felt as if it was a sad affair. Eleanor and Lydia had been best of friends, and Lydia only ever recounted the happiest of times. She was never one to judge, and his brief conversations with her were always a joy. "You two were mischievous together." Logan managed a laugh. "I swear you should have been born sisters." They whiled away a half hour drinking sweet tea and thinking only on good memories. It helped Logan to relax, if only for a short time. "Ah, I do believe I hear my husband's arrival," Lydia said as the banging of the front door echoed in the large hallway. "Logan, my dear man," Gilbert greeted his friend as Logan stood up to acknowledge him. "Let's have a brandy, shall we?" Gilbert offered, as he went to kiss his wife lightly on the cheek. "Do you mind awfully, dear?" he said to her as an indication that it was time for her to leave. "Not at all," she replied, smiling as she stood up and offered her hand to Logan. "We have had a very pleasing chat, Logan and I. I'll see you again very soon, I hope." "Of course, my lady," Logan said as he kissed the back of Lydia's hand with a bow of his head. "And my thanks for your charming company." Lydia bowed her head, smiled at her husband, and left the room. "I say, old chap, I've been wondering how things are going with you," Gilbert said as Chivers entered the room with a tray of brandies. He served and then promptly left the gentleman alone. "They do not go well, Gilbert. Not one bit," Logan admitted to defeat. He could now get down to the business that had brought him here in the first place. "No, I did not imagine that you would be having a good time of it," his friend replied with a frown, as he sipped on his brandy glass. "I went to see Olivia, Gilbert, and she has now informed me that she wishes to call off the engagement. Can you believe it?" Logan was relieved to finally have someone to speak with. "Listen. Drink up, Edenwood. Let's take ourselves outside where we can think and get ourselves out of this stuffy room," Gilbert suggested. The two friends were soon strolling around the manor grounds, where Logan begged for advice. "It pains me to say this," Gilbert said as they stopped at the side of the small lake. "It's my guess that the time has come when you must confront the fact that you have a son." Logan nodded his head, but said nothing. In his heart, he had always known this day would come. "And you must ask yourself if you are truly over Eleanor," Gilbert added to the burden. "Of course I am over my wife's death," Logan argued. "I can never love anyone as I do Olivia, not even Eleanor. She and I were young and foolish." "Keeping the truth from Olivia was a mistake," Gilbert added. "She most certainly is no fool. You need to be more open with her if you desire her hand in marriage." "I wish I had handled the whole situation differently," Logan sighed, his eyes on the ground with the heavy burden of his mistakes. I was worried that if I gave her my full past, she would turn her back on me. I have always said to you that honesty is the best policy, Gilbert reminded him. Now come, Edenwood. My wife will be longing to hear you play that lute of yours. I will have no peace if you leave without doing so. I'm assuming you have it on you. Logan nodded his head. Always. It's hanging on my saddle, would you believe? I'll get Chivers to organise its retrieval at once, Gilbert said as they started back to the house. Meanwhile, you must give Olivia time. There is much for her to take in. What? With the dreadful Emily approaching her. Then the news of your beloved wife Eleanor, and finally, that you are a father. Give her space, old boy. If she loves you, she will overcome the hurdles, but not if you go blundering in and pushing her too fast. Lydia insisted that Logan stayed for dinner, if only so she could listen to his beautiful songs for the rest of the day. She too played on the pianoforte, and the three friends sang a few memorable tunes together before the day was over. As a blanket of darkness was falling, Logan was ready to set off home. Mounting his horse outside the front door, he thanked his friends for the lovely afternoon. I have a trip coming up, Logan told Gilbert as he approached the horse that Logan now sat upon. Ah, jolly good. That should keep you out of trouble. Gilbert chuckled, looking up at his friend. Olivia needs time to adjust her thoughts if she is to accept you in your true light. Logan did not reply, for there was no more to be said. He accepted his friend's advice wholeheartedly. Waving to Lydia, who remained standing at the top of the front steps, he set his horse off into a canter. The night was fresh, and already he felt more confident. When he next saw Olivia, he would indeed show himself in his true light. Chapter 21. Olivia had made the decision to break off the engagement once and for all, and now it was time to break the news to her parents. She would inform them that she needed to care for Sarah's children too. To do this, she requested that her father and mother remain in the small parlour after their evening meal. She made sure to include her brother in the family gathering too. It was usual for them to go straight to their bedchamber following the meal. This allowed Olivia to make up hers and William's beds in the living room where they slept. First, we must discuss any help we can give to Sarah's family while she is recovering, Olivia began. I must make time to help Edward with the girls for the sake of their health and well-being. Of course, my dear, and we will do all we can to help. Her mother nodded her agreement. I will need your help, William, too. There will be much for us to do. Olivia turned to her brother, and he nodded with enthusiasm. The next matter affects our family too, and it is not news that you will be prepared for, Olivia continued, though she tried to put on a brave face. I am calling off my engagement with the Duke of Charlington. Olivia closed her eyes as she gave the news, struggling to say Logan's name. She purposely chose his official title. We suspected that something was amiss, her mother stated. Will you tell us why? The Earl asked. The Duke is already engaged to another. Then there is the matter that I was unaware he is a widower, which I have only recently learned of. To his wife, he bore a child, whom I am led to believe was given away, like the ownership of a horse. Choking on her words, she paused to take in air. The Earl was about to speak, but Olivia raised her hand to stop him. I am sorry, father, to be so brazen, but that is to be the end of it. I mean no disrespect to my parents, but I wish to speak of it no more. You must trust in my judgment. On the contrary, the Earl coughed with a tickle in his throat. Your parents support you wholeheartedly. The man may be a duke, but he has no right to break the heart of my only daughter. Olivia dabbed a lacy handkerchief to her eye, determined not to allow the flow of tears in front of her family. "Oh, there, dear," her mother joined in. She wanted to approach her daughter to comfort her, but she was aware that Olivia was trying so hard to compose herself. "You have cared for us all these years," the Earl pushed on, "and now we must witness such sadness in your life. It pains us that we can do nothing to right such wrongs." "There is nothing for it, father. I am only too glad that the truth is out." Olivia sniffled and stood up from her chair to end the family meeting. Olivia and her brother were true to their word. Every day they went along to assist Edward with his children. In the morning, Olivia began her day even earlier in the shop. William went along to Sarah's home to watch the girls until his sister arrived to take over. So that Edward could attend to his bakery, Olivia cleaned the house and cooked the main meal of the day for the girls. She fit the extra chores into her daily routine without so much as a murmur, and William took great responsibilities upon his shoulders, at only 10 years of age, making his family proud. Edward was uneasy about burdening Olivia in such a way, so he returned from the bakery at midday to play his part. In the afternoon, Edward returned to his business, and Olivia participated in bathing and putting the children in their beds. By early evening, she returned to her home and almost straight to her own bed. Although it was an odd arrangement, Olivia felt compelled to help, though every time she heard Edward's deep, rumbling voice as he spoke, it reminded her of Logan, her handsome Duke. Oh, how she missed him. Back in the family home, Angelina was managing to help a little with the modiste shop. It was agreed that Olivia's assistant would see to every customer. Angelina then took all the gowns that needed sewing up to the apartment. In the short time that Olivia spent in the modiste, she was always sure to mention the town where Sarah's parents lived. It was in the hope that with light conversation, she may find out some news on the well-being of Sarah and her parents. On one of such occasions, she struck lucky with the maid of one of the ladies. The maid in question also had parents in the same town and knew the family well, though what she reported was disappointing. "I did indeed see Sarah's parents, as we are neighbours in the same street." Olivia invited her to take tea in the hope of gaining more information. "When I happened upon them, they were alone. What's more, they mentioned nothing of their daughter being home." Olivia passed the news on to Edward, but it only caused him to worry even more over his wife. On day 4, he had decided that he would write a letter to Sarah's parents. Perhaps, if he pleaded with them, they would talk Sarah into returning home. For 3 days, Edward anxiously waited for a rider to approach him with a reply, although, in truth, he knew it must take much longer. Olivia had been coming to his home for 6 full days, and every day he grew fonder of her company. "Can you stay for a pot of tea?" he asked as he arrived at a quiet home with the children all tucked up in bed. Olivia would have preferred to leave as she was bone-weary, but she knew how Edward worried over his family, and agreed. Not that she had forgotten her own problems. Logan was at the forefront of her mind every moment of every day. "You make a good pot of tea." Olivia smiled, looking over at her host. Something in Edward's eyes disturbed her as she noticed he had been staring at her the whole time. She shifted uncomfortably in her seat by the fire, regretting accepting the invitation to stay for tea. Shaking off the thought of discomfort, Olivia convinced herself that Edward's dark-eyed stare was most likely his own weariness too. This situation was not easy on him. "Are you unwell?" she asked him. "How can I be unwell when I am in such pleasant company?" he replied, showing Olivia a strange glare of desire. His face remained stern, and his eyes bore into her. With a troubled uneasiness, Olivia made to get up and ready herself to leave, when he spoke again. "Tell me, Olivia, does it not bother you what people might say that you are in my house so often?" "I would tell them that my only intention is to help my friend." she replied with a tense feeling of anxiety at such a question. "I cannot abandon my best friend's children when she is ill." Olivia stood up as the situation vexed her even more. "Do you doubt my intentions, sir?" She wavered as Edward also stood up, and his tall stature loomed as he smiled down at her. "Oh, I don't doubt your intentions one bit, Olivia," he replied, stepping even closer. Olivia was backed up against the chair she had vacated. She could not move forward without bumping into Edward's looming shape. "I am a man in the company of a beautiful woman of marriageable age," he said in a deep whisper. "In my opinion, you deserve nothing but the best." As Edward finished speaking, he reached a large hand onto her chin and leaned in to kiss her sweet lips. "No!" Olivia called out, pushing at Edward's solid chest to make space between them, space she needed to get by him and escape. "This is wrong, sir!" Without even grabbing for her outer coat, Olivia ran out of the house and onto the street. Her legs kept moving to get her far away from Sarah's house at speed. She had not noticed that her cheeks were damp with tears. Her mind was so confused at Edward's unwarranted advances. How could the man believe that she would allow him to take advantage of her in such a way? She felt alone and afraid. In her mind, she pictured the Duke. Never would she let another man touch her. The only man she could ever love or be with was Logan. Chapter 22. One thing Logan hated whenever there was a need to visit the larger towns was that he had to travel everywhere by carriage, reluctant to take his prized horses into the dirt and grime of an industrial town. There was no other choice. But business must be done, and so he must endure the hectic conditions of the hustle and bustle of an ever-growing town. Birmingham was a place packed with people and industry, factories and warehouses, and indeed a place where he too made a living. Not that he needed the extra income, but his mind enjoyed the challenge of the investments. His father had taught him well, and every business plan he had put his hand to, thus far, had paid dividends. Although the town was still dominated by metal production, his latest investment was to buy a textile factory. Logan had come to town to check on the equipment being installed into his business premises. In the past, he had invested in several residential properties in the town. Whenever he visited, he would go about visiting his tenants to collect the rents for the month. It was something he liked to do, now and then, so he could ensure his tenants were well cared for. Unlike many of the residential properties in the industrial towns, his were well maintained. While he was in the town, he had also looked into purchasing a row of terraced houses for supervisors working in his factory. In his view, it was important to take care of the workers. Not only was it a humanitarian gesture, but he believed it helped increase productivity. All good management practices that his father had taught him. All the while he went about his business, Olivia was in his thoughts at every turn. Only yesterday he had passed by a modiste shop and almost walked inside, if only to remind himself of the love of his life. He was thankful that he had managed to stop himself. What would the ladies, who tried on hats in front of a large mirror, have thought of a man invading their privacy? Logan was eager to complete his business in this large town, so he could get back to his quieter life and call upon Olivia. She'd had a whole week to contemplate on his faults. Surely, even in Gilbert's view, that was long enough. He did not wish to leave it much longer. Logan planned on leaving on the morrow, and once home, he would make haste to visit his fiancée, for he still considered that they were engaged to be married, despite Olivia's confusion. He had visited all 9 of his tenants throughout the week, gone on to attend a business meeting to agree upon an opening date for his factory, and finished with the viewing of a row of houses close to his factory. Now, he considered his business was concluded. On top of that, he had attended the homes of friends and acquaintances, some of whom only invited him to gain favours. No matter, he had been raised to expect such behaviour, and whenever he could, he would oblige, although it was such an obligation that had caused some of his great problems in recent months. Not so long ago, he had been invited to a small gathering at the Baron of Beckinsdale's abode. Not being one to turn down such invitations, because it helped to while away his time when on such business trips, he accepted, although it did not take long to understand the real reason for his invitation. It was at that gathering that he first became acquainted with the convivial Miss Emily Roundhouse, being the daughter of his host. At the time, he was still in mourning the loss of his wife, and Emily had seemed like a ray of sunshine. He was not to know that storm clouds followed her around. Logan never actually recalled proposing to Emily, yet somehow that fact had soon become public knowledge. He had played along and allowed himself to be swayed into the celebrations of it all. Only recently had he realised that Emily was a manipulative little creature, and she was the one who had begun the rumours of their engagement. By not visiting her, he had hoped that she would find another duke to latch on to. After all, it was the societal connection that the family yearned for. There was little attraction between Emily and Logan, and so he had left them to it. In secret, he had hoped that the unwanted situation would simply sort itself out. That had been a part of his downfall. By ignoring her, she had brazenly visited Olivia, only to disclose his entire life to the woman he truly loved. In truth, he should have revealed the story to Olivia himself, yet he had hesitated in fear of losing her. And now, with the thought of seeing Olivia once again, he returned to his hotel with a spring in his step. As he entered the lobby, a messenger approached him with a folded, sealed letter on a silver tray. As he read the note, his spirits dropped. Oh no, that was all he needed. On the last evening of his trip, he had been invited to attend Baron Beckinsdale's home, as in the note delivered earlier that day. Climbing out of the horse-drawn cab, he requested that they return to pick him up in 2 hours. As he was standing talking to the driver, Emily came bounding towards him. He had never noticed before, but she was a chubby bundle of false pretences, and she flew into his arms. Determined not to respond in kind, he held out his arms wide, taking off his hat as the cab driver rode away. Emily led him to the front doorway, where he was met by the Baron and his wife. At first, it seemed a happy affair as they welcomed him back into the bosom of his fiancée. Although he said nothing at the words the Baron used, they were not words he would have used himself. Logan listened, throughout the meal, to the banter of the family. They were planning a party in celebration of the engagement. As tradition allowed, at the end of the meal, the Baron took Logan into a room with a billiard table for brandy. "What do you think of the addition of my billiard table, then, Edenwood?" the Baron boasted. Logan gritted his teeth at the familiarity with which the Baron addressed him. He knew that it was a time to stand firm and put an end to this nonsense. "Now that we are alone, Lord Roundhouse—" "Oh, please, Edenwood, drop the formalities, will you?" The Baron half laughed as he picked up a billiard stick to begin a game. "You are my future son-in-law, and we should set a date, this very evening, for the wedding." "There will be no wedding, sir," Logan called out, the words echoing in his head as if they were the beat of a drum. "Nonsense!" the Baron resounded. "You have broken my daughter's heart enough with your dilly-dallying. It's time to resolve this once and for all, and make the date public before you ruin her reputation." "It was never my intention to marry your daughter, nor to ruin her reputation, sir," Logan said, still standing firm. "Of course you intended on marrying her. You've allowed some silly pauper to addle your brain is all. And now you are back in the bosom of your true fiancé. We can put that foolishness behind us. Do you play billiards?" "No, Baron Beckingsdale. I will not be marrying your daughter. My heart is with another, and I will marry Lady Dickens." "I beg to differ, sir." The Baron slammed his billiard stick on the large table before him. "Olivia Dickens is no lady. Indeed, she shall be a duchess, the Marchioness of Essex, and I ask you not to insult her a moment longer." Logan was livid, but so too was the Baron. "Don't be a fool, Your Grace," the Baron faltered. "Your match with my daughter is ideal, and you will not ruin her reputation. By gods, you will not." "Sir, I thank you for the invitation to dine, but I must now take my leave. For tomorrow I have a long journey that will enable me to speak with the lady I am to marry. I cannot, and will not, marry any other than the woman I love. I trust you will come to terms with this decision, for it is final." With the last sentence, Logan turned and left the room. Behind him, he left a shocked Baron who could find no more words. The Baroness and her daughter were standing outside the door, and Logan bid them a good evening as he headed for the front door. Luckily, his cab was waiting as he stepped outside. Wasting no time, he quickly jumped inside. As the cab rode off, Emily ran out of her front door, falling to her knees and wailing like a banshee. Chapter 23. Finally, Logan thought, I'm on my way home. The journey seemed to be taking forever. As far as he was concerned, the coach couldn't go fast enough. As he was the only one in it, it should go with speed. However, the rain was slowing down progress, so he would have to sit tight and be patient. The first thing he intended to do was to call upon Olivia and her family. Yes, he would apologise to them all. Then Olivia would see that his intentions were honourable and that he still loved her. He was more than willing to humble himself before them if it meant that he could stop her from leaving him. As the coach bumped along, it jolted him with every stone the wheels hit along the muddy road. One such painful jolt brought to mind Eleanor, his first wife. It was not so much Eleanor, but the son they bore together. If she had known he would turn out to be such a bad father, he doubted she would have married him either. Eleanor had been a sweet girl and had been so excited about the birth of their child. Logan had been so wrapped up in the moment that he hadn't realised he had not truly loved his wife. It wasn't until he met Olivia that he had first experienced true love, and it felt very different from what he had felt for Eleanor. Did that make him a bad person? No. He was a kind and considerate employer, doing much to ease the burden for his employees. Plus, he helped the poor whenever he could. Surely that meant he was of good character. Yet, he had given away his son as if it were a business deal. Well, that was not quite true. He had thought it would be the best thing for the boy because he could not imagine being a father on his own. His thoughts were starting to weigh heavily on his emotions. How could he claim to himself that he was a good man when he had given away his only child? It wasn't what one did with one's own child. No wonder Olivia had changed her mind. He hadn't done anything to gain her trust. No doubt she'd be better off without him. He would most likely let her down too. A clap of thunder sounded out in the distance, but that wasn't what had caught his attention. The coach had come to a stop, and it wasn't supposed to until it got to its destination. No one had come to explain if there was a problem on the road, but he could hear raised voices. Was that someone shouting? Logan was about to pop his head through the small window when the door sprang open with a loud bang. "Out you get, whoever's in there!" someone called out. "Come on, man, we ain't got all day." Logan put his foot onto the small step at the door, and a hand grabbed his arm, dragging him out of the coach. It all happened too quickly for him to react, and he soon found himself on his knees in the wet mud. As he attempted to get up to confront the ruffian, he felt a thump in his ribs. "Don't you be getting all uppity," the voice said to him, as his head was forced down by a blow to the head. "We be having all your worldly goods, and we'll start with the clothes on your back. Gimme that jacket." The man didn't wait for Logan to take off his jacket. He dragged it from his back as he kicked him in the back. Logan had not even been able to look up to see the offending person. Whenever he attempted to do so, he felt a blow to his body. The violence was starting to grate on his nerves, and he felt angry and cold. He could hear the laughter of a few men at his predicament. Finally, he managed to stand up and confront them. The indignation of so many beatings caused his anger to flare. How dare they treat him in such a contemptible way? They were dishonourable, ill-bred outlaws, and deserved to feel his fist in their faces. He grabbed hold of the man in front of him. Grabbing at his dirty, ill-kempt clothes, he raised his fist, intending to smash it into the smirking face of his robber. Before he got the chance, he received a mighty blow to the back of his head. It sent him keeling backward, and then he fell onto his knees, the world around him spinning out of control. Soon his consciousness wavered. He felt a darkness spill into his sight, and it was quick to overcome him. Before it took over his mind, a vision overcame him and caused him to smile. "My beautiful Olivia, thank goodness you are not here. Will they kill me? Will I ever see you again?" His ears picked up the sound of hooves galloping away, trying to raise his head off the ground. It was to no avail. His body stung with pain, and yet it felt numb too. More hooves vibrated in the mud where his head lay. Half opening one eye, he could see the shadow of a figure by his side, and then his world went black. Logan pried open his eyelids with great effort, as the pain at the back of his head throbbed with immense fury. "Don't try to move too much, Your Grace." A familiar voice soothed him. "You're safe now, but you must rest." "Where am I?" Logan managed, though his head was pounding and the effort to speak sent jolts of pain through his temples. "You're with me, Gideon, Your Grace. I'm your groom. You asked me to meet you with your horse," Gideon explained. "I witnessed the outlaws riding away, but my only thought was to get to you. We're not far from home, but I brought you to an inn so a doctor could attend to you at once. Ready yourself, Your Grace. I'm going to lift your head so you can sip water from this cup," the voice said with a gentle tone. The water was cooling and very welcome, and Logan thanked the man for his care. "The driver?" Logan managed to croak. "He's fine, Your Grace. They roughed him up too, but he'll live to boast another day. I'm told that highway robberies are unusual in these parts. Your coach was unlucky, I guess. Now please, Your Grace, you must rest." Logan lay back and closed his eyes. Soon he was drifting off into a peaceful slumber, an image of the beautiful face of his fiancée, Olivia, in his mind. Chapter 24. Olivia was not happy, not one bit, but that was no excuse for not getting on with her life. There were still dresses to make and mouths to feed, so she must endure whatever life decided to throw her way. With this attitude in mind, she strived to maintain an air of confidence as she went about her daily life. Logan was a part of her past. As for Sarah, well, she would no longer put herself in Edward's reach. He must find other ways to care for his children. It wasn't that she did not want to help her friend's family. Had Sarah given her an inclination to her problems, then it might have made things easier. With the unknown lingering, Olivia would not risk being in Edward's company a moment longer. It was as if he was already replacing his wife in his mind's eye. Whether Sarah's marriage was over, Olivia did not know, nor was it her business to know, unless her friend came to her to unburden her problems. Meanwhile, she had enough problems of her own to weather through. The bell above the door tinkled, but she paid it no heed, as her assistant was on hand. She saw the dividing curtain lift, and in walked a messenger boy. In one hand he held a cap, and in the other hand a sealed letter, which he presented to her. Lizzie had followed him through, and now stared at Olivia expectantly. "Pay the boy a farthing, if you please, Lizzie," Olivia said. "I'm to tell you that I've already been paid a sixpence, and you are to pay me in cake," the boy said, a cheeky smile on his face. Olivia raised her eyebrows at Lizzie and shooed both her assistant and the messenger boy away. "Tea and cake, Lizzie, for the boy. Off you go," she ordered, before turning her attention to the letter. Immediately she noticed Logan's seal, and with a good deal of reluctance she opened the letter. It was not Logan's beautiful writing, for she had seen him put pen to paper, and these words did not reflect his exquisite skill. Before reading the letter, she went to the end and looked at the signature. It was signed off by Logan's housekeeper. At first, this only served to annoy her. Why couldn't he come in person if he needed to speak to her? Nonetheless, she continued to read the contents of the letter. "To Miss Olivia Dickens, I regret to inform you that the Duke of Charlington has been involved in a most unfortunate incident. Said circumstances have rendered him bedridden for a short while. Upon his outbound journey from a recent business trip to Birmingham, his coach was set upon by highway robbers. They proceeded to beat him, before robbing him of all the goods he carried. He has tasked me with writing this letter to you. I am asked to make you aware that his first port of call, upon his return, was to be yourself. He had wanted to request a meeting with you and your family, and appeal for your forgiveness. Unable to do this, it has left him sick with worry as he recovers. You are welcome to call upon him, should you so wish to do so. That way he can be granted the opportunity to explain himself, so you may better understand and forgive his past behaviour. Madam Josephine Whiteley, housekeeper." It was not that the letter was from Logan's servant that annoyed her. Indeed, the woman must be a faithful servant to agree to write such a personal letter on behalf of her employer. No, it was the fact that Logan was not taking no for an answer. Olivia set about writing a return letter so the messenger boy could deliver it immediately. First, she checked that the boy was still in the shop. Once she spotted him enjoying tea and cake, which Lizzie had only agreed to as there were no customers present, she sat at a small bureau and inked the quill. "To Madam Josephine Whiteley, I thank you for your communication. Please inform the Duke of Charlington that I am saddened to hear of his terrible ordeal. I sincerely hope the culprits are apprehended forthwith." Olivia stopped writing as her thoughts became confused. Poor Logan. She hoped he was not hurt too badly, but was he using this event to gain her pity? If so, then it was shameful of him, and she would take no part in his game. If anything, it further proved his recklessness, and she would put a stop to it, for the sake of her family. She returned to the task of letter writing. "I cannot foresee a time when I will call upon the Duke, but I wish him well in his recovery. Olivia Dickens." She correctly folded the piece of paper and used the family seal to close it up. She insisted that the messenger boy take a farthing for his troubles of returning a letter. Once he'd left the shop, Olivia decided to go up to the apartment to speak with her parents. Lizzie was more than capable of managing the modiste shop in her absence, as she had proved many times over. "Shall I make tea?" her mother asked, surprised to see her when it was only midday. "No, but I do need to talk with you and father," Olivia said, taking a seat at the table as she awaited her father's arrival. "I did not explain to you why I stopped caring for Sarah's children," Olivia began. "Oh, so she has not returned then?" her father asked, as that had been what he'd presumed. "I am not aware that she has," Olivia replied. "You see, I overlooked, as I often do, that it was inappropriate for me to attend the home of a man whose wife was absent. Yes, we did rather rush into it, Angelina said, a pained look of concern on her face. It is better that Sarah's husband sought out his arrangements, as we did all that we could given the circumstances. Olivia paused, but was determined to be honest with her parents, and he took advantage of my predicament, assuming I was making myself available to his advances. What? Her father stood up, his face reddened with fury. Why, the scoundrel! Father, all is well, Olivia assured him, but there are other problems to confess. And what, pray do tell, is that? The Earl inquired, taking his seat again. I have received communication informing me that the Duke was robbed on the highway from Birmingham, Olivia announced. Oh, my days! Her mother announced in shock. Her hand shot up to her mouth as she stared wide-eyed at her daughter. Olivia handed over the letter to her father. It was only right that he read it now, that it was open for discussion. It seems to me, daughter, this is a man seeking forgiveness. He was unable to write this private note with his own hand, and has asked his most trusted staff to write on his behalf. He must indeed be desperate to speak with you. May I? Angelina asked, going to take the letter from her husband's grasp. Olivia nodded her permission, though she was unsure why she had come to her parents to discuss the matter. They were kind and loving people, always willing to forgive everything. I know he has hurt you, Olivia dear, Angelina began, after reading the words on the letter, but I do believe he regrets his past actions. Will you not hear him out? I agree. The Earl nodded. I beg you, do not dismiss the Duke until he has been given the opportunity to explain himself to you. I will consider it, Father, but after my recent experience with Sarah's husband, I need to give myself some time before I will visit that man and give him a piece of my mind, the Earl interrupted, not at all pleased with Edward's behaviour. No, Father, do not do such a thing, Olivia pleaded. Let me think on things. There is my best friend, Sarah, to consider, and I have the Duke to yet confront. I can ill afford for something to happen to you in your rage. Calm yourself, and I will decide what must be done in due course. Olivia stood up and left the room, not giving her father the opportunity to reply. He was upset enough, and she knew her mother would calm him once she left them alone. However, how she was to approach Edward or Logan, she had no idea. Hopefully, Edward would see the error of his ways. But what of Logan? Was he truly repentant? Chapter 25. The letter of reply from Olivia had been written in a cold, formal style. He had hoped that it was the blows to his head that had left him nauseous. But alas, it was his broken heart. Not one to enjoy staying in the house, let alone in his bed, Logan was soon up and about. At first, he had agreed with his advisers and remained about the manor. The next day he had walked in the gardens to contemplate on a way to move forward with Olivia. Within a few days of the attack, Logan felt ready to face the world once again. Even though he continued to suffer dizzying headaches, his ribs still ached, and his face still had an ugly bluish bruising. However, that would not deter him, and he felt that he could no longer while away the days with his feet up. He had sent a message to the parish constable with regards to the attack on the road. The constable had visited him and promised to report the robbery to the town watchman. It seemed there was little hope of him getting any of his property returned. There was even less hope of finding the culprits. Logan did not allow this disappointing news to dishearten him. He was on the mend, and, although it annoyed him that the villains would get away with what they did, he had accepted his lot. Other things on his mind were far more urgent. If he didn't go and call upon the Earl of Essex soon and gain his support, he may well lose Olivia. On the 5th day of his recovery, he felt ready to go for a ride, although not on horseback, as his throbbing ribs would not allow for all the bumps. Instead, he took the 2-wheeled chaise to town to call upon the Earl. One of the stable hands was bringing the 1-horse cart to the front of the manor house when a larger carriage came jaunting up towards the manor house. It had 2 horses and a rider sitting high above the enclosed carriage. "Whoever could that be?" Logan mumbled to himself, annoyed because it would delay his trip. As it pulled up, one of Logan's footmen went to open the door of the coach, and out came a lady's hand. The footman assisted her down the step, but Logan could not tell who it was, for she seemed determined to cover up her face. The lady approached him and spoke through her dark veil. "May we speak inside, Your Grace?" a familiar voice said, but Logan was still unsure who his guest was. Without a word, he led her into the manor and then into one of the reception rooms, ordering tea from the butler. The lady still did not reveal herself until the butler had left the room, and she had taken a seat. All the while, Logan watched her every move. Could it be Olivia? No. Olivia's taller, more slender in build, he thought, although he wished it was. Taking off each finger of a glove, she then lifted her veil. It was Emily. "Before you send me away, Your Grace, I have something that I must apologise for," she began. Logan was a gentleman and would never send a lady away, but what he wished might be a different matter. "I will not be changing my mind, Emily," he reminded her, half expecting that was the reason for this uninvited visit. "I do not want you to, Your Grace," she replied, emphasising his title as she had always referred to him by his Christian name in the past. "Then I can see no reason for any apologies," he replied gracefully. "It was my father," she said, and paused as she lifted her gloved hand to her lips. "Yes, I know a father wants only the best for his daughter. I understand why he pushed number. That is not why I am here," she interrupted him. "Of course, you are quite correct. What he did was out of love for me, but still, it was wrong. I accept he was a little rude, but there was no need for you to travel all this way to apologise. A letter would have sufficed," Logan said, hinting at ending the unnecessary meeting. "You are quite wrong, Logan," she said, referring to his Christian name in the hope of gaining his trust. "I wish my secret visit was only about an insult, but it has gone far beyond that. Yes, I wondered what the veil of secrecy was about," Logan acknowledged, allowing her to explain herself. "First, I must tell you that I have met another." She smiled as if the image of her other was in her mind's eye. "Then, is it not inappropriate to meet with me all alone?" "It is, but there is an urgent matter I must discuss with you. You see, my father was the one who arranged for his men to follow you from Birmingham on the night you were attacked." "What?" I overheard him talking to the farmhands. They're a rough lot of simpletons. He ordered them to rob your coach and give you a good beating. His words, not mine." Logan was still standing, and he looked at her wide-eyed in shock. Why? Why would he be so vindictive? "For the love of a daughter, but I had not told him then that I loved another. I played along that night because I was unsure what to do. My father was so insistent that I remain engaged to you," she half sobbed, dabbing her eye with the loose glove. At that point, a maid walked in with a tray of tea, and Logan asked her to pour it and give the lady an extra sweet cup. The maid carried out her duties and left the room as Emily sipped on her china cup. "The reason I have decided to be truthful with you is to beg for your forgiveness. I beseech you not to seek revenge. My father acted on instinct, and I should have stopped him, but it is not my place to speak against his wishes." "Well, I must say I am shocked," Logan managed to speak. "Have you any idea what those ruffians did?" I do, she sobbed again. But this time she reached into her delicate purse and took out a dainty tissue. I have paced around my room for days, wondering what to do. You see, my father does not know that I am aware of what he did. And you expect me to do nothing? One thing I can assure you of, Your Grace, is that I shall be in your life not one moment longer, she promised. Upon my return home, I am to go to my father and inform him of the new love in my life. He is a gentleman and an officer, and I am sure my family will welcome him. Whilst I am pleased for you, Emily, I'm not so sure your father should escape justice for his criminal behaviour. Logan was livid and paced over to peer out of the window to help calm his anger. I beg of you, Logan, please, she said with firmness to her voice. My family could never live such a scandal down, and, in truth, my mother and I could not bear to see father punished. He acted rashly, I admit. I see that you are recovered well, and I will do all I can to return any property that was taken. Number. Upon reflection, it might be better if your father does not learn that you know. Shame will fall on his shoulders, and I don't wish that upon any father who is only protecting his child. Oh, Logan, that is so very kind of you. Emily was overjoyed and wanted to jump up and kiss Logan there and then, but she held back. It is not through kindness that I offer clemency. It is the recognition of fatherhood, Logan told her. She nodded her acceptance. I understand now what you were going through with your love for Olivia. Since I have fallen in love, the burden weighs heavy on my heart. The sooner I tell my father, the better. But I wanted to clear this matter up first. You have been very brave, Emily, and I thank you for your honesty. I cannot forgive what your father has done, but I can assure you, I will not seek revenge. Emily stood up, purse in hand and ready to leave. That is all I can ask of you, Your Grace. I wish you well in your pursuit of Olivia, and I bid you farewell. Before she left the room, she replaced her veil. The fewer who knew she had sought a meeting with the Duke of Charlington, the less chance there would be of her father finding out. Logan walked her to the carriage that awaited her return. He remained standing on the driveway as he watched the carriage ride away. That was one problem solved. Now that the Emily issue was at an end, he could visit Olivia with an open heart. He could only hope that she could be as forgiving to him as he had been for Emily. Chapter 26. As Olivia returned to the modiste shop, her naivety with Edward was causing her great angst. She had intended to help the children of her best friend, and their father had taken advantage of his wife's dilemma. It was no wonder that Sarah had left him, if that was typical of his behaviour. He had made her feel as if she was the one to betray Sarah, and not him. She still worried for Sarah's children, but there was no way she would ever step one foot in that house again. Had she encouraged Edward's advances by offering to clean his home and cook for his children? Is that how some would see it? If only she was a married woman, then Edward would never have dared to presume her intentions were anything but respectful. Being single at her age was unusual, but still, she should have been more aware of her actions. Yet, she only had the children in mind. The noise of the bell ringing above the door disturbed her conflicting thoughts, putting an end to them. "Ah, there you are, my dear," Mrs. Cratchit called out, heading towards Olivia. "I'm wanting one of your fabulous quilts. Can you show me what you have in stock?" "Of course, my lady. Come and take a seat. Would you like some tea while you wait?" Olivia didn't wait for an answer. The ladies always wanted tea, and she indicated to Lizzie to go and make some. "The embroidery work is most amazing," Mrs. Cratchit remarked, as she chose a yellow and blue quilt almost straight away. Lizzie went to wrap the quilt, while Olivia saw to the next customer who had arrived for a dress fitting. She was relieved it was a busy day at the shop, with one customer leaving and another entering through the door. The next lady to enter was someone whom Olivia vaguely recognised as having attended the dinner she had been invited to recently. She was the daughter of Lord Rearchild, a rather unpleasant man if her memory served her well. He had acted as though he hadn't approved of her mother and her sitting around the same table as him for dinner. "Lady Rearchild, how may I help you?" Olivia welcomed her into the shop. "Oh, Charlotte, you are such a lucky one." A young lady accompanying her giggled. I know, Lady Rearchild called out as she turned to Olivia. "I am recently engaged to be married," she announced, speaking in a loud voice as if she wanted the whole world to listen. "Please accept my congratulations," Olivia said, smiling with a slight bow of her head in respect. "He is the most handsome beau," she informed Olivia, "a far better catch than the Duke of Charlington, who I understand you had tried to impress, but the Duke lowered his standards, which I cannot abide." Olivia did not reply as the shop filled up with Lady Rearchild's entourage. The chatter of her giggling friends had stopped her, and their frantic maids ran around after them, as if their lives depended on it. "I am in need of gifts for my fiancée's sisters. Have you 5 quilts? But I want only the best. As you are the seamstress of this establishment, only give me the ones you have made yourself, not any that are worked on by your assistant." Olivia found that she didn't need to direct the lady to the seating area for tea, she merely helped herself to a seat. "Lizzie, can you make more tea?" Olivia requested as she went behind the counter to take out the stock of quilts. "Can I spill it all over Lady Rearchild?" Lizzie whispered, with raised brows. "When you've delivered the tea," Olivia spoke in a whisper. "Take yourself out for some air. I will close up after I'm done here and take myself off for a light lunch. I'm thinking we'll need the rest, don't you?" "Thank you, Olivia," Lizzie said, pleased that she didn't have to stay in the shop for any longer than necessary. "I'll be more than happy to leave you to these catty women." Olivia, though, was forced to listen as Lady Rearchild bragged about marrying such a handsome catch. She even dared to make snide remarks about how Olivia must be jealous with envy, given her age and status. But Olivia endured it all. For her efforts, she sold 5 quilts into the bargain, although, by the time the entourage finally left her shop, Olivia found herself infuriated with the young woman. Closing the door as the last of the group left, she walked through the shop to go and lock the back door. Whilst in the back room, she heard the bell ring out, indicating another customer. Putting on a false smile, she stepped back through the curtained doorway and was instantly confronted by Edward. Olivia gasped as her body tensed up with unexpected anxiety. This was the last person she wished to see. "I must speak with you, Olivia," Edward said, stepping ever closer to her as she remained behind the shop counter. Conscious that she was alone with the man, she wished she hadn't relieved her assistant. Once again, she was unchaperoned with him. This is neither the time nor place. As she was speaking, the man moved closer in her direction, and it forced her to raise a hand to stop him. "Sir, I beg you to stop. What can you possibly want with me?" "To apologise for my assumptions. But know this, I meant well," he said, hesitating in his steps. "Please, sir, can you leave this establishment before I am seen alone in the company of—" Edward continued to move towards her again. Olivia's only way to escape him would be to step backward into the sewing room. In no way did she want to be trapped with him in there, so she stood her ground behind the counter. Her heart pounded in her chest as she watched Edward move ever closer. How was she to stop him? As he paused at the other side of the counter, Olivia was all but panting anxiously, but she remained stoic. "Sarah has abandoned me and my children, and yet you remained so faithful by my side. I could not help but notice your attention to detail as you cleaned my house and fed my children. I did it only for the sake of the girls. Olivia all but panted out the words. I can afford no more time to help you, sir. Every day my feelings for you have grown stronger. Know that I have given this matter much thought, and I am determined to divorce Sarah. That way, you can become my wife. Olivia did not get the chance to protest when Edward rushed behind the counter, cornering her like a frightened rabbit. I am aware of what that Duke did to you, and he is a cad. You are a wonderful woman and in desperate need of a good husband, and that can be me. You no longer need to worry about growing old as a spinster, because I will accept you with open arms. Olivia listened to his words and panic set in. She stared at him with wide eyes, unable to speak, and rooted to the spot in shame. Upon seeing her confusion, Edward reached out and took hold of her delicate hands in his. Olivia looked down at the large hands holding hers, and she could see that she trembled. She tried to break free, but his grip was firm. Edward read her confusion as a feminine response to his proposal. He leaned his head down so that he could kiss the soft skin of this delicate creature before him. Blood rushed to Olivia's head. She felt a sensation that any moment she would collapse to the floor. How could she stop the man before her from taking such advantage of her vulnerability? Before she knew it, his breath was upon her cheek. As she tried to breathe in, the aroma of flour and yeast hit her senses. How she longed to stop him. A loud bang startled them both as the bell above the door all but broke off its chain. Edward pulled back, his hand still encompassing Olivia's. He turned to see who had entered the shop with such force. Olivia looked at the door too, and to her dismay, she saw Logan standing there. From the look of shock on his face, he'd seen everything. Chapter 27. The interruption had distracted Edward, allowing Olivia the opportunity to pull her hands away from his. Olivia was paralysed, staring at Logan in wide-eyed shock. He was standing by the open doorway, looking horrified at what he had witnessed. Whatever must he think of her? I see you have chosen another, without a moment to lose, he accused her, his words sounding distant in her ears. No, Olivia tried to say, but no sound came from her mouth. Her throat felt tight and constricted as she struggled to take a breath. The tremor in her chest was from a heart that beat so fast it might burst. She trembled fiercely, yet was unable to move. I was a fool to come here. Logan spoke again, and Edward moved towards him. I thought we had something special, Olivia. I've been insane with worry at the thought of losing you. You have lost her. Edward's voice now rang out in her mind. We are to be wed, so you, sir, can leave the lady alone. Logan's eyes moved from Olivia's to stare at Edward's face. How had he been so blind? Of course, he had heard rumours among his maids that she had been seen alone in another man's house, though he thought it mere gossip. Olivia remained behind the counter, fighting the tears as fear held her back. She could look at nothing but Logan. He was so broken, with blue bruising still colouring his eyes from the attack. Why did she not visit him in his time of need? Why could she not swallow her pride and allow her emotions to rule her head instead of common sense? Even now, she longed for him, yet she had denied herself to let go of his wrongdoings, and now he will think. Edward was standing between her and Logan, guarding her as if she were already his property. Even though he was still married to another, he clutched at the idea of Olivia becoming his wife. He stood tall, determined not to let the Duke anywhere near his prize. You would marry the husband of your dearest friend? Logan questioned, his face contorted with confusion and pain. Why him? I can offer you so much more, yet you discard me so easily. No, no, you don't need to answer that. I see it all now. I know why, but I was so blind to it. Logan raised his hand as if a thought had just occurred to him. He turned to look at Edward. Here was the man who Olivia had plotted with behind his back. The man she had wanted all along. Olivia wanted to plead with him, explain to him that she felt nothing for Edward. The man standing between them was an intruder in her life. Never before had she been so fearful of a man as she was of Edward. "This was how you planned it all along. Between you, wasn't it?" Logan shouted out accusingly. "You, sir, drove your wife away." "What of it?" Edward bellowed. Olivia listened and wondered if it was true. Had Sarah been run ragged by her husband intentionally? Was it all a calculated ruse because he no longer loved her? Poor Sarah, no wonder she had struggled so much. "Yes, sir, I am aware that your wife has left you." Logan's voice cut through the heavy silence. "It is common knowledge among my gossiping maids, but not for one moment did I know that you had designed it that way. Not until now." With that last accusation, Logan turned and dashed back through the open doorway. He could no longer bear to look at her. She had loved another man all along, and he was a married one. How could he have been so easily deceived? Logan made haste, racing his horse all the way back to the manor. Why had he not seen her treachery? He had come to love her with such intensity, and all along she was betraying him, using him even. He stormed up the stone steps leading to the front door of the dark stone manor house. The butler had heard him approaching and had already opened the door, or the Duke may have kicked it down in his anger. Running to his bedchamber, he slammed the door, shutting out the harsh, cruel world. Logan paced the room like a madman. He was indeed deranged with irrational thoughts haunting his cursed mind. His hands went to pick up his lute, and his dexterous fingers were soon selecting choice chords as he played a lamentable ballad. The tune was melancholy and reflected his mood. It also soothed his mind, liberating him from the torture he had endured. Playing the lute never failed to lift his mood, and today was no exception. All hopes for the future, of Olivia becoming a part of his life, were destroyed. As he finished the piece, there was still a ray of hope resounding in his thoughts. There may be something good that he can cling to. Yes, he had made so many mistakes, and everything Olivia had accused him of was true. It was time to fix some of those blunders. He could not bring his wife back, nor could he deny that he had allowed Emily to believe he would marry her. But those two things were now concluded. That only left one unsolved complication to repair: his son. Putting down his lute, he stood up to look at his reflection in a mirror. What he saw was a man who dithered, a man who refused to stand up to his responsibilities. But that was to be no more. There and then he concluded that he would confront the confusion in his life. It was time to find his son and become a proper father. Chapter 28. Olivia was astounded that she had said not a word, and somehow she found the strength to push past Edward and run after Logan. Edward made no effort to stop her, and he stayed behind in the shop as she ran through the open door. Somehow he had believed that she wanted him. He had thought that because of her age, she might be grateful for a husband with a ready-made family. His selfish mind had led him to think that she had helped him after his wife left because she had wished to replace her. When Olivia ran through the door, the cold air caused her teeth to chatter, and she shivered in the breeze. It blew her hair over her face, obstructing her view. Frantically, she looked around for Logan, but there was no sign of him. What have I done? How will I ever prove to him that he is the only one for me? Her mind panicked at the sight of Edward still standing in her shop, The way the man had approached her had only served to prove how much she wanted Logan and no one else. Unable to stop the tears that stung her eyes, she fell to her knees, sobbing. Where has he gone? He was in such a hurry to get away from me. I'm so ashamed of myself. Taken aback, she felt a presence by her side as a hand touched her shoulder. In haste, she glanced up to see if Logan had returned to rescue her, but the only man present was Edward. "Come, Olivia, let me help you to your rooms," he said with a gentle tone to his voice. "You can't stay here. People are staring." Olivia allowed him to help her up, and then she pushed him away and stepped backward to leave a gap between them. Straightening her skirts, she also tidied her hair to look a little more presentable. Somehow, she must find the courage to tell Edward the truth. She could not endure his pursuit a moment longer. To do this, she decided to speak with him in the street. If she were to step back inside the shop, she would find herself alone with him again. Nor would she invite him up to her family's rooms. "Edward, you have to know that I could never see you in the way you want me to," she said, putting on a brave face. "Sarah is like my sister, and you a brother. That is all. Please, ask no more of me." A man on a horse trotted by and tipped his hat at her. Olivia bowed her head and smiled, but the incident made her realize that Logan would have had his horse with him. That must be why he had disappeared with such speed. I am sorry to hear that." Edward's deep voice came to her. "I was so sure that you had helped me because you had an interest in me," he told her in a quiet voice. "No, I most certainly do not." Olivia raised her voice louder than she had meant to, but she was determined to make herself clear. "The man I wanted to marry has just walked out of my life, and it's your fault. Because of your actions, he will never want to be with me now. But I will still always love him, and only him." "Please forgive me for my stupidity," Edward begged, his eyes to the ground as he spoke. "I have not been the same since Sarah left." "Your wife is a very good friend to me," Olivia said, although she felt that she could never forgive him for his uncivil assumptions. "I was so worried for her that I allowed my anguish to oversee decorum and decency. It is clear to me now that I should have done things differently." "I see it now," Edward said, fidgeting with his cap in hand. "Your concern was for my children and not for me." Olivia could see that the man was doleful, and in a small way, she pitied him. "When I first met Sarah, she was selling ribbons in a basket." Olivia recalled the memory with fondness. "I could see she had good taste, and I bought the entire basket from her. Her face lit up with delight, for she told me that her feet were sore. Her mother used to send her out to sell trinkets," Edward remembered. It gave him cause to smile as well, as that had been how he had met her too. "It must be 10 years I have known her now," Olivia said, watching the people pass by in the street as she was standing chatting with Edward. At least he was being civil now, with his behaviour. "I recall when she first met you. In those days, we were very much in love," Edward reminisced. "She stood outside your bakery on purpose, so you would notice her. Often she'd come into my shop and tell me that you had glanced her way. Then, finally, you spoke to her, and she was blissfully happy." Edward nodded his head, and Olivia noticed his eyes had glazed over as he was deep in thought. "I have no experience of being a wife or a mother, but I know this. Sarah has endured much over the years." Olivia was forced to hold onto her hat as a sudden gust of wind threatened to blow it off. "We were not talking very much before she left me," Edward admitted. "The poor girl was exhausted," Olivia added, "but regardless of your marital situation, I must ask, nay implore, that you stop approaching me, Edward. I truly hope that Sarah comes to her senses and returns for the sake of the girls more than anything. I cannot say whether she will wish to remain your wife. That is for you and her to determine. I'm grateful for the help you offered to me and my children, Edward said. He cleared his throat with a gravelly cough. I understand, and I will bother you no more. Good. Olivia nodded her head in acceptance of his promise. For I can offer no further help over the separation from your wife. I cannot think what has come between two people who loved one another so deeply not so long ago, but I can tell you that I miss her dearly. I miss her too, Edward admitted, though Olivia wondered if it was only her hard work that he missed. Good day to you, Miss Olivia. I must go and tend to my children. Good day, she replied, pleased that the awkward conversation was over. She watched as he walked away, and then turned to lock the shop door. Once Edward was out of sight, she walked in the opposite direction, no longer feeling hungry. She would take a stroll instead, and see if she could clear her mind and find a solution to her own chaotic life. Chapter 29. Without wasting any more time, the very next morning Logan began his mission to be reunited with his son. Collecting his horse from the stable, he set off for a ride to another parish. When it had all happened, Gilbert had helped to arrange for his son's care. It was his friend who had informed him that he had taken the child to the church in another small village. Logan's feelings towards his son had been blurred. He had believed that he had felt some fatherly love towards the child when he was born, but now he was a little nervous about being a father once again. He had not seen the child since the day he had lost his wife. Would he be overcome with love for the boy, or would he need to learn to love him? The ride was refreshing, and it felt good to be alone and outside in the open. At times, he chose the bridle way. At other times, he cantered through the open fields. A herd of deer sprinted across one of the fields, and he paused to watch them. It wasn't rutting time, so the stags were happy to mingle together. The breathtaking sight caused him to smile, and it felt good to find something so pleasing. He continued onwards, passing the odd hare hopping around, and even spotting a fox in a wooded area. From a small hill, he was soon looking down upon the small village that he sought. A square Saxon church stood in its centre, and that would be his first port of call. Gilbert had told him that the parish priest had helped find a home for the baby. His horse's hooves clopped through the single street that ran through the small village. There, he spotted beside the church, there was a small stone cottage. Logan assumed that was the priest's abode and dismounted his horse to approach the door. He was welcomed by an old man who listened to his tale and invited him in. "Will you take tea?" Logan did not wish to appear rude, and so he agreed. The priest called for his housekeeper to serve tea in his office and led Logan into a small room with walls full of bookshelves. The old man took a seat behind a large wooden desk that took up much of the remaining space. He then invited Logan to take the chair at the other side of his desk. They passed pleasantries for a while, discussing his ride, the weather, and other general chit-chat. Finally, the priest took out a book from a drawer in the desk. The housekeeper entered with a tray of refreshments, and Logan felt relief that he'd accepted tea. As he was parched, she poured the tea for them, while the priest read through the papers. "It appears that the boy is no longer with us," the priest informed him. "What?" Logan half choked. "Surely, I would have been informed of his death." No, I mean only that he did not stay in this village." Logan heaved a huge sigh of relief, surprised at himself for feeling a sense of loss, if only for a moment. The church played only a small part in the transfer of the boy. From the notes in our diary, he was collected from our premises by a woman. She was to take him to an orphanage in a larger town, but I know not where. Logan drank his tea with a large gulp, disappointed at the lack of news. With this new revelation, he had little patience to stay any longer than necessary. Upon finishing his tea, He thanked the priest for seeing him without notice, but as he mounted his horse to return home, he felt crushed. Where was his son? He had expected it to be a straightforward affair. Instead, it was charged with complications. The thought came back to him that Gilbert had helped him at the time. Would his friend be privy to the whereabouts of his son? He left the town at a slow canter, matching his mood. Though, once he arrived at the rolling green hills, he encouraged the horse into a gallop, heading towards Gilbert's manor. Gilbert had been taking the dogs on a run around the grounds. He was only just arriving back as Logan's horse trotted up the manor driveway. "My apologies, old boy, for not sending word ahead," Logan said as he dismounted. "But I need to speak with you over an urgent matter. It's a good job Lydia's not around, or she'd be mortified she didn't have tea and cakes on hand." Gilbert joked. "What brings you here, then?" "Many things, my friend. Olivia, my son." Logan paused as he handed the reins over to a stable boy. "I tell you what, let's jump into the carriage and go take brandy at White's," Gilbert suggested. "No interference from the women there, eh?" A small carriage was already on standby, as it had arrived back from taking the lady of the house to visit her mother. The pair of them jumped in, and the driver took them to the exclusive men's club. There, Gilbert instructed the driver to wait for them, as they would not be gone long. "So, what has you wandering this way, then?" Gilbert asked. He'd ordered drinks for them both, along with a cigar for himself, as Logan never touched them. A small ensemble of musicians played orchestral instruments in the background. Music was a great healer for the mind, and he guessed that was most likely why Gilbert had brought him here. Logan felt his body unwind as he sat down on a large leather chair. "I believe that Olivia intends to marry another man," he began. It felt good to finally speak to someone else about the problems that weighed heavy on his shoulders. "No? I don't believe it, old man," Gilbert called out. "Well, now I think about it, I'm not exactly certain that was her plan. But she was alone with the man, and it looked as if he was about to embrace her. I say, you must go to Olivia and get the whole story before you jump to any conclusions," Gilbert advised. "It doesn't sound like her at all. The woman is besotted with you, mark my words." "No, there was definitely something going on," Logan insisted. "You still need to speak with her first. Oh, and while I've got you, I may be investing into a textile mill myself, only in the London area. I could do with some advice from you before I go ahead." "Make sure all the equipment is in full working order before you buy, I can tell you that much," Logan advised, though he was in no mood to talk business. "Come over for dinner one evening and we can discuss your investment in finer detail. Right now, though, I need to tell you the main reason why I'm here." "Yes, that's a good idea. I would like to speak with you about it, so I know what I'm getting myself into," Gilbert agreed. "What? You have another problem besides accusing the woman you love of infidelity?" Logan gave his friend a grave stare as Gilbert so often looked at things so flippantly. "I went to find my son this morning," Logan continued, ignoring the remark of accusing Olivia of falseness, "and he's gone. The priest said a woman took him away and he has no idea who she was. Can you help me to find him?" "I had arranged for an orphanage to take him in," Gilbert explained, with a serious look of concern on his face. "I'm pleased that at last you're showing an interest in your child. I promise I will do my best and ask around." They chatted for an hour over lighter matters, and then returned to the waiting carriage. Before they climbed into it, Logan stopped in his tracks to stare over at a couple of maids. "I say, should you be doing that?" Gilbert gave Logan a smile upon seeing him watching the women. "No, it's not like that," Logan said, walking away from the carriage to approach the maids. "Sarah, isn't it?" he asked one of them. "We have met once before, through your friend Olivia. I am—" "Yes, I know who you are, Your Grace." Sarah said with a small curtsy. It's all come back to me in a sudden gush. Logan didn't give Sarah much chance to speak as he blurted out, You are Edward's wife, are you not? Yes, that's right. Edward is my husband's name, Your Grace, Sarah replied, though she had a confused look in her eyes. Damn woman! Logan snapped at her venomously, and she looked back at him in shock. Don't you realise that it's your husband who's taken Olivia away from me? You should be at home with your husband, so he doesn't go proposing marriage to other women. Logan found that he could not control himself as he vented his anger at the woman before him. Had she stayed by her husband's side, which was where she should be, he might have won Olivia back again. You are reckless, both you and that husband of yours, Logan continued, oblivious to the pain and shock etched on the woman's face. You must be mistaken, Your Grace, she managed, though her trembling hand was over her mouth. You cannot have the right man. Olivia is indeed my friend. She would never be interested in Edward. It cannot be so. Logan was about to reply with another burst of insults when Gilbert grabbed at his shoulder. Come now, man. Leave this young lady alone. Gilbert turned to look upon the shocked woman's face, and he gave a small bow. My apologies, miss. His Grace has recently been unwell and is not quite recovered. He managed to lead Logan away from the women and encouraged him to climb into the waiting carriage. Didn't I say to speak with Olivia first? Gilbert said as the carriage moved away to take them back to his manor. You must find out the truth of it before you go accusing maids of dishonour. Chapter 30. With much work to be done for the coming spring festival, Olivia was thankful for the distraction. The last few days she had concentrated on preparing baskets of candy as gifts for friends and neighbours. At least it had helped take her mind from recent events. Olivia had been embroidering initials on some handkerchiefs when a thought occurred to her. She should make a basket for Logan as an excuse to visit him. It would present an ideal opportunity to speak with him. She could approach him with the pretext of delivering the basket. If he would listen, she could then explain that what he saw was not the truth of things. But by the time the day of the festival arrived, she had decided not to make a basket for Logan. Although she had embroidered his initials on a man's handkerchief, she was far too nervous to deliver it. Olivia was uptight about seeing Logan, and Edward too, on the day of the festivities. She had half considered remaining indoors, but her little brother would never forgive her if she didn't accompany him to the dancing events. William had turned 10 years old that year, but he still enjoyed jigging with the Morris dancers and skipping around the maypole. He used his sister as an excuse to participate, telling his friends that he did it for her. Olivia was well aware of his tactic because it had been her idea. The fact remained that she also enjoyed a swirl around the dance floor. So, with no further delays, and not wanting to let her brother down, she plucked up the courage to face the world. Once she was in the thick of the festival with William, she soon began to relax. In no time, they were both waving their brightly coloured piece of cloth around as they joined in with the Morris dancers. They skipped and hopped, moving to the rhythm of the music that was being played on a fiddle. The dancers shook their hand-held little bells around, adding a jingling sound in the air. The atmosphere was delightful. Utterly breathless once the dance had finished, they returned their coloured cloths and collapsed into one another's arms. William and Olivia laughed out loud with a giddy happiness. "Can we do that again later, Olivia?" William asked. "We'd better let the others have a go first, don't you think?" She smiled at his enthusiasm, for she felt exhausted and needed a short rest before embarking on another round. "We could skip around the maypole next if you wish, but let me get my breath back first." "I'm going over to the donkey rides. Are you coming?" William asked, with joy written all over his little face. No, It would be unseemly to ride on the back of one of those things. She smirked. You'll have to do that one without me. As donkey riding wasn't seen as a girly thing to do, William ran off to enjoy his next event, a ride on a donkey. Olivia walked over to join her parents. They were seated at one of the makeshift tables, decorated with a dainty table covering. On their table was set out a china crockery set, so they could partake in afternoon tea. "You should not leave him alone with those filthy creatures," Angelina chided as she glared at the donkeys, though she was well aware of what fun her young son was having. "Nonsense," Frank intervened. "The boy needs to learn riding skills whenever he can." "It's hardly that, father." Olivia laughed at his comment, even though she knew it to be a half-truth. Riding lessons were not an indulgence they could ever afford. "I spotted Sarah's girls earlier," Angelina informed her daughter, "but still, their mother was not with them." "I haven't seen them yet," Olivia replied, but the thought of seeing Edward did not sit well in her stomach. "It's hard to believe that Sarah continues to stay with her parents," Angelina commented. "Edward is a good father, so I don't think they suffer too much." Olivia would allow Edward that one compliment, for it was a true one, though I too am vexed at how long she intends on staying away from her children. "I see that the Duke is here playing his lute," Frank informed her. He preferred to encourage his daughter's attention towards the Duke, rather than worry over a baker's wife. "Father, you know I cannot—" "Why ever not?" Angelina asked. "I see it as the perfect opportunity to have a conversation with him once again. What harm can come of it?" "I'm taking a walk around the fair," Olivia announced as she stood up to leave the table. "Shall I come with you?" Angelina asked. "No, Mother. Stay with Father. You have the perfect view of all the events from here, and Father needs you by his side," Olivia replied. Besides, she wanted to be alone. She waved at William, who rode past her on a round, robust-looking donkey. It caused her to laugh at seeing his legs protruding outwards from the beast, showing his lack of donkey riding skills. Her brother was having such fun, and it pleased her that he was able to enjoy the festivities. Spring was always a time for celebrations in many urban towns. The local farmers surrounding the small town also attended in full force. Everyone was pleased to see the back end of the long, dark nights. Olivia stopped to watch the maypole dancers skipping around the tall wooden pole. As a girl, she had loved to skip around it too, holding on to the brightly ribboned rope as she hopped in and out to weave the ribboned tapes together. It had been one of her favourite parts of any community celebration. Clapping at the end of the dance, she began to walk away to enjoy some of the other festivities. That's when she spotted the Duke. He looked so handsome, dressed in his fine clothes. Logan was playing his lute, along with other instrumental players. They played a merry tune for couples to dance to. It was joyous to watch, and Olivia wished she had a partner to join in with the merriment. With another glance in the Duke's direction, she noticed him staring back at her. The tune had ended, and he was putting down his lute. She couldn't help but notice that he did not smile at her. Instead, his face wore a frown that confused her. Surrounding him were many giddy young women, keen to gain his attention, any of which would be more than willing to marry such a handsome, rich catch. They scrambled to be noticed by him, and she turned away with a pang of jealousy in her heart. She could not approach him yet. He was far too busy. Staying in the vicinity of the music, it started up again with a dancing ditty. That's when she felt someone take hold of her elbow. Turning her head to see who it was, she was soon bitterly disappointed to see it was not Logan. Before her stood Edward. "Will you join me in a merry dance, Olivia?" he asked her, a big grin upon his face. She hesitated, pondering on pushing his arm away, but she managed to stop herself from being so rude. For old friendship, that's all. Edward spoke again, letting go of her arm. "Is it not a time to be jolly?" Despite her misgivings, she accepted his request. "Yes, it is. Where are the girls?" "I left them dancing around the maypole. Surely I deserve a dance too." She smiled again and nodded her agreement, readying her hands for a dance. Yet it was not Edward's hand that took hers, it was Logan's. He had left the ensemble and stood between Edward and herself. Logan wasn't quite as tall as Edward, but his presence was far more domineering. With a few confident moves of his arms, he whisked her off to join in with the merry dancers. Olivia blushed, her cheeks flushing at the thought that perhaps Logan had forgiven her. Could this be a gesture that he wanted her back again? The next move was unexpected, for he led her away from the dancing couples and let go of her hands. Leaning in to speak to her, she felt his warm breath tickle at her ears. Shivering at what he might say to her, she listened intently to his whispered tone. "Your friend, Sarah," he began, and she looked up at him with surprise in her furrowed brows. "She is not staying with her parents." For a moment, Olivia looked around as if embarrassed that she had presumed the Duke was coming to her for romance. She hoped that none could read her thoughts, for they had been so very, very wrong. "She is working as a maid at White's. I saw her with my own eyes," he continued. "It is only right that you should know that the wife of the man you are planning to marry is still in town." At this revelation, Logan walked away, leaving behind a stunned Olivia. She was so taken aback that she had not been able to answer him. She had wanted to ask him questions and tell him that he had got it all wrong. As she looked around, she noticed that Edward was walking towards her. "No, I cannot endure him a moment longer," she thought, and turned to walk away at speed. In her heart, she wanted to run. Run away from Edward, who had caused her so many troubles. Run away from Logan, who she wanted so badly, but who had clearly misunderstood her intentions. Olivia could no longer stay at the fair. The obvious joy that people were experiencing was at odds with her own deep sadness. Logan will never love me again. And what of Sarah? What is she playing at? Confused, Olivia ran home and slammed close the door to the apartment. She could still hear music in the distance, but it no longer gave her joy. Collapsing on the couch, she wept at her love for Logan. It was clear to her now. Her love was unrequited and would never be returned. Chapter 31. The festivities to welcome spring were well behind them now, with many of the smallhold farmers moving into the bigger towns to find work. Things were changing in the small town, but farming was still all around them, with the larger landholders, such as Logan, busy with carving. What Olivia loved the most about spring was the blossoming of the cherry trees. In her opinion, it didn't last long enough. In no time their pretty pink petals would rain down upon the ground. But for now, the trees looked magical with their canopies covered in pink blooms. Olivia had decided to go on a walk and enjoy the splendours of the season. So much had happened to her in the passing of the dreary winter. A walk in the park might help her find clarity. Maybe she could even discover some answers to her problems while she walked among the pink, fragrant blossoms. Her mind was still troubled. The situation with Edward and Sarah had caused her such a conundrum. She had been trying to build up the courage to approach Sarah now that she knew where she was, but she had not yet forgiven her friend for leaving as she did. If anything, it felt as if Sarah had betrayed her, as well as her own husband. She had now seen a side of Sarah that she had not known existed. The girls needed their mother all the time, and Edward was in dire need of his wife, for he'd been lost without her. Olivia believed that a woman should not abandon her family so easily. Sarah must have been so very desperate to have done that. Yet she had gone about her life as if she was not a mother or a wife. How could she have done that? It didn't sound like the Sarah that she knew so well. Olivia couldn't help but feel that Sarah finding a new life for herself had been a selfish act, but then again, who was she to judge? She had no idea what it was like to be a wife or a mother. Tucking in her long skirts, she took a seat on a felled tree trunk. It was a warm, bright day as Olivia watched the white swans moving up the river with their cygnets. The birds looked like such a happy little family as they swam along in a single line on the water's edge. She had read that the beautiful swans paired up for life. Theirs must be true love, a love that she would never have. Olivia was pulled from her daydream by a female voice speaking to her from behind. "You'll be getting no gowns made by whiling your time away here on the riverside." Olivia thought, yes, she knew that voice. Swiftly she turned around to see its owner. Yes, it was. Her heart swelled with a great fondness to see Sarah standing before her with a big grin on her face. With tears escaping from the corners of her eyes, Olivia jumped up to greet her lost friend. As they embraced, both were overcome with joy. Laughing, they finally separated and looked into one another's eyes. "Where? How?" was all Olivia could manage. "Shh!" Sarah put her finger to her lips. "Let's walk and talk. That way nosy ears can't be listening in," she whispered as she hooked her arm into Olivia's, encouraging her to keep walking. "You must tell me everything, Sarah, for I have worried myself ragged," Olivia insisted. "I cannot help but feel disappointed in your behaviour, for it has caused so much confusion for so many." I know. Sarah nodded in agreement. "It wasn't the best decision I've made in my life, but I was afflicted with despair." "And how is your son?" "I made a sling to carry him around with me. I hardly notice he's with me when he sleeps, though he's much like his father when he's awake. That one wants attention every 2 minutes." Olivia stopped in her tracks and looked upon her friend. She could not remain angry with her, and they burst into merry laughter at being reunited. "It's true," Sarah pressed on. "He is like his father, but I have to admit it. I had to escape. Had I not, I fear I would have jumped in the river to drown myself." "No, stop talking like that," Olivia called out, taking hold of Sarah's hands as she stopped walking. Standing in front of Sarah, she said, "You must promise never to do that. What we need to do now is resolve this problem, so you can all be happy once again." "Do you see why I didn't tell you?" Sarah said, with a look of sadness in her grey eyes. "You have such a tender heart, Olivia. Had you known of my melancholy, you would have stopped me from leaving, and that would not have helped. Had I told you where I was going, you would have informed my husband, if not for the sake of my girls." "And what of your girls?" Olivia rebuked. "They have missed their mother so very much." "I know, and I will make it up to them. But never mind my problems," Sarah said, wanting to change the topic of conversation. "What of the Duke? By the way, I have to tell you that I met him the other day, and I tried my best to explain things." "Oh, I did not know," Olivia said as they continued on their stroll around the park. "Edward has been most confused without you. I attended to your children in the first week, and it may have done him more harm than good." Yes, I know. My Eddie will have panicked at the thought of having so many children and no wife," Sarah professed. "I don't know about panic, but he certainly acted very strange," Olivia posited. "We all thought you to be with your parents, so Edward wrote to them. Then we heard the news that you were not there. After that, he assumed you had abandoned him for good." "When I first left, I was so very confused," Sarah said, her eyes downcast with shame. "Like I said, I was desperate. He wasn't talking to me, and I could take it no more." "But what of the girls?" Olivia asked as the conversation had taken a meaningful turn. I miss them terribly, and I have every intention of returning, Sarah informed her friend, who showed much relief. Oh, thank the Lord! Olivia called out, joyous at Sarah's statement. When I left, I had no care what happened to me. Sarah explained as Olivia listened. I could not think of my children, of my husband, or even of myself. Where did you go? I fell asleep in an orchard, and a maid had come out to collect apples for the kitchen. She found me and my babe. Lordy, whatever did she do? I was lucky, for she was kind and took me into the kitchen where the cook fed me. I couldn't even remember my name, but they took pity on me because I had a newborn. So they took you in. Indeed, the owner of the club is a good man and brought me a doctor. The doctor told me I had suffered an imbalance of humours because of giving birth. He assured me that all would come back to me shortly. I have heard of women feeling melancholy after having a child, Olivia said thoughtfully. Anyway, they put me to work, but only light work, and I soon began to feel a little ray of hope, Sarah continued. Oh dear, if only we had known. You can't have known, Sarah said, taking Olivia's hand. It wasn't until I bumped into the Duke that it all came flooding back to me, she announced, as if that day had been an awakening. Don't look so sad when I mention him, Olivia. I am afraid that Edward's forwardness towards me misled the Duke, Olivia said. She was not sure how honest she should be about another woman's husband, but this was her best friend. You see, in his own confusion, Edward proposed to me. Logan witnessed his behaviour and believed that I had feelings for your husband. Men can be a handful, for sure. Sarah sighed as if she was thinking of a memory. And Edward can be very pig-headed. I do wish you would go back home so that normality could return for your family, Olivia pleaded, as Sarah stopped in her stride. The real culprit in this is Edward, Sarah declared, asking for another woman's hand when he's still wed. You know he still loves you, Olivia said, glancing at Sarah, who now looked quite cross. He was a lost soul. I am sure that is what he suffered from. Well, I am myself again, Sarah assured her, and I will be telling him that I am to continue with my work at White's Club, because there I can be myself and I can laugh. The squawking of geese could be heard overhead as they flew overhead. The women looked up to see the birds flying in an arrow formation and gaining height in the sky. Oh my, they are so free, Sarah said as she looked up in wonder. And you are free too, Olivia. Now we are together again. I will be insisting that you pluck up the nerve and tell the Duke the truth. If ever a man had romance in him, I'd say it is your Logan. Olivia laughed nervously. I'm afraid I lost him when I was angry at him for not being honest with me. Yes. Well, you need to be honest too, Sarah insisted. You must go and make it clear that Edward's behaviour towards you was not anything that you encouraged. It is so good to have you advising me once again, Olivia said, this time taking Sarah's hand in hers. Please, come home. I am, Sarah replied, patting Olivia's hand too. We can both of us work through our relationship difficulties, but for now, I must go and pack up my room and say my farewells. How will you find the time to continue your work there? Olivia asked, fearing it would only add to her friend's burden. Edward will make changes if he's wanting to keep his wife. Besides, my work is mainly outside on the farm. I work in the orchards, and my girls can come and work with me on some days. You have cheered up my heart this day, Sarah. And you mine, Olivia, Sarah said, turning to go back to the club. I will see you once I'm settled back with my family. We'll come into the shop for tea, Sarah promised and waved goodbye as they parted ways. Chapter 32. Your Grace, a woman has arrived through the kitchen entrance, Beaumont explained, looking confused. She is demanding to speak with you and refuses to leave until she has done so. Well, show her in then, Beaumont. She's most likely one of my tenants, Logan instructed his butler, curious who it was. Logan remained standing as the woman was shown into the library. When he recognised his visitor, he could not hide his surprise. "Sarah?" he questioned, now equally as confused as his butler had been. "Thank you, Your Grace, for agreeing to speak with me," Sarah began. She stared back at the butler in the hope that Logan would send him away. "Thank you, Beaumont. I'll take things from here," Logan said, picking up on the hint. "Again, thank you, Your Grace," Sarah repeated. She was thankful she had him alone, away from prying eyes and gossiping lips. "Whatever would you want of me?" Logan asked her, recalling how he'd shouted at her when last they met. "I come on behalf of my friend, Olivia," she began, and held up her hand to stop him from speaking. "She is not aware that I am here. This visit is of my choosing." Logan nodded, though still confused. "When I left my husband, I left him with many responsibilities," Sarah explained. "He had to keep running our bakery shop. He also had to care for our children. I must tell you, Your Grace, it does not take much to confuse Edward, and my departure sent him into a mighty downfall." "Yes, it did," Logan agreed. "If you asked for my opinion, I would advise that you return to your family, forthwith." Logan was unsure of his feelings for the woman before him. Had she not abandoned her husband, then the man would not be trying to steal Olivia from him. "Your Grace!" Sarah coughed into her hand, showing her nervousness. "Olivia did not encourage Edward's advances. I don't know what you believe, but she is guilty of nothing." "How can you possibly know that?" "It has taken me much courage to come to you, and now that I am here, I must admit to you that my husband attempted to seduce my best friend. Olivia is completely innocent in this matter. She did nothing to encourage his attentions." "So, your husband took liberties?" "Yes." Sarah nodded, hating to admit it. "We are but commoners, Your Grace, and we don't have the finesse of our betters. But my Edward, he is a good man at heart. He will have panicked in my absence, wanting to provide a mother for his children and—" "Stop there, Sarah." Logan raised his hand in objection. "You are a brave young woman to come to me with such honesty. There is no reason to impair your family honour. I have heard of women who become confused after they have birthed a child. It could be that was the cause of your hysterics." "Yes, Your Grace. I was indeed distraught after the birth of my boy. But I am well now, and I will repair all damage caused by my absence," Sarah reasoned. "I am pleased to hear you say you are now recovered." Logan nodded. "You are a good friend to Olivia." "I worry that you don't see how much she loves you, Your Grace. If you don't mind my honesty," Sarah blurted. "You loved her enough to ask her to marry you once. Then she discovered your transgressions, and she became confused. I was not able to guide her, given my own illness." Sarah stopped, knowing that she had said her piece, and no doubt a little bit more besides. "Don't look so worried, Sarah," Logan said as he observed her trembling hands. "You are a true friend to Olivia, and that means you are a friend of mine too. I can see that you care for her." "I do." Sarah nodded her head up and down with much vigour. "It is my hope that you will know the truth, that all faults lay with Edward and none with Olivia." "So she never wanted to be with him?" "No." "And you are sure that Olivia and Edward did not drive you away so they could be together?" "Lord, no." Sarah almost laughed at the preposterous thought. "We, all three of us, have known each other for many years. Our friendship is a close one, and I can only think that Edward felt he could turn to her at my rejection." "Will you be returning to your family?" "I hope to." She nodded again. I must speak with my husband. I know his strengths and weaknesses. Caring for 3 children on his own is most certainly not one of his strengths. Thank you, Sarah, for plucking up the courage to come to me with this comforting news, Logan praised. I must go now, Your Grace, Sarah said, half curtsying as she was never sure of the accepted protocol with her betters. I too have things I must attend, in light of the information that you have given me. Farewell then, Sarah, and I shall see you again soon, no doubt. Aye, that you will. Goodbye, Your Grace. Logan felt invigorated by Sarah's visit, so much so that it had given him a new bounce to his step. There was hope yet that Olivia would accept him. First, there was one important thing that must be done. His urgent errand soon found him standing outside of Edward's bakery shop. He could see the man at the back, taking baked goods from a hot oven. Edward had not noticed that he was being watched, and he continued with his work as Logan entered the shop. He must have sensed he had a customer, because as soon as he put down the loaves, he turned around with a smile. The smile disappeared as Edward saw who his visitor was. Had the Duke finally come to have it out with him? There was some tension between them, so Logan was quick to step forward and explain his presence. I am here to talk man to man in a civilized manner. Can you do that? Logan asked, standing tall and firm. You must understand that Olivia is very special to me, and I wish only to see to her happiness. Edward did not stop his work. He could not spare the time. He had decided that he would indeed be civil with the Duke, for Olivia's sake. She is indeed a special woman, Your Grace, he replied as he placed the fresh bread loaves into the window display. I have known her for many years, and I had not realized how protective I felt towards her. Quite so. I too feel protective towards her, Logan agreed. Which is why I am here, speaking with you. Would it not be better for you to care for your children and wife, especially as she has a newborn? Aye, Your Grace, Edward agreed, going over to check on some bread dough that was rising in a huge pot. I admit that I let my emotions run away with me. I'm glad we've cleared that up, Logan said. I shall be visiting Olivia very soon, and wanted to be clear on the relationship that you had with her. For a moment, Edward paused in his labours. I should never have proposed marriage to Olivia, Your Grace. It was when I saw how she came to my aid, in my time of need. She seemed like an angel, caring for children that were not hers. Yes, Olivia is the most selfless woman I have ever met. Logan nodded his agreement. Then she cooked and cleaned, and all without a word of complaint. I was overcome with adoration. So I can count on you no longer coming between us? Logan asked. I have spoken with my wife this very morning. Sarah made sure to talk sense into me, Edward told the Duke. Ah, now there is another good woman. Logan smiled. Sarah also came to visit with me. She is very brave to face her own wrongdoings, and it seems she is a woman of her word. She is to return to me. But you are right on that score. Sarah is a good woman too, Edward confirmed. I know it is not my business, but perhaps you need to spend more time with your wife and children. Logan dared to put the question to him. From what I understand, Sarah exhausted herself to the bone. I'm to do better than that, Edward smiled knowingly. Our bakery is doing so well that we will hire someone for the night shift. That sounds splendid. I'm sure your wife will be pleased with that news, Logan said. Sarah has always been a proud woman, and I had no idea that she struggled so. Though I blame myself for not being aware of how much she needed me. I thought she was pushing me away, you see. Edward opened up his heart, and it felt good to do so. Yes, she was working at White's, as I understand. She wishes to keep a few hours there so she can escape outdoors and be with her new friends. Not many men would understand that need. It is good that you do. Logan said, I have told her that we do not need the money, but I do understand now that she has explained it to me. She found new joy from being away from her family duties for a short time. Plus, she has made new friends, Edward explained. I will not take that away from her. It will be a good investment on your part if your wife is happy, Logan agreed. I've gone one better than that too, Edward said with a grin. Sarah is hiring one of her new friends to help her out with the children on a morning when I need an early start. She is in need of companionship, and I see that now. Well, my man, you seem to have your house in order, Logan uttered, holding out his hand for a friendly handshake. At first, Logan suspected Edward would not accept his gesture of friendship, but then Edward stretched out a white, dusty hand. I am covered in flour, Your Grace, Edward said, humbled at the Duke's offer. Are we not two friends with a common problem, that of trying to understand the delicate creatures called women? Logan remarked. This is true, though Sarah has promised that she will never leave me alone again. We are to speak to each other more often. Logan watched Edward as he returned to his baking tasks. His mind had wandered on what he was to do next, how to approach Olivia now that he had spoken with Edward. I do love my life, Edward said, breaking Logan's deep thinking. Good. I'm glad that you have come to realise where your priorities lay. Now that you've solved your problem, I need to go and resolve mine. But I'm unsure how to progress. We men are not brave when it comes to matters of the heart, Logan admitted. Edward stopped and looked at Logan. In my experience, I would say that honesty is the best way forward. We both of us have a woman we love. I now know that by talking to Sarah and letting her talk to me, we are trusting each other more. I could not have put it better myself, Edward. Thank you for those wise words, and I bid you farewell, for now. Goodbye, Your Grace, and good luck. Chapter 33. Olivia's modiste shop had been fairly quiet throughout the morning. For this reason, she left Lizzie to run the shop while she worked on a sheer lace overdress at the back of the store. As she studiously worked, a thought occurred to her. Putting down her needle and thread, she made a clearing on the table, moving all fabrics to the side in neat piles. She had a task to do, one that she had been putting off for a while now. From a drawer in one of the shelves, she chose a crow's feather quill, as it allowed her to write smaller letters. Opening a separate drawer, she took out a large piece of paper. She was a little hesitant about writing the letter, though she had concluded that it was the only way she could tell Logan about her true feelings for him. She could not tell him face to face, but she did have a way with the written word, and that was her preferred choice in this situation. Making herself comfortable, she sharpened the quill pen with a small penknife from the inkstand. Then she dabbed it in the ink pot. For a moment she paused. The words would not come to her. She could ill afford to write the wrong words, so she must pen them with the greatest of care. Mulling over how to get started, she couldn't decide whether to use Logan's full and formal title or not, or should she go with my dearest. Finally, she opted for his Christian name, Logan. With that out of the way, she must now begin to explain the messy situation so that he should know the truth. In part, she did not wish to make Edward look bad. After all, he had been a lost soul without Sarah by his side. Her thoughts on how to proceed became clear, and she began in her neat and ordered handwriting. It is with great sorrow, nay, sadness, that I find myself needing to explain something of the events of the morning of your visit to my modiste shop. Unable to spare the expensive paper, Olivia had learned that it was acceptable to simply cross out any mistakes rather than start on a new sheet. Yet still, she hated to do this. It looked untidy, But tidiness was not her aim with this letter, so she must continue with her words. Edward is like a brother to me, and I would never consider him otherwise. The poor man was afflicted with loneliness at the loss of Sarah's departure. He was confused, though I make no excuse for him. I am as appalled at his forwardness as you must be too. What you witnessed was not the truth of the matter. Olivia paused and sighed heavily as she looked upon the words she had written. How could she explain that she spent nearly a week alone in a man's house while she cared for his children? What had she been thinking? I cared for Sarah's children because she is my very dearest friend. With hindsight, I realised that ultimately this might have encouraged Edward to presume I did it for him. Again, Olivia paused. This letter was difficult to say with only a few words. What she should do was speak to Logan, explain it all to his face. But he may refuse to see her, and then how would she feel? So she continued with her writing. My love for you, dear Logan, is deep. I admit that I struggled with the revelations of your wife and child, and that you already had a fiancé past. Oh, this is terrible, Olivia said out loud as she crossed out nearly a whole sentence. She did not wish to emphasise Logan's indiscretions. All she wanted to do was show him that her love was strong enough to overcome everything. Yes, those were the words she needed. My love for you is strong enough to overcome all that has happened in your past. Can you not find it in your heart to do the same for me? Oh, Lordy! That won't do. I'm going to have to start all over again, she called out loud as she read through the words before her. Olivia took the piece of paper in her hands and started to crumple it up when the curtain divider in the doorway lifted. Logan! She called out, shocked to see the very man standing before her. Not only that, but he was also standing there looking very pleased with himself. He was also acting rather strangely, with his arm fixed behind his back. What are you doing here? Logan stepped into the room, and with a few large strides, he was soon standing right before Olivia. She was still fixed to the chair with a crumpled piece of paper in her fist-shaped hand. Olivia felt a little guilty, and she swiftly tried to hide the letter underneath the table. I see you are letter writing, Logan pointed out, as his twinkling eyes glanced at the writing pot and quill. I was, As she coughed, she dropped the piece of paper to the floor in the hope of hiding it from him. To her utter embarrassment, he noticed her efforts. Even worse, he leaned down to pick the offending piece of paper up with his free hand. Should she pull it away, or demand he give it back to her immediately? She did neither, and instead remained frozen in her seat. Deftly he uncrumpled the paper with one hand as his eyes looked upon the words. He said, nodding and even smiling. Olivia's heart thumped in her chest. What should she do? So, you see Edward more as a brother, do you? He asked, his face a mask of sobriety. My letter is not complete. I agree with you, though. Edward was indeed lost without Sarah by his side. Logan repeated the words on the letter. I know this as I have spoken with him only half an hour since. You have been to see Edward? Olivia called out in surprise as she stood up from her chair and confronted Logan. My love for you is strong. Logan read the words to her that she had penned on the letter. Olivia stood her ground and stared him in the eyes despite the heat she felt in her face. Determinedly she stared into his sky-blue eyes, certain she could see a hint of mischief in them. My poor Olivia, he said. I have put you through much. Olivia looked back at him with astonishment. It was clear in the letter that she didn't expect Logan to take any blame. You know, I am only one man, one with many weaknesses like most men, he admitted as he placed the letter on her table. And you are a woman of many strengths. As he finished his words, he reached out and stroked her cheek with strong fingers, while he smiled at her. His fingers then lifted her small chin as he continued to stare into the depths of her eyes. You, Olivia, are the woman who has won my heart. I am so very, very sorry for the hurt that I have caused you. Had I simply been honest with you from the start, well, at this point, he finally moved the arm that had been anchored behind his back and brought forth a bunch of dark red roses. With his other arm, he placed it around Olivia's waist and dared to pull her closer to his body. My dearest love, I have never stopped loving you from the first time I set eyes upon you, he told her, and leaned to brush his lips upon hers. Logan knew he was taking a risk. She may reject his advances, but he had to try. When Olivia accepted his kiss, he lingered longer as the two of them enjoyed the closeness of each other's touch. For love one another they did, and at last they had both found the courage to admit it to one another. Chapter 34. It is exactly what we all need, Sarah announced as she sat with Olivia, drinking tea in the modiste shop. And you will accept my gown as a gift of our friendship? Olivia asked, unsure that Sarah's pride would get in the way of her accepting such an extravagant gift from her. Accept it? Sarah feigned shock, questioning Olivia's intent. I will wear it with great pride at the Duke's ball. She chuckled, showing true joy in her heart. Thank you, my dearest friend. The fact that it is made by your fair hands makes it all the more special. Oh, thank goodness, Olivia exclaimed, relieved that Sarah could now attend Logan's ball. I was worried your pride wouldn't allow you to accept such a gift. She had known that Sarah did not own a ball gown grand enough to attend a duke's ball. Olivia wanted her best friend to be by her side, which was why she had so wanted to make them both new gowns. Today, she had presented Sarah with a gift. Even Lizzie was to attend the ball, for Olivia wanted to be surrounded by her closest of friends. Logan had been so generous. He had even announced that he was holding the ball in her honour. Her parents were so happy that their daughter had at last found some joy in her life. The whole of the Dickens household was buzzing with a dizzy delight as they readied themselves for the ball. The orchestra played, and the hall was full of happy people, dancing the night away. Logan was captivated by his guest of honour, for she looked the part, the belle of the ball. His life had taken a swift turnaround, and it was all due to this beautiful woman in his life. He had been watching her mingle with guests, and he could see that she was a natural hostess. Not only that, but she was also a woman he could proudly call his wife. "Oh, Logan, isn't it wonderful?" she called out, as she had at last found him among the many guests. "Are you ready to dance again?" She had danced with him all night long, refusing offers from any other partner for the dance floor. "Aren't your feet hurting yet?" he asked, wondering where she got the energy to move around the ball with such vivacity. "Never," she assured him. "I love dancing. Besides, I won't miss a moment to be by your side," she told him as she hooked her arm in his and led him to the dance floor. Olivia's parents watched the dancing from the sidelines. The Earl of Essex was brimming with pride as he watched his daughter with the Duke. His wife, Angelina, had taken a seat by his side. She too observed the ball that was held in their daughter's honour. At the end of the dance, dinner was announced, and Olivia had no choice but to stop. The guests were making their way through to the tables set out for a grand dinner. Olivia had gone over to accompany her parents through to the dining hall. "I say, old chap, can you spare a moment before we dine?" Gilbert asked Logan, as the guests milled around them. His wife Lydia was by his side, and she bowed her head in greeting to the Duke. "Can it not wait?" Logan asked, knowing he was to lead the dinner. "I have found your son." Gilbert spoke low so no one would hear. Lydia watched Logan closely as the two men spoke, noting the Duke's serious expression as he heard the news. Logan nodded his head, showing that he was taking in all the information. The Duke's face looked quite serious as he listened to her husband conveying his findings. Olivia knew Logan to be a good person in his heart. Whatever he decided to do with his friend's counsel, she was confident he would work something out that would benefit the boy. Logan would never intentionally hurt anyone. He was just sometimes misguided in his judgment. They broke up their conversation, and the Duke entered the dining room to take his seat at the head of the table. He had arranged for the Earl of Essex to be seated at the other end, but it had been a sacrifice on his part. It meant that Olivia would sit with her family and not with him. Nonetheless, the dinner went very well. Logan and Olivia made sure to stare over at one another from across the length of the long table. It became a teasing game for them. Both players amused one another as they captured each other's loving glances. Following dinner, the mood was more sombre. Appetites were now fulfilled, and the guests were taking seats so they could listen to the ladies playing the pianoforte and singing. Olivia took her turn at the pianoforte. The audience was enchanted by her skills, despite her apologies for her rusty inabilities. The guests would not be put off, and everyone clapped with enthusiasm as she stepped away. At the end of the ladies' performances, Logan took centre stage to sit on a chair in front of the audience with his lute. The crowd was delighted that he was to play for them, their applause reflecting their enthusiasm. "Tonight, I would like to present a new song," the Duke announced. "A song that I have composed for our guest of honour, Lady Olivia Dickens." Again, there was gentle applause. When Logan began to strum the strings of his lute, the audience hushed as they listened. And if we paint a perfect picture, it will last forever. "Farewell to the scenes of my past, I ever must mourn. And on this day, I do declare a desire to spend my life with you. In the fervour of nature and truth, my fond fancy will be my love. For marry me and be my wife, and our life will be forever together. I want to declare my love for the rest of my life." Olivia was choked with emotion at the lyrics of Logan's love ballad. He was announcing to the world his love for her. The audience stood up to applaud, and Logan encouraged Olivia to come and stand by his side. As everyone quietened down, Logan calmly took hold of both of Olivia's hands so he could speak with her. "My dearest, darling Olivia," he began, "you are all that my heart desires. In front of our close friends and family, I wish to ask you to be my wife." Olivia knew that Logan must have already approached her father once again. Though this was a rather unusual way to ask her, it was the second time, all told. "Oh, goodness, Logan! I would be honoured indeed to become your wife," she replied, unsure how one answered a proposal made so public. As every guest had a special place in either Logan's or Olivia's hearts, they were overjoyed. Soon the celebrations were in full swing once again. Olivia had never been so happy in all her life. Logan knew he had much to do to make amends for his past, but with Olivia by his side, he could overcome anything. Chapter 35. "We have so many calling cards, I don't know how we'll ever get around to answering them all," Angelina announced with great pride in her voice. "Yes, Lizzie said the shop is so busy, with ladies popping in to offer their congratulations to our family," Olivia informed her mother. "If I were to go down there to thank them, I'd never get anything done." "Oh, 'tis so overwhelming, daughter dear," Angelina said, unable to stop smiling. "You must be so delighted." The Earl's family was experiencing a blissful contentment that had not been felt for many years. At last, something good was happening to their family. Even William was enjoying all the attention of his peers. They had gathered around him in the street to ask about the ball in his sister's honour. "I am walking on air, father," Olivia told the Earl, who was busy reading a broadsheet newspaper which hid him from view. "Stop hiding away and share in our good fortune." Showing his face, he looked rather sombre for a man who was facing upwards mobility once again. "It is not good fortune that saved this family, but the graceful beauty of my daughter," he said, his face breaking into a fond smile. "Oh, father, you have no idea how happy I am that you and mother will finally be cared for in a manner fitting of your birthright," Olivia said. "My dear, I do hope you are not marrying a duke you do not love, only to ease the later years of your parents," Frank asked, looking a little shocked. "Goodness, no, father. I love Logan so very much that my heart struggles to cope," Olivia replied. "I'm walking on air," she added dreamily, "but I must not dally any longer. I have much to do, and I must get on with it," she finished, jumping up from her chair in a fluster. "Slow down, my dear," Angelina said calmly, surprised at her daughter panicking when she was usually so unflappable. "Whatever is it that you must do?" "We must get every room spick and span so we can receive guests," Olivia declared. She set about pulling off the blue cloth from the table and taking hold of the broom. "Must you, dear?" Angelina questioned. "We can hardly accommodate visitors, no matter how clean and tidy our home is." "Well, I need to make sure you are both comfortable while we undergo all the changes coming our way." Olivia insisted that she busy herself with cleaning chores. "I would leave her to it, Angelina," Frank said, resignedly. "Our daughter will need to keep her mind occupied." Angelina watched on, puzzled at how their rooms could not be any more orderly than they already were. Olivia already kept everything as neat as a pin, but nonetheless, she said nothing. She had come to realize that her husband was right. Her daughter was looking for a distraction to compose herself from the busy turmoil in her head. Olivia went about deep cleaning every room, but all the while her mind was on Logan. She had relived the moment he had played the song to her, over and over many times in her head. To think he had composed a song just for her, and soon there would be a need to organise their wedding, and after that, she would be living in the Duke's manor. Would Logan be willing to arrange for her parents to live with them at a later date? Then again, would they want to move? Oh dear, where was he? There was so much to ask him, so much to be done. Before she realised it, the whole day had passed her by. Her mother had taken it upon herself to cook the family evening meal, seeing that her daughter was otherwise occupied. "Come, dear, and eat some beef broth that I've prepared from the leftover bones. We're not quite financially stable yet, so broth it is for now." Angelina encouraged her to eat something warm. "Yes, I will get the bread." "No need, William and I have set the table," her mother assured her. "Why hasn't Logan called upon me yet?" Olivia said out loud, though it was more a thought to herself. "The Duke will be busy making preparations, no doubt," Frank assured her. "No, father, we must do such things together. Logan will know that," Olivia insisted. "I'm worried something has happened." "Stop fretting, dear. I'm sure everything is fine. When we have eaten, we can continue working on your wedding gown," Angelina suggested, sensing her daughter's change of mood. "Yes, mother, I would like that." Once darkness set in around them, it was Angelina who lit the candles. Normally, it would be Olivia, but she was not herself. The family readied themselves for bed, but Olivia would not speak to anyone, nor would she put on her nightclothes. "This is no good," Olivia declared. "I must go find Logan. I will not have my daughter out in the night." Frank objected, just as there was a knock on the door. Everyone turned to look at the bottom of the stairway that led to the outer door. "I will get it," Olivia interrupted her father and rushed down the stairway. She opened the locked door without calling out to see who was standing on the other side. To her relief, it was Logan. He looked at her with tired eyes, but he also wore a huge grin. "I have been vexed with worry that you had changed your mind," she called to him. So relieved was she to see him. He smiled reassuringly at her, asking if they could move from the doorway. "Oh, of course. Do come in." Olivia giggled when she realised they were still standing in the small hall at the bottom of the stairs. As they arrived up the stairs to the living quarters, her parents had shut the bedroom door so as not to disturb the couple. Her brother William was already sleeping in his cot. "Forgive my humble abode," Olivia said, feeling a need to apologise at the confined space. "Nonsense," Logan said, taking a seat at the table. "You keep your home very cosy, but listen, I have good news to convey." "There cannot be any happier news than our marriage, surely?" Olivia questioned, taking a seat opposite him. "This is more delicate," Logan began, taking hold of Olivia's hands over the table. "My friend Gilbert gave me some information about my son." Olivia listened intently, but she said nothing. This was not a topic they had discussed yet. "He gave me instructions on where he resides. I know you were not aware I was seeking to find him, because I had not the chance to tell you. And in all honesty, I had given up hope." "Logan, he is your son. You should never give up hope." Olivia spoke from her heart. "Today, I went to see the house where he lives. I did not speak with him or his carers. All I wanted to do was confirm that a child lived at the address provided." "And is he there?" Olivia asked. "Yes, but we need to talk some more. I thought that tomorrow you and William could join me for a picnic. It will make up for my absence this day," Logan suggested. "For now, though, the night is late, and you must rest. On the morrow, we will discuss this matter together." Logan went to stand up, and Olivia stood with him. They embraced as they said their farewells, and he left as swiftly as he had arrived. Finally, Olivia dressed into her nightclothes and made up her bed on the sofa. It had felt like an extraordinarily long day. She tossed and turned in the darkness, hoping not to wake her brother. Her thoughts were on Logan and the day he had spent searching for his son. Deep down, she was happy that he may have finally found him, but she couldn't help but wonder what it would mean for their impending marriage. Would Logan change his mind in preference of raising his son? No, she must not think like that. If she loved Logan, then she would also love his son. Although worry plagued her dreams, and the night seemed to be as long as the day had been. Chapter 36. Olivia had checked in on Lizzie to make sure she could manage the modiste shop without her throughout the morning. When Lizzie inquired where she was going, Olivia could not hide her excitement. She explained with splendid happiness that she had been invited on a picnic with Logan. Lizzie was overjoyed at such a development. She was pleased with Olivia's happiness, for no one deserved it more, though she went on to say that the shop had become so busy of late. Even Angelina had taken to coming down and helping her out. Olivia was pleased that ever since she had helped Edward with his children, Angelina had found herself a place in the shop. "Make sure my mother doesn't overwork herself," Olivia confided. "I know she's enjoying her new role, so it is a good thing. After all, my mother was the one who taught me my sewing skills, so I learned from the best." "Yes, she is very skilled with a needle," Lizzie replied, as the bell above the door rang out. "Have you forgotten our picnic?" Logan's voice echoed as he stood there with a look of disappointment in his furrowed brow. "No, of course not," Olivia assured him, and she went to kiss his cheek. "I'll go and get William, and you can go and wait in your carriage if you wish." "He's already in the summer carriage," Logan informed her. "He was waiting on the street, looking out for me." "Oh, Then we are all present, Olivia said, though Logan could not help but notice a little hesitancy in her step. As Olivia entered the street, she was surprised to see William sitting with the carriage driver on the high front seat. The servant, who should be seated with the driver, was now seated in the carriage. "Is he safe up there?" she asked Logan. William showed an interest in driving the horses. Logan told her, a look of pride in his eyes. "Jacob, my coachman, is to give him his first lesson." Olivia gave a half smile as she looked up at William. He looked pleased to be sat up there and gave her a wave. She decided, despite her unease, to let him stay up there. It was far easier to indulge his fantasy of driving the pair of horses at the front. After all, it was a glorious day, and she did not wish to spoil her brother's fun. "Cook has prepared us a feast fit for a king," Logan told her, pointing at the large basket. It was placed next to the maidservant on the opposite seat to where he and Olivia sat together. "Are you not well?" he added, because he had expected Olivia to be as excited as he and William were. Olivia did not reply as the carriage moved away with a jolt, causing her to hold on to Logan's arm. "The boy needs to learn how to handle horses," Logan chuckled. "He'll find a good teacher in Jacob. He's a patient man." Olivia remained quiet, not making any effort to answer Logan's previous question. Something was bothering her, and she had not slept very well because of it. Still, the warmth of the sun on her face was wonderful, and a small breeze refreshed her mind. "We're to go by the river, not to the park," Logan informed her. "I thought we'd prefer a little privacy." Olivia nodded her agreement as she put up her purple parasol to hide her tired eyes. "My love, do tell me what vexes you on this splendid summer's day," Logan asked. "I did not sleep well," she admitted. "I suppose it's the excitement of all that's happening." Logan took hold of her free hand, though it felt quite small in his larger palm. "I do believe there is more to your tale," he stated, peering under the parasol to catch her eye. "Oh, very well," she half sighed. "Indeed, there is." And ... Logan encouraged. "And I confess that I have thought of nothing but your young son," she admitted. "You did not finish telling me what happened, and I worry for the child." "Is that all of your worries?" Logan pushed. Olivia nodded her head, and her white lace bonnet moved a little out of position. She pulled her hand away from Logan's to straighten it, and gasped with uncertainty. "I have many worries, Logan, but none torment me as much as I fret for your son." "That is partly why I invited you to enjoy some time with me, so we could discuss the matter," Logan told her. A bump in the carriage caused them to fall together on the seat. Logan was pleased to see Olivia laugh at William's unskilled driving abilities. "We will be black and blue by the time we arrive," Olivia said as she attempted to look over at William. "Yes, but look how he laughs," Logan said, remembering his own time as a boy when he drove a carriage for the first time. They were soon pulling up at a beautiful spot by the riverside. Logan helped Olivia down the step of the carriage by holding out his hand. She was pleased that she had worn a simple mint green day dress with short, puffed sleeves and a loose empire cut that allowed her good movement. "I shall lay out the picnic," she said, glad to have an excuse to do something. "No, Mary has come with us to see to that," Logan insisted. "Come, let's walk by the river. All will be ready when we return." Olivia remembered her new place in life, and it wasn't seeing to a picnic. She glanced at the maid, almost envious that her life was no longer so simple. It was important that she started to act like a duke's wife, and not a bankrupt earl's daughter. She took her place by Logan's side and hooked into his offered arm. They passed by William, who was helping out with the horses. Again, seeing him reminded her of Logan's son, the boy she had never met. I do have some news on my son, Logan told her as they strolled by the riverside. I have learned that only recently he has been adopted by a young couple. Do you think it wise to disturb him with his new family? She asked, though truth be told she would love to meet him. Perhaps they will not like you seeing him. My priority is you, my dear Olivia, Logan told her. He stopped walking and took hold of her shoulders, so she was forced to face him. You will always come first in my life, and so it is crucial that we are wed as soon as possible. I know this, my love, but what if your son doesn't like me? I mean, you are his father, but I am nothing to him. Stop this nonsense, Logan said firmly. I am as much a stranger to him as you are. Whilst your concerns are valid, I promise I will not rush into any decision. Then how will you go about bringing your son into our lives? Olivia asked. Despite her nervousness, this is what she hoped for. I will arrange to send a messenger to the couple. It is better if I ask for permission to visit my son first, rather than turning up without an invitation. Although I do hope to persuade them in my favour, if you are sure that is what you want too. This time it was Olivia who stopped in her tracks and turned to look at her future husband. I want, more than anything, for your child to be a part of our family. It is settled then, Logan smiled. We shall do this together and not rush into anything that might be considered careless. Olivia's fears were allayed upon hearing these words. She had worried he would rush off to save his son and change his mind about their future together. But she knew Logan to be sincere. If he said he would include her, that was all she needed to hear. It is a good plan, she said. I am pleased that you have taken into consideration all who are involved. Never again will I rush at making decisions, he said, having proved how incompetent I can be. Now that I have you by my side, we will resolve everything together. Although I doubt you'll want to get involved in my business affairs, they are tediously boring. Nothing about you is dull. Olivia beamed with a renewed cheerfulness. I'm so glad that you are to give the couple time to think on your request. It's showing compassion and kindness concerning their circumstances. It's you, my darling, who bring out the best in me, he said, placing a light kiss upon her cheek. Chapter 37. I thought we could hire a new seamstress, Angelina suggested over dinner that evening. Lizzie is more than capable of managing the modiste shop. Mother, I haven't left yet, Olivia said exasperatedly, though she was aware that her marriage to a duke would bring with it new duties. Logan is tying up his horse, Mama, William called out from the window seat. Can I answer the door? Olivia smiled at how William and Logan had bonded so well over the last few weeks. Logan did not act the part of a duke around her family, and he was more like an older brother to William. This pleased her immensely. I will clear away the pots, Olivia said, standing up, glad that the awkward conversation was forced to come to an end. Frank took to his usual chair by the unlit fireplace, while Angelina assisted Olivia. Let me make the tea, Angelina suggested. Then you can go speak with your fiancé. Olivia did not object, as she laid a fresh cloth on the table. She knew he would not be visiting without good reason. William came running up the stairway from the front door, with Logan taking large strides behind him. Olivia greeted him with a quick hug, and she offered him a seat on the sofa. I have news of my son, Logan announced, wearing a huge grin, as if he could not wait a moment longer to tell them. But he waited until Angelina arrived with the tea tray. Meanwhile, he answered William's many questions about horses. Shall I pour? Angelina asked, although it was more a statement than her seeking permission. I have this day received a letter from the couple who are caring for my son, Logan said as all eyes were now on him. They speak positively about my involvement in his life. There is even suggestion that the boy has a right to know who his father is, Logan conveyed. This is indeed good news, Logan, Olivia said, accepting a china cup and saucer from her mother. It gets better, Logan continued. They have sent an open invitation for us to dine with them at the weekend. Glory be, Olivia laughed. That is very admirable of them. You will come with me, won't you? Logan asked, looking pleadingly at Olivia. In fact, we are all invited as a family. I tell you what, Frank intervened. Why don't you take William, so the boy has someone his own age there? All of us turning up might be a bit too much for the boy. You three will be more than enough for the initial reception. Yes, father. You speak wisely. As always, Olivia agreed. We don't want to overwhelm the poor boy. William will make the perfect friend for him. Don't you agree? It was agreed by all, as a family, and Logan was gratified that he now had solid advice to help him progress with this matter. The carriage is here, William called out to his sister as Logan stepped out of it. Can I ride with the coachman? No, you cannot, Olivia chided. You have an important role to play today, William. Put aside your own interests and concentrate on befriending Logan's son. Can you do that for me? I would do anything for you and Logan. You know that, sister, William said rather sulkily as they made their way down the stairs to the outside door. Within an hour, the carriage was pulling up outside a tall, handsome townhouse. It was obvious that the couple had wealth and good social standing. A servant opened the front door and greeted them. He guided them inside to a large hallway, where the couple awaited their arrival. Welcome to our home, Duke Edenwood, a gentleman announced. I am Ralph Fitzgerald, and this is my wife, Juliana. Please call me Logan, the Duke insisted as he shook hands with the gentleman. He then proceeded to hand his hat and coat to the servant. And this is Olivia, my wife-to-be. William had dashed in front of his sister, keen to meet his new playmate, but he was disappointed to find that he was not there. Please, follow us through to the garden room at the back, Juliana announced. She seemed a gentle person and smiled at the couple standing in her hallway. It is such a pleasant room, and the boys can play in the garden. Olivia was impressed with the couple as they appeared to be kind and considerate. She took her seat on a sofa, leaving a gap between herself and the lady of the house. Tea was already awaiting them on the smaller table, and William jumped up as a young man was brought into the room. Thank you, Nanny. We will take it from here. Juliana smiled, taking hold of the boy's hand. Both Logan and Olivia looked on astounded. Olivia realised that she was staring at the boy and forced her eyes away, but he was the spitting image of his father. She noticed that Logan sat wide-mouthed in wonderment, and she spoke to get his attention. We are so pleased to meet you, young man. Olivia realised that she did not know his name. This is William, my younger brother, she said. Though William needed no encouragement to step forward, he was already by her side. Joshua, come and meet your father. Juliana aided the shy, red-headed boy to meet with Logan. Logan looked into a big pair of sky-blue eyes, astounded at the resemblance. As he looked at his son, there was no mistaking how much alike they were. The trouble was, it had rendered him speechless. The Duke of Charlington has come to our home just to meet with you, young Joshua. What do you say to that? Ralph said encouragingly, easing the way for the bashful young man before him. I don't know, Uncle, the boy replied, as he too stared back at Logan in confusion. Why don't you play a song on the pianoforte for our guests? Juliana suggested, knowing how music soothed the boy. This is a wonderful room for the acoustics, so we place the instrument in here for Joshua. He is a great lover of music. Logan smiled. Already he was proud of his son, as he watched him confidently take to the pianoforte. Not only did he play well, but he had the voice of an angel as he sang out. When Joseph was an old man was he. When he courted Virgin Mary, the Queen of Galilee, Logan recognized the song immediately. It was the Cherry Tree Carol, one of the boy's mother's favourites. How could he have known that? Yet here he was, singing out of his heart. Logan stood up and walked towards a lute that had been hung up on a wall. He turned to look at his hostess, and she nodded her head as if she had read his mind. With tears threatening the corners of his eyes, he began to play, joining in the harmony with his son. Olivia could see that this was a very emotional moment for Logan, and she struggled to hide her tears. Taking out a lacy handkerchief from her purse, she dabbed at her eyes, feeling humbled at the scene playing out. As the song came to an end, Logan leaned over to the boy and kissed his forehead, his heart swelling with pride. Upon his aunt's instructions, Joshua took William outdoors while the adults talked. The parish priest gave his care over to a young woman who runs a small orphanage. Ralph explained the timeline as they knew it. "We see the children at church," Juliana joined in, "and every week it breaks our hearts to see their unhappy faces." Logan shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Had he really forced his son into an orphanage? "The woman is neglectful and cruel," Ralph announced, standing up in annoyance at the memory. "It's time that orphanage was closed down, but the parish council will not hear of it." "Ralph, dear, the Duke is not here to listen to our political rants," Juliana reminded him as she turned to face Logan. "Your son was so young, one of the youngest she'd ever taken in." Again, Logan felt uneasy. He was more than aware that it was his lack of parental responsibility that had caused this to happen. "But that was surely a good thing," Olivia declared. "Thanks to your gracious help, he was rescued before any true damage was done to him. We believe that the woman was well aware that the boy was the son of a noble. She would have used the boy for her own selfish gains." Ralph informed them. "I could bear it no longer, and I rescued him when I witnessed her harsh treatment." "Joshua has lived with us ever since," Juliana smiled, attempting to ignore her husband's frustrations. "We have raised him with the understanding that we are not his parents." Ralph interjected. "We had every intention of telling him the truth of his heritage as he grew older." "I am most grateful that you rescued my son," Logan began, but was quickly interrupted by Juliana raising her hand to him. "There is no need for explanations, Logan," she said in a gentle voice. "We know of how his mother died, and we hoped that one day you would come looking for him, and here we are." At that point, one of the servants arrived in the room to announce that dinner was ready. It was a splendid affair with the two boys sitting together. Olivia was so pleased with how well they got on together. By the end of the evening, Joshua approached Logan and took his hand. "Will you return, father?" he asked, looking up at him with pleading blue eyes. "There is nothing that could keep me away, young man," Logan replied. "You must all come and stay at the manor in 2 weeks, when Olivia and I are holding our wedding." "That would be delightful," Olivia added with a smile, hoping they would accept. It was agreed upon among the adults, and the two boys said their farewells as new best of friends. Epilogue. "So you don't wish to keep the modiste shop on, Mother?" Olivia questioned. "Goodness, no," Angelina replied as she was helping her daughter with the lacework for her wedding gown. "But I was under the impression that you were helping out more because, I was playing my part," Angelina interrupted. "In truth, I only wish to spend what days I have left with your father. not away from him. "I'm sorry, Mother, that I misunderstood your intentions," Olivia said, stopping her needlework. "I only want whatever you and Father want." "I know, dear, but I assure you we do not wish to stay in the confines of this little shop." "Well, that is wonderful news," Olivia declared, as she started to realise that her parents would indeed be moving with her. "I worried that you and Father did not wish to go through all the trauma of changing your lives, but now I can see I was wrong." "Gracious me, child, I'm looking forward to walking the grounds of the Duke's manor daily." "As is your father," Angelina disclosed. "William needs a better education, and you, my dear, need your family close at hand." "You have no idea how your words please me, Mother." Olivia sighed with contentment. "And that is exactly what you shall have, and William has found a new friend too, in Joshua, Logan's son. Your father and I look forward to meeting him." "And so you shall, although I've had little time to attend all the dinners that Logan's been sharing with Joshua. He tells me that the boy is to stay at the manor with his aunt and uncle for the wedding, so you will get to meet them all there." "What then will you do with the shop?" Angelina inquired. "I did discuss an idea with Logan that I can see would be the perfect solution to our dilemma," Olivia said. Olivia said no more on the matter while she and her mother continued with the lacework. "Are you going to divulge your plans for the shop to me?" Angelina finally asked, keen to know. "How would you feel if we gave the modiste shop to Sarah and her family?" "But when are we to move out?" "I thought that if you and Father agreed, we could move into the manor next week. That gives us a week to organise the wedding, but it is only to be a small affair," Olivia explained. "You are so very clever, and remind me of your father when you start to formulate plans and ideas." Angelina congratulated her daughter. "You've inherited his skills when it comes to finding solutions." Olivia smiled, for her father had taught her all her business skills. It pleased her greatly that she was able to help her parents return to their correct station in life. At last, she felt that she was making amends for the tragedy that had struck her family all those years ago. "It sounds like you and your future husband have been busy making plans for everyone's future," Angelina stated the obvious. "Logan leaves for his business trip to Birmingham tomorrow, as you know, because he is to take Father with him," Olivia said. "Lordy knows. We could do without the distraction, but he insists his work is important to him. Who am I to deny him his avocations? Your father is very honoured that the Duke is so trusting of his business instincts." Angelina had a twinkle of amusement in her eyes. It would be a mistake to discourage them. "They will be gone 2 days. When they return, we will move into the manor. Already we had allocated you, Father and William, to the West Wing. Of course, that had been in the hope that you would accept, and there you will enjoy the privacy of your quarters." "Yes, I remember the West Wing of the manor from days gone by when we attended balls there," Angelina recalled. "If I recall, there is a garden room that leads directly into a large topiary." "I knew you would love that room, Mother, and it will serve Father well for his daily walks. It seems you and the Duke have everything in hand." "We have been so busy in the manor house these last few weeks," Olivia divulged. "Logan wants only what is best for us all, Mother. I was so praying that I could convince you and Father into living there." "Well, now you know, we don't need much persuading in the matter." Angelina would be glad to have more space. "The bedroom chamber alone will be larger than these entire quarters above the modiste shop," she pointed out. "Then it is agreed." Olivia beamed. "Now, back to Sarah. I have spoken briefly with Lizzie on this matter too. It felt only right to involve her, don't you agree?" "I was wondering about Lizzie. She has been so loyal to you. Although I'm aware the children running around the shop are a bête noire to her, they can cause such a calamity," Angelina warned. Lizzie is to take on my role and become the new seamstress. Sarah has experience of running a shop. What with the bakery? That means she should do well at the front. Olivia spoke her thoughts. Of course, ultimately, if you are gifting them the shop, then it will be her decision how she runs things. Sarah will listen to my guidance, Mother. You know she will. And these rooms above the shop will become the girls' new classrooms, as we are to hire them a governess too. My, the Duke is very generous, Angelina exclaimed. She was so very pleased that her daughter was marrying such a benevolent gentleman. Besides, I've been hating Sarah going to work on that farm as she does, Olivia pointed out. But she is happy there and has made many new friends. I hear that the girls love it too, Angelina argued. Sarah will be happier if the girls are receiving an education. Having 2 shops is good for the family. Her friends can still visit her at the shop. Olivia was certain that Sarah would see the sense of her plans. With the business trip to Birmingham out of the way, Olivia had witnessed her father come to life again. The pain in his face, over his injured leg, even seemed to have eased. It pleased her that Logan was including his father-in-law-to-be in his business ventures. They had decided to close the modista shop for a week while they moved into the manor. With regards to its future management, she was sitting with Sarah and Lizzie discussing her plans. I'm afraid I can't stay very long. As you know, we're moving into the manor this very day. Elation rang out in her tone as Lizzie put down the tray of tea. But I thought it important that we all 3 of us meet. My girls are so excited at having their very own governess, Sarah said, a little bit teary. How can we ever repay you and Logan for such generosity? You have repaid me in friendship over the years, Sarah. That has meant much to me. Olivia assured her, taking her hand in fondness. Lizzie has promised to teach me better needlework too, Sarah sniffled. Lizzie is a fine seamstress, Olivia agreed, and it has pleased me that you have both agreed to my plans for the shop. It was important that my Lizzie be included, for she is the heart of this place. With Lizzie's help, I will work hard to keep the shop's current reputation at the top of every fine lady's list. We will do well together. I know it, Sarah choked, for she could not stop her joyous tears. What's more, we will pay you back too, as a loan. Nay, it is a gift to your family, Sarah. It is to ensure your girls, and son, of course, can make a better life for themselves, Olivia concluded. After an hour of chat, laughter, and a little sadness, Olivia left the shop. She stepped into the Duke's carriage to be taken to the manor. Though she had not expected it, she was happy to find Logan seated inside to accompany her. Did all go to plan? He asked. Sarah is jubilant, but she couldn't stop her tears, Olivia replied. Then come, future wife. Logan patted the seat next to him. Let's ride to your future home together. You are to enter a life where you will want for nothing. This I promise Olivia, he said, leaning in to stroke the soft skin of her cheek. Olivia was now the one to be dabbing at her eyes, for she could not stop a tear from escaping. But at least it was a tear of joy. The next book is available on our website and on Amazon. Read the next book. Click on the image or scan the QR code.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video, and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.